And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the OlimoLeague, week number 234. It's been a long day already. It's been a long day. We have already wrapped up 2 broadcasts. Earlier today, we were casting the MC Latino American show match, and we just wrapped up with the herO Cup Group A, and now we are back. We are here. We are live with the OlimoLeague. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. 3 casts back to back to back to back. As a reminder as well, we do also have another cast in just over 12 hours time with the Masters Coliseum. Masters Coliseum is going to be later on tonight. Of course, herO Cup Group B playoffs as well, and of course day 2 of Masters Coliseum. So we still have 4 more casts throughout the next 2 days. Plenty of content, plenty of StarCraft always here on the CranKy Ducklings. Again, we cast more StarCraft than anyone else out there. That's what we do. That's what we do. We cast StarCraft, Bobby. Let's go. It's what we do. It's all that we do, and we have plenty of matches ahead of us. Plenty of matches to come here. We are diving into round 32. As a reminder, as a heads up, just to be transparent, this is a replay cast. These matches did occur earlier today while we were casting the herO Cup. That's when these matches did occur. Even before that, when we were casting the the MC show matches as well. And usually we cast this live. Usually we have the official English broadcasters. We do cast it live, but this week and moving forward, we have decided to cast it via replays instead. The reason for this: whenever we cast this tournament live, we are only allowed to cast it on the Chijik platform. That's like the Korean version of Twitch. The Korean version of Twitch, we can only stream it there. Reason for that, as you can see under the OlimoLeague logo, is because this event is sponsored by Chijik, so it has to be live on that channel. And we've been casting it live for the past month, just over a month, I think. But the reality is we don't really get a lot of viewership. We don't really get a lot of coverage there because it is mainly a Korean platform. Everything's in Korean. It is not friendly to the foreign scene. It is not friendly to the English community. Likewise, it is very difficult for people to watch just because the routing is quite bad if you're in Europe or if you're in the Americas. So watching it, you do experience some buffering as well. So we're like, you know what, we're not really gaining much benefit from casting. Sure, we're like casting it live and we're the official English casters, but like, what does that title really mean? So it's like, you know what, may as well just cast it via replays. May as well just cast it via replays here instead, and we're able to reach a wider and larger audience. So here we are. Does mean that we have to cast afterwards, and we can't cast it live anymore, but regardless, it's all good. It's all good. We are here to catch up on all the matches that we did miss out on, and we are here in the round of 32. Okay, so we're gonna go through this round by round. Round 32, round 16, quarterfinals, semifinals, and grand finals thereafter. We have plenty of matches ahead of us here. Hopefully my voice can stand strong and stand the test of time. Fingers crossed, fingers crossed. I was able to quickly get something to eat just between the casts. I got some cereal. I was able to eat some cereal, and we are good. We are energized and ready to go. Up first, we're going to be casting Beyond versus Cure in a TVT. Oh my god, we have a TVT up ahead of us, followed by some more mirror matchups. Again, this is round of 32. We have Beyond versus Cure, Classic versus Trigger, and SKillous versus Zaun. Oh boy, the mirror matchups, they just keep on coming. As a reminder as well, because this bracket, because this tournament is so stacked, that is why we even have matchups like this. It is crazy to think that we're in the round of 32 and both Beyond and Cure are facing off immediately. Crazy. I mean, again, the caliber of players here is top tier, Papi. It's top tier to the point where, again, one of these 2 players is going to be knocked out in the start of the tournament, the start of the event. Crazy, crazy. Ramen with cereal? Oh no, if only. I had no time for ramen. To cook ramen, to make ramen, it's too much time, Papi, too much time. I did not have enough time to make ramen, unfortunately. So cereal instead, had to make do. Had to make do, Papi. Here we go. And we are getting into game number 1. It's going to be on Ultra Love. Let's go. Jumping into our TVT. Now, as a reminder, this is a rematch. This is a rematch to a round of 32 match that happened, I want to say, a week or maybe 2 weeks ago in the OlimoLeague as well, where they faced off against each other real early on in the bracket. And if I remember correctly, I believe Cure knocked Beyond out. He knocked Beyond out of the tournament real fast, real quick. We'll see if Beyond can get his revenge this time, as we're getting into game number 1. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. It is Beyond. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran representing Team Liquid. It is Cure. Remember to pace yourself. I do plan on having a 5-minute break after each round. So after the round of 32, we'll take us. Oh, let's go. After the round of 32, we'll have like a 5-minute break or like a 3-minute break. Then after the round 16, then the quarterfinals, semis thereafter. I do plan on doing that at least to try to, again, I agree, to try to pace myself. That is the plan. But first things first, we start things off with a proxy 2x. Beyond doing Beyond things. Let's go, puppy. Let's go. Meanwhile, Cure, do you see what I see? I see one gas. I see only one gas, guys. So what does this mean? This means economic opener, racks expand. The stars are aligning for Beyond. This is kind of like the rock, paper, scissors of TVT. This is why TVT is so difficult and why Clem, for example, struggles in TVT as well, because there can be this dynamic where you can gamble and you can gamble well. So this is the ideal scenario for Beyond. Just because Cure is delaying his second gas, that means he's going for a faster command center, he's going for an economic opener, delayed factory for Cure, which means Beyond can pop off with these Reapers. Now it doesn't mean that Beyond is going to end the game here and now, but there is potential for Beyond to get damage. You know, back at home, taking his own gases, Reaper production has begun. We do not have W6 game hearts. It's all good. We can count how many workers go down. We can do our best here to keep up with the amount of worker damage as Reapers are on the way. Here we go. The Reapers are amassing. It looks like Beyond is waiting for that second Reaper before he does pull the trigger. Meanwhile, the first Reaper is going to be scouting initially, and he scouts, he confirms. Cure, he does get eyes on what's going on. He realizes what's happening. He pulls back. What's important is that Beyond doesn't know he got scouted because he's on the low ground, and the Reaper was here on the left-hand side. He doesn't know what's going on. The boys are being pulled, and Cure is ready. Cure, he is ready for this. He does look down the first Reaper. First Reaper is going to go down. Massive pickup. And the second, oh god, the second Reaper as well. One more shot. One more shot and he will go down. Beyond the Cure, though, he will not chase. He will not chase as reinforcements are on the way, but that is a very strong start for Cure. Very strong start. He does catch one Reaper. Pulls away. Marines are massing. And he even canceled the CC. Cure, just to be safe, he canceled the command center. Factory on the high ground. Delayed CC here for Cure, but it is still faster than Beyond CC. So Cure is in a much stronger position, and all of this is because Cure scouted. Because he scouted, because he saw the Raxes, he was able to respond in time, pull the boys, and defend. And now Beyond has to back off. He has to race back home. The Raxes are floating back. And Cure, he's settling in. So again, this is the dichotomy of TVT. Sometimes you gamba, and sometimes the gamba goes poorly. Things are looking good for Beyond up until the scouts, right? Up until the scouts. And now Cure, he can soon expand. We're getting to our 1-1-1s. Likewise, so is Beyond getting a CC on location. Cure's has to float over, so there's a bit of a give and take here. In general, though, Cure is in a better position. Cure, he does have a higher SCV count. He has a faster command center, and he should be able to settle into the mid game a lot faster as well. As a starport, just everything's faster. Everything is faster for Cure. Cure does have a lead, and we'll see if he can maintain that lead. Beyond back at home, trying to settle in. Doing what he can. Rax is going to be floating home. Do you see Beyond getting to his 2-1-1 setup here? Going for a Viking first. Interesting. Going Viking Cyclone just to be safe, just to be secure. I mean, Cyclones early on in TVT, they're very robust units. They can shoot up, they can shoot down, they can do it all. It's crazy. And that is what we're going to be at least starting off with just to be safe. So Cyclone has arrived, then it's the tank production. And Beyond has some options here. I would not be surprised if he turns this into a 2-base all-in. That would make sense in my mind if he goes for like a second starport and goes mass Viking production into a 2-base all-in just because of the rough opener that Beyond has had. But we'll keep an eye on Beyond. You're going for the tech lab. First tank is like, oh wait, we go for the opposite. Okay. I mean, you have to go for one extreme. When you're behind, go for an extreme. Which extreme is it going to be? Either going for an all-in or cutting corners and being greedy. Third CC is already on the way for Beyond, but Cure is doing the same. He's already ahead and he's maintaining that lead. His CC is actually faster than that of Beyond's. So both players just rushing into their third bases. This is going to benefit Cure a little bit more. This was an attempt for Beyond to try to bounce back in this game, but alas, he's still just maintaining himself in this game, and Cure still has that lead. For now, both players are backing off. We have Stim on the way for Beyond. Again, Beyond does enjoy being very bio-heavy in the TVT matchup. Meanwhile, Cure back at home, going to be getting into his own Viking production, reactive Vikings, and tank production as well. So after an intense start to the game, we are slowing things down. Interesting. Cure is going to be the first to move out. The confidence, baby. The confidence is there, so Cure is going to push. And the goal here for Cure should be to delay the third. It shouldn't be to try to break into the natural. Like, that is going to be very difficult to pull off. Reaper Scout confirms the tanks. And checking the vision here, Cure, did he see the CC? He did not. He's not aware of the command center. Not yet. But again, because Cure is expanding, his goal here is just to gain map control. Oh, nice control here. Cure does break the lock on. The pickup. Pickup macro was on point. Tanks are slowly moving forward. Viking shots going up. Cure, he will siege up two of those tanks. Shot going up, he does take down. Oh, the Cyclone. Yeah, Cyclone goes down. Massive volley goes off on the tank as well. Tank barely does survive. But better trades for Cure. And Cure is just bullying Bjorn. Again, getting within range of the mineral line. Denying mining. Bjorn has to back up. Ooh, yeah, tanks are going off here in the mineral line. Likewise, gets within range of a tank. Yeah, the tank's going to be going down. A massive pick off. Yeah, Bjorn, after stumbling here at the start of the game, he has not been able to recover. He's trying to, though. Trades 1 for 1. Will come out on top here in the Viking trade. 2 for 2. Reinforcements have arrived, and Cure, he will take the fight. He will take the fight. Dominates the sky, dominates the ground, dominates the economy as he has his third base on location. And Bjorn is still playing catch-up. Still playing catch-up here. Still trying to recover. Not like this. Bjorn trying to catch reinforcements with that Viking. Makes sense. Doing what he can. And Bjorn, he can't even freely mine from his natural. Ay. It's not happening. Just cannot freely mine. Cure getting saturated, upgrades on the way. Bjorn, he raced into Stim, but he's not able to use it. I mean, despite Bjorn having Stim this entire time, it just didn't really come into play. Cure is catching up with his own Stim timing. Bjorn breaks out with his double drop. Viking from behind, gets some damage, drags the army within range of the tanks. Nicely done. Bjorn with the control shuts down the Marines. Takes down the Marines, takes down one of the Cyclones as well. Double drop headed towards the third base. Cure, he failed to contain. He did miss the move out. And Cure, he races back home. He's racing back home. Double drop here into the mineral line. Tank volley's going to be going up. Can Bjorn get a tank? Oh, he wants it. He wants the tank, and he's going to get it as well. Yeah, just barely, but GG gets called, as regardless, this is still not enough damage, and Cure takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, Bjorn, he gambled a little bit in game 1 and going for the proxy 2-Rex, and Cure completely shut Bjorn down, and Cure took a massive lead. Even though Bjorn, sure, he was dropping across the map, he was just cleaned up. He lost the medevacs, he was losing everything, and with that double drop as well, Bjorn, he confirmed how far behind he was. That did confirm just the game state and how far behind he was. With that, there was no way back in that game. GG, well played. Cure starts things off with a win. And again, as I just mentioned before, last time these two faced off in the OlimoLeague, Cure did knock Bjorn out early on in the tournament. Is it going to happen again? Is it going to happen again? Or can Bjorn force the ace match? We're about to find out as we're getting into game number 2 on Ley Lines. Let's go. We're jumping into game 2. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran representing Shopify Rebellion. I mean, he's an amazing player, but we're here in the round of 32, and he is down in the series. Is this where his story ends? Or merely where it begins? It is Bjorn. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the other South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, leading the series 1-0. Unamas, one more game is all he needs to advance on into the round 16. It is Cure. Here we go. As a reminder, Bjorn last game did open up with a proxy 2-Rax, and we have Cure moving out with his own SCV across the map. Just the one though. Just the one SCV. Looks like a Rax back at home, and a Cure, he might end up going for a second proxy Rax for a very uncommitted, kind of aggressive opener. And based on the movement, yeah, it's looking like that Rax. Let's go. So this is a 2-Rax opener at a Cure. Again, it's very It is very middle of the road, very much so. It's not as committed. This can get damage done, but this is not designed to do any crippling damage, really. If Beyond opens up economically, and hey, you see what I see? I mean, once again, when it comes to the choice to open up 2 racks, both for Beyond and Cure, it has been working out quite well. This is an economic opener. Economic opener out of Beyond, he's going for a racks expand. Now, because of this reinforcing racks, Cure, he can take a fight, he can overwhelm the first Reaper, and he can punish Beyond. Can punish him and can get an early lead. A big can though. Remember, the reason why Cure looked so good last game is because he scouted the proxy last game. Is Beyond going to do the same? Beyond is known for cutting corners in TVT. Like, he's known for skipping the SCV scout and skipping the scout of the proxy locations as well. So I'm concerned that Beyond is going to do that, and Beyond might be caught with his pants down. The pants, they might be down, Papi. They might be down. Meanwhile, Beyond is going to be following it up with his own factory, second gas geyser, Reaper here moving on left hand side. He is scouting for proxies. He checks towards the left, but alas, he didn't SCV scouts, which means he won't get eyes on that proxy. Reapers, they do run into each other. Do run in. Q shoots first. Could be forced back, but yeah, here comes second Reaper, and he shuts down Beyond. Beyond, he will lose the Reaper. GG gets called. That is it. That is game, because Beyond, he was about to lose his low ground building SCV. He was about to lose that command center as well. Forced to cancel. That's game. That's game then and there. GG, well played. Cure takes the 2-0. GG, well played. Again, Beyond, he skipped his SCV scout to check for a proxy, went for a Reaper scout instead. He was caught out on the map, and with that, Cure gambles well. He gambles well. He takes down Beyond 2-0. Once again, what is that, like 2 weeks in a row? Jesus. Cure, calm down. Beyond just wants to play some StarCraft. he just wants to play some StarCraft, Papi. Let him play. Let him play. As Beyond gets knocked out in the first round, GG. GG, well played. A massive result here. And again, I wouldn't necessarily call that an upset. It's just brutal to see these two players face off in the first round, right? Like, both Beyond and Cure, they're both amazing players. They're both deserving to be in the round 16, in the quarterfinals, even arguably the semifinals as well. Like, they're deserving to be there. But, you know, this tournament is very cutthroat and it's very competitive. Very competitive tournament. To have these two face off in the first round is brutal, but I mean, that shows the caliber of play here in the OlimoLeague. Beyond is out and Cure is in. GG. GG, well played. And that will lead us into our next round of 32 match. Up next, we have a PvP between SKillous and Trigger. Let's go. Now, we have been on that Trigger hype train for quite some time at this point. Again, Trigger, he's been looking so damn good. It was only recently that Trigger, he was able to bring down herO, bring down Creator. Trigger has been on fire in PvP, but something that you would know if you've been watching those matches is that Trigger has been hyper aggressive. He's been hyper aggressive. A lot of cheese, a lot of all-ins recently from Trigger. Will that continue to be the case here in OlimoLeague? We're here to find out. We're here to find out. Let's go. This game 1 is going to be on UltraLove. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of UltraLove, we have our Canadian Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Basilisk. It is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player, the South Korean Protoss. Representing himself, currently teamless, it is Classic. Here we go. We are going to be settling into our PvP, and we'll see how this does unfold. For now, Trigger immediately scouting. Immediately does check the nearby third locations, and Trigger is going to be opening up with a gate expand. Likewise, Classic doing the same. Now again, welcome one and all to UltraLove. Because UltraLove has a unique feature, has a ramp coming into the natural, it is legal to go for a gate cybercore expand. Economic opener is very much so the standard in PvP on this map. So both players, they do acknowledge that they are going for the economic start. What I will say is that because of the standard or the economic openers that we see here, and because of the probes, both players should be pylon blocking. Classic should be pylon blocking Trigger. Trigger should be pylon blocking Classic. Because of this, we have 2 gases being taken. Because of the extra gases, this means Tech before Expand. This means Stargate before Expansion. And that means Phoenix Wars. That is usually where this goes. We'll see if either player deviates. There are times where sometimes a player tries to fake out the opponent and try to sneak out an expansion and avoid that and try to avoid Phoenix Wars, but we'll see. We'll see if either player is able to pull that off. It's hard to avoid Phoenix Wars. As we have the first Zealot on the way. Now, the reason why you need the Zealot is to focus on the pylon, because again, we expect a pylon block, and the Zealot will help alleviate. So we're waiting for the Cybercores. When the Cybercore is done, then we can throw down the Stargates. When the Stargates get thrown down, if both players do so, speaking of, yep, Stargate for Trigger, Stargate for Classic, because both players scout each other, because they know that it's a Stargate, this is where you need to make Phoenixes, because you can't make anything else. If you make an Oracle, and if the opponent makes a Phoenix, then you'll just lose the Oracle. You lose the Oracle, lose the game. So this is how Phoenix Wars are born, with maps with ramps on them. So again, Economic Opener, pylon block, into Stargate, into delayed expansion, into Phoenixes. So strap yourselves in. Phoenix Wars have begun. Now, it is possible, not impossible, it is possible to try to break out of Phoenix Wars. Instead of going for a second Stargate and Mass Phoenix, you can go for a Twilight Council into Blink. Ooh, speaking of, Trigger, he does begin his Phoenix. Classic. Bold move. Very bold move. Classic opens up Oracle. This is illegal. And we'll see if Trigger should be able to punish this. Now, first things first, he doesn't scout. Trigger, he does not know what's going on. He doesn't know what's coming his way. Trigger, I'm sure, is assuming it's going to be Phoenixes. And right now, the game is Classic has to avoid the scout, has to avoid the Phoenix, get across the map, and get economic damage. There's that Twilight Council. He's trying to go into Blink Stalkers. He's trying to transition to Blink Stalkers. The dev gets into the main, gets 1 probe kill so far. Gets 1 probe. Oracle's making its way across the map. Classic towards the main. And now up to 2, soon to be 3 Phoenixes. Trigger, he's mainly in position here. Classic's going for the dive, and Trigger, he responds. We'll pull away. 1 probe goes down. 2. He's gonna get, oh god, just 2, 3 probe kills for 1 Oracle. That's not quite worth it. Oracle goes down. Massive Phoenix advantage here. Trigger, he does cancel the Stargate. The reason for this, he knows that Classic isn't making extra Phoenixes, so he has to stop the Phoenix production. It will get across the map, and we'll see what he can get done. Ooh, as the Phoenixes, they race back home. There's potential for them to get economic damage. There's only 1 Stalker that he could totally be here. But Trigger, he's afraid of a second Oracle. Yeah, bit of a fake out. So Trigger, the reason why he's not harassing with the Phoenixes is because he believes that a second Oracle has already been built and he's waiting for the second Oracle. We know that it was a delayed second Oracle. The second Oracle is just now beginning. It wasn't already in production and it wasn't already on the map. So this is a bit of a misread from Trigger. He could have and he should have done more damage here, but again, he was playing it safe. He was playing it safe. Now he realizes what's happened. Now he knows that, yep, Oracle's cancelled. It doesn't even make the Oracle, but because he started, like, mind games. Basically, Classic, he starts the Oracle, and he's forcing Trigger to stay back at home. Because Trigger believes there's an Oracle on the way. We know there isn't. Trigger does not. So really good mind games here at a Classic. It's allowing Classic to get into his own economy and to make sure he doesn't get disrupted or doesn't get harassed. Here we go. As Phoenixes, they dip in. They pull away. Phoenixes, they do pull away. So far, again, the Mass Stalker has been revealed. Classic keeping up. Oh, catching out a Phoenix, almost. Almost. I do see in the chat someone asking, Beyond vs. Cure, is it over? What's the result? Yes. We Beyond vs. Classic was our first series. We did wrap it up, did finish it. It was a fast series. I'll say that at least. I do recommend it. It was a fun series, but very fast. Very quick best of 3. You can infer that how you will. as Classic does move out across the map. He has the massive Link Stalkers. Likewise, these Phoenixes, they haven't really been too impactful here. Again, they kind of missed their timing. They missed their usefulness. He dives on top of the army, going for the Immortal. Stalker goes down first, followed by the Immortal. Trigger, he's racing back home. And Trigger is being caught out. Did attempt to expand. No Phoenixes whatsoever. The natural is compromised, knocking down the pylon. And he can go for that final Immortal. And he will. In Classic, he blinks in, he dives in. Takes down the Immortal. The Stalkers, the Phoenixes, are now racing back home. They were out of position. We needed them earlier. And again, the mind games, the outpositioning here was real, so real for Classic. Again, with the fake outs with the Oracle, likewise, just pushing in at just the right moment, depowers the gateways, denies the upgrades as well, and Classic is snowballing out of control. And again, the Phoenixes, they did nothing this game. They achieved nothing. He got an Oracle, he got one. That's all he was able to do. No economic damage whatsoever. And with that, so Classic is going to be cleaned up, at least somewhat. At least we're trying to. Classic still maintaining a worker lead. He's on 3 bases, rallying across the map. And here we go. You try to recall back home. Yo, shout to Eva. Eva. Papi, don't forget to schedule your match against Fort Jimmy. Don't forget. Yes, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? What have I done? What do you mean? Eva. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Don't forget your match. Don't forget. But yes, we're going over OlimoLeague. As Classic once in, he dives in, takes out the Immortal. GG gets called. He does a woman. Classic will take a 1-0 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. But again, hope you've all been enjoying yourselves. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Roddy Raid redirected. I hope you enjoyed the Basilisk Big Brain bouts. Hope you enjoyed the show matches. Big shout out to Rotterdam, of course. Shout out to Rotterdam, and I hope you all enjoyed yourselves. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Welcome. For those that are curious, welcome to the CranKy Ducklings. We do cast StarCraft on a daily basis here. This is our 3rd cast of the day, by the way. We just wrapped up an MC show match with Minchul. We just wrapped up the Fire Cup as well, and now we are live with our 3rd broadcast of the day with the OlimoLeague, and we are here in the round of 32. We're here in the round of 32. Usually we cast OlimoLeague live. I may as well just go into a bit of a PSA here. Usually we cast OlimoLeague live, but as of and we did cast it live for the past month, but unfortunately, when it comes to casting it live, we can only cast it live on Chijijik. You can see their logo just underneath the OlimoLeague logo. And Chijijik is a Korean streaming platform. It's not Twitch, it's like the Korean version of Twitch. So we can only stream it there. And we have been for the past month or so, and sure, like with like the official English casters, we stream it live. But as you can imagine, not a lot of people are aware of it. You know, people mainly use, Twitch or YouTube. And on top of that, the Chijijik platform is only in Korean. It's only in Korean. It's not very friendly to foreigners. So we weren't really getting much viewership there. So it's like, you know what? May as well forego live casting. We'll just cast it via replays instead here on Twitch a couple of hours after the fact. So we have foregone casting it live for a replay cast instead. Again, these events occurred a couple of hours ago. Bear that in mind. So this is these events did occur a couple of hours ago. We were actually casting at the time. We were casting another tournament. So we've been casting all night, Papi. Casting all night. So we were casting another event at the time, but now we can catch up on the replays. And we are here in the round of 32. We're in the round of 32. We just wrapped up with Beyond versus Cure, and now we're getting into Classic versus Trigger. Into game number 2. Let's go. What does Korea have against Twitch? Nothing. It's what Twitch has against Korea. Basically, Twitch is no longer a thing in Korea. It's no longer a thing. So as a result, basically competitive or competitor platforms have risen up to take the place of Twitch. And yeah, there are 2 of them. Well, I guess there are 3 of them. There's like Kakao Live, there's Soup, and there is Chijijik as well. Here we go. But yes, as Kuro stating in the chat, Twitch does not exist in Korea. Not anymore. Not anymore. Oh, Eon Blue, let's go. Papi, when are you playing in the OlimoLeague? When are you playing? I want my Eon Blue builds. As we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Amygdala, we have the Canadian Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Basilisk. Down in the series, receiving bounce back and force the ace match, it is Trigger. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. Leading the series 1-0, it is Classic. Here we go. Oh, hello, Pi. Hello. Good to see you. Good to see you. Always good to see you. But yeah, we're settling in. If you missed out on game 1, both players did open up economically. It was on Ultra Love. Trigger did open up Phoenixes. Alas, the Phoenix opener wasn't quite able to pay for itself. Was faked out. He believed additional Oracles were coming, so he was keeping the Phoenixes back at home. Meanwhile, there wasn't. Instead, Classic was gearing up for a massive push with Blink Stalkers. And Trigger, he was unaware, so he was caught with his pants down. Did go the way of Classic, but now we're here in game 2. This time we're on a much more standard map. There's no crazy low ground setup. We have 2 gate openers all around. Here we go, 2 gate opener out of Trigger. Meanwhile, do you see what I see? Only a single gateway for Classic. So Classic is going for a gate into Cybercore, into expansion. Might even try to cut some more corners as well. So Classic is being more economic. This is very similar to the Max Packs opener, for example. And this opener has been very trendy recently amongst the Korean Protosses, amongst the Korean scene over the past couple of weeks, maybe month of play. We've seen herO, Classic, Trap, all of them, they've all been embracing this opener here. It's been great to see the meta evolve amongst the Korean players, and really Trigger has the option to go for an all-in. He has the option here to go for an all-in to try to punish the greed of his opponent, and then we'll see if Classic can survive that. As the gateways are finishing up, we can see Trigger trying to pylon block. There we go, we'll delay the expansion. And Classic is forced to make that first Zealot. First Zealot has arrived. Classic getting into his own Stargate opener. So again, very Max Packs-esque. Going for the Stargate into his expansion. And if Classic does believe or does sniff out something like an all-in coming, he can always make a defensive Void Ray. Can always get there, if need be. But now it's going to be expanding, and Trigger back at home. It looks like he is not setting up his own proxy location. The probes are racing back home, and Trigger's just going for his own expansion. Likewise, Stargate opener as well. Okay. Now, checking the vision, Trigger, he hasn't actually seen the Stargate of his opponent, but based on the build of choice, he can deduce that Classic did open Stargate regardless, which means Trigger may just open up Phoenix. Oracle is on the way for Classic, and Trigger might be able to shut it down without it dealing really any damage whatsoever. So Trigger, he has potential. You know what, back at home, going to be expanding. Natural is on the way. Fanning at his Stalkers. And we'll see if Trigger goes for the initial Phoenix or the Oracle instead. Here we go. As the first Oracle is on the way, Oracle into Void Ray. So again, just really standard and safe play here by Classic. I say standard in the sense that when it comes to this opener, Oracle into Void Ray is the go-to. Oracle zooming across the map. And the Phoenixes are on the way. So far, a really good read here by Trigger. As we mentioned before, Trigger didn't scout the tech, but he could deduce exactly what was going on and the likely build of choice. The likely follow-up. As the Oracle is revealed, dives into the main, Phoenix is ready, and the Oracle is going to be completely shut down. He gets 1, he gets 2 probe kills, only 2. Only 2 probes go down. A much better trade here by Trigger. He shuts down Classic, moves out across the map. We'll see what Trigger can get done. Shades into the main, gets a full scout, gets eyes on the second Stargate. He's crazy. Second Stargate's on the way, gets scattered by the hallucination, by the shade, and there we go. We cancel the second Stargate, hard switching into Blink Stalkers. Classic with the mind games. But again, the reason why he canceled was because he got scouted. Meanwhile, Phoenixes, they poke in. They have yet to confirm. So Classic being a little bit cheeky here. Trigger so far unaware. He's going to be forced back. He's going to be zoned away. And Trigger behind this, he's not going for his own second Stargate. Thankfully, this time he doesn't get baited into mass Phoenixes. He is going into his own Blink Stalkers. So both players taking in the same direction. Trigger has some incomplete information, but he should soon confirm with the scout. And Phoenixes, they dive in. They get a probe. They camp the production. Yeah, better trade here from Trigger. He takes down 1, takes down 2. Takes down 2 Phoenixes, confirms that there is no second Stargate. Gets eyes on the Twilight Council. Should notice that there's no researching either. And checking his vision, yep, he does confirm the Dark Shrine. Oh my god, the scouting! Takes down the final Phoenix. Trigger gets the hell out of here. And now he knows. He knows a couple of different things, actually. One, he's aware of DTs, of course. He's aware of the Dark Templar. He's also aware that there's going to be a window in time where Trigger has Blink and Classic does not. It's a small window, but a window nonetheless. We'll see if we can make use of that. Trigger, he responds with his own Robo. Robo has been placed. And with this, can get into the Observer, get detection. Stalkers move out. Classic set up here with his own proxy. Trigger does scout, does confirm. Is aware. Classic doesn't stop. I love it. He cancels the Dark Shrine because he got scouted, so good move here by Classic. And what does he do? He's knocking down those rocks. He's going for the gold. Like, the twists and turns this game from Classic has been insane. Like, the fake out double Stargate Phoenix into Blink Stalker, into DTs, now into the gold base. Like, it's been crazy. And as much as I love the twists and turns, I mean, Trigger, because he's been able to respond and been able to keep up, he does find himself with the lead. Trigger, he does have the slightly better economy. He has the larger army, of course, as well. And this is so Classic can recover and come back. Just because of all those twists and turns, his tech is behind. So Classic has some catching up to do. And the gold base will help. The golds will help. Army gets spotted. Classic does take down one of the Phoenixes, but alas, Trigger, he will overwhelm. Yeah, he has a massive Stalker count. He will shut down the army. We have reinforcements coming in, but Trigger, he can still take this. He can, and he will. Phoenix goes down, but for the cost of every single Stalker. And with that, Trigger, he can just keep pushing. He can keep going. Gold base is on the way. GG gets called, and Trigger ties up the series 1-1. GG. We are going to the ace match. Again, just really good scouting, really good responses here out of Trigger, keeping up with every twist and turn that Classic threw at him. And with that, we're going all the way to the ace match. Let's go. Whew, oh my god. So very well played there by Trigger. Classic maybe having a little bit too much fun when it came to his initial build and his tech pods, of course. How he was following things up. And now we find ourselves on one of the most vetoed maps in the map pool, a map that we rarely get to see. We're going to be loading into El Dorado. Let's go. Let us go. Now, as a reminder, OlimoLeague has a unique format, has a unique system, no vetoes. Vetoes are not allowed, so because of that, we actually get to experience some of these otherwise typically vetoed maps in the map pool. Instead, losers pick. So this is Classic's map of choice. And it makes sense. It's a very chaotic map. Let's go. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is Classic. And we'll see if we can bring it back and take the series. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, though, we have the Canadian Protoss player representing Basilisk, tying up the series. And can he keep up that momentum? Can he claim the series and take down Classic? It is a Trigger. Here we go. Now, very similarly to Ultra Love, what do we have? A ramp. A ramp coming into the natural on both sides, of course, and both players attempted to go into their own economic openers. Gate into Cybercore into expansion. I say that, but like we saw on Ultra Love, we expect to see both players taking their second gases and both players taking into Stargates. Now, we saw that even though we attempted to embrace Phoenix Wars in Game 1, Classic did deviate, he faked Trigger out, and Classic was able to go into just mass Blink Stalker aggression and catch Trigger with his pants down. We'll see if that's the case this time as well. As the probes are sent out, and as we mentioned before, the goal here with these workers is to pylon block and delay the expansion. It's all about scouting, all about delaying the expansion for as long as possible. Second gases are now being taken, cybercores are on the way, and if both players are successful when it comes to pylon blocking, we should be going for Stargates and then into Phoenixes. And then leading into Phoenix Wars. Of course, to caveat that, of course, the last time this happened, Classic did deviate away from that, so we'll see if that happens again. For now, we are settling in. Shout out to Eba? Wait, what? Did we just get raided twice? Ewa, did you go live again? What? What's happening? Eva! What's going on? Are you okay? Oh no! As Trigger out of position, the Nexus gets thrown down, and Classic, he will get away with a faster expansion. Trigger across the map, going for the Stargate into a delayed Nexus. Let's go. I was raiding you, then Ronnie raided me, so then I said I'll play 1 or 2 more games. What is... Eva, you're an animal. What are you doing? God damn it. S to Eva. Also, if you didn't hear me, Eva, make sure you play your match versus Jimmy. Make sure you play it. S to Eva. But also, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the raid, Eva. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Gracias, papi, gracias. Ga, papi, ga. And welcome everyone from Eva's stream once again. Welcome. Again, we are live here covering the OlimoLeague broadcast, or OlimoLeague replay cast, I should emphasize. As we are settling in, again, as a reminder, Classic did get the faster expansion, going into his own Stargate Phoenix opener. Meanwhile, Trigger back at home going into Phoenix's as well, with a slightly later expansion. So we're entering the initial phase of Phoenix Wars. As we mentioned before, because both players open Stargate, both players see each other open Stargate, and as a result, both players have to make Phoenixes. Phoenixes, they need to be made. Trigger, he's across the map, trying to break down that wall. Zealot is going to go down. Shield battery gets cancelled. Epsay making their way in. Not just one, but two. Two at Epsay bust their way into the main bases. Two at Epsay can one-shot probes. They can wreak havoc. Busting into the main, getting a handful of probe kills so far. Not bad. Say a handful, 3 probes. 3 workers going down. Denied mining here at the natural. And that is a second Stargate on the way. So Trigger, he is embracing Phoenix Wars, mass Phoenix production, I should emphasize. Classic has yet to do so. Classic, though, he's still up in workers. The reason for this, if you remember, is because Classic's Nexus was faster. So faster Nexus means higher worker count, and Classic still maintains that lead. Now going for his own Stargate. So mass Phoenixes from both players. Classic does have 1 Stalker that can support his army. Bear that in mind. Does have the Stalker. And a Trigger is going to be moving out. Okay, we're good. Just looking for the army. Staying back at home. When it comes to Phoenix Wars, a lot of it does come down to the one big engagement. If a player doesn't stack properly, if they don't engage properly, everything can just go south real fast, real quick. There's a reason why players or people don't really enjoy Phoenix Wars too much, and it's because it's so unforgiving and very cutthroat. If you lose even 1 Phoenix, that could be game. That can just be game then and there. So it's not the most enjoyable to play, especially. We can see Classic pylon blocking all the expansions. Very nicely done. Oh no! Classic is scabbing. He's stacking. He's stacking. So is Trigger. Whew. Okay, we good. Again, you have to make sure you stack so you line up your shots. Otherwise, you have wasted DPS. Just because if you leave your Phoenixes idle, they do just naturally fan out. If they're too spread out, then when the fight happens, a bunch of your Phoenixes just won't attack. They just won't attack. They won't engage properly. Now, these pylon blocks are brutal because Phoenixes can't shoot buildings. They cannot shoot buildings, which means Trigger cannot expand without a ground unit. So he is forced to invest into a Zealot. Has to make a Zealot. Classic does not, so Classic is being a little bit more efficient as a result. As you can see, Trigger, he wants to expand, but he's going to be delayed. Looking at the units count here, Trigger does have a 1 Phoenix lead. Armies are moving out. I mean, there's still that Stalker, bear that in mind. And Classic, he can snipe the Zealots! Yeah, Trigger's out of position. Zealot goes down, which means Trigger cannot expand. He cannot expand. Oh! He's going to engage, though. Does dive in. 1 Phoenix goes down. 2 Phoenixes. A bit of a messy fight here. Reinforcements have arrived, and Classic, he will take this. Yeah, he will take the better fight. As we mentioned before, Trigger, his Phoenixes, they weren't stacking. The Phoenixes are low, though. Oh! They are low. Nice target firing. Very nicely done. And they trade evenly. 3 and 3. Whew. They trade 3 and 3. Classic backs off, but Classic, he achieved what he wanted. Kept the pylon alive. Did keep the pylon alive. And back at home, Classic is expanding. Phoenixes move out. Reinforcements have arrived. Classic now with the Phoenix lead. Does take a slight Phoenix advantage. Phoenix range on the way with that fleet beacon. Trigger has not invested into his own upgrade yet, though. No fleet beacon for Trigger. That does mean the Classic's gonna shoot first. Will shoot first. And once he gets the upgrade, I mean. As it's still a very tense moment here. Still could go either way. I love just the wall of phoenixes, sorry, the wall of pylons you have over there. Classic double expanding even. Gets his third, now getting a fourth. Trigger going to be expanding towards the south instead. I should say forced to expand towards the south. But a much more delayed expansion. Classic getting into upgrades, does engage, takes down another Phoenix. Yeah, Phoenix range. He has range over his opponents. Free shots going off. And Trigger is being bullied back. He cannot engage, not like this. Oh, does stack. Does stack up, does turn the tables. Somewhat trades. But this is still a better trade for Classic. And GG gets called, does outtrade him, and Classic will take the series 2-1. Will take down Trigger. GG. GG, well played. That Phoenix range timing was brutal. Unfortunately, Trigger, he did not have his own fleet beacon. He had no range, so we saw just so many free shots going off in favor of Classic there. Again, the advantage of that extra range, of course, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Classic will take it. A shout out to Trigger, though. Again, it was a very intense series, and I was very impressed by Trigger in that first game. Here in game 3, though, we saw that, again, there was just a little bit too much working against him when it comes to delayed expansions. Because the third base was delayed, that's another reason why the tech was delayed as well, because he was down in economy. He had less money to work with, to invest into a fleet beacon, to invest into upgrades. It all kind of piled on each other there. It all kind of added up, and with that, GG. GG, well played. Classic will take the series 2-1. Congratulations. We'll take the series, and now we have one match left in the round of 32. One match left to go. And and up next is going to be SKillous versus Zown. Let's go. Here we go. Do you have SKillous versus Zown coming up next? Another PvP. Another PvP. Again, we're big Nikita fans here on the channel. Shout out to SKillous, of course. He recently did qualify for Masters Coliseum. He was popping off in those qualifiers, in the global qualifier especially. And yeah, SKillous, he did well for himself. He did qualify over Solar. He had some killer PvZ. But how good is this PvP? Let's go. We're here to find out. For those that of course remember, we were the B stream for Homestory Cup. For Homestory Cup 26, the most recent one, even the one before that as well. And if you remember, on the B stream, we were lucky enough to cast SKillous versus Nightmare. And, yo, Nikita was looking so good, so powerful in that series. I want to say this is a comparable matchup, but we'll see as we're jumping into our fresh best of 3. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have our South Green Protoss player, the Red Protoss. It is Zown. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid. It is SKillous. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in and calming things down. Now, once again, we spawn into Ultra Love. What does that mean? That means it is viable to go for the Gate Expand setup here. Gate into Cybercore into Nexus. Zown does embrace it. SKillous, he deviates from the norm. He's going for the high ground wall off instead with a 2-gate opener. Okay, so SKillous is going to have the option. He's going to have the option to be aggressive and to potentially go for a 1-base all-in. Zown is going to be opening up more economic instead. At least I'm making this assumption based on the pylon placement. We'll see. Yeah, there we go. 2-gate opener. So 2-gate opener out of SKillous. This is a much more aggressive start. And we'll see if SKillous does throw down a proxy. We'll keep an eye on SKillous here. Meanwhile, Zown, he scouts, he confirms, he is fully aware that he's a little bit in danger. Oh, show us that proxy. Show us the pylon. Yeah, SKillous, he's setting up. There it is. Proxy pylon here. SKillous is going for a one base all in. Zan, he is somewhat aware, checking his vision. Zan, he sees a missing pylon. He knows that a pylon is missing. Now, for all Zan knows, it could be further back in the main. It could be at the natural. It could be a fake proxy pylon, or it could be a real one. It's up to Zan to determine which one it is. See how he does respond. Opening up Zealot first. Zan just being a bit of a nuisance here in the main, trying to force some inefficient mining. Is going to be the proxy robo, so confirmation, one base all in here from SKillous. And Zan, he is looking for the proxy. Zealot going to be skirting around the right-hand side, checking the wrong side of the map for now. Oh, checking over towards the left. He's checking the third base locations. Likewise, Probe is also skirting around the top left-hand corner of the map as well. He's looking, he's scouting. And how long will it take for him to find it? On top of that, Zan, he delays the expansion. Okay, very safe move here out of Zan. He delays the Nexus in favor of a Robo. He went Robo before expand. So very safe play here out of Zan. This Robo means he can make his own defensive Immortals and his own, of course, War Prism as well. Top micro. Likewise, Zan is still scouting, still looking. He's checking again the close by locations, the third, the fourth base. Doesn't find anything. Doesn't find anything here. The Probe, likewise, unsuccessful as well. But still playing it safe. Shield Battery. Shield Battery is also on the way. SKillous, he's denied the Shade. So far, he is denied. Immortal production well underway. Sentries rallying across the map as well. The Probe is still alive. The Probe is still in the main, which means Zan will confirm it's a one base all in, because now he sees no expansion. So Zan, he's fully aware of what's going on for the most part. Adepts are amassing. Immortal has arrived. The Immortal is just now coming down here, or just now spawning in for Zan. He does need more time, though. Yeah, the shield battery is going to fall. Nice pickup. Stalker's under fire. And SKillous just forcing his way into the natural. That is Nartosis Pylon. The Pylon, likewise, is exposed. Going for the gateway. And again, Zan, he just has to buy time. Prisoner has arrived, more reinforcements. Gateway's gonna fall. And that is gonna impede the production here of Zan. There we go, the Immortal has made it. Gateway goes down. Gets one of the gates, nice force field. Just zoning back the army. Zones away the Immortal, going for the second gateway. And the second gateway is gonna fall as well. And how many gateways? 0 gateways. 0 gates left here for Zan. He can't warp in. What you see is what you get. Just Immortals and this army. The force field. He does knock it down. Nice force field. Shield Battery doing what it can, but the stutter stepping here. He gets knocked down by the Adepts. They get a surround. They hug the Immortal. The Immortal goes down. Massive pickup. There's one Immortal left. The micro here is insane. SKillous saves the Immortal. Oh, got him. Saves the Immortals just barely. Oh my god. And with that, he breaks through. He overwhelms. He overpowers. He breaks through the natural. GG gets called, and SKillous takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. SKillous will take a lead in the series. Again, a very intense game. Very intense. Bold move as well. What I should have emphasized coming into Ultra Love, of course, isn't just that it's standard to open up with a more economic opener, which is what Zan went for. The reason for that is because of the ramp. The ramp does give you more of a defender's advantage, so Zan had that going for him. Unfortunately, it took him a long time to figure out what exactly was going on. I don't know if you remember, but before Zan realized what kind of all-in was coming his way, he was investing into shield batteries in the main. I want to say there was like a shield battery in the middle line on the way, and he was like trying to still figure out what was going on. Alas, he was caught with his pants down. And likewise, just really nice moves out of SKillous. Not just when it came to shutting down the production, but also really nice force fields as well. Kind of zoning away the Immortal, buying time, making sure the Immortal wasn't really impacting the fight, and of course, locking it down as well with his Adepts body blocking. He was able to body block that Immortal, lock it down. GG. GG, well played. And with that, we're getting into game number 2. Game number 2 is going to be on King's Cove. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of King's Cove, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, down in this series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Zan. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the blue Protoss player representing Team Liquid, leading the series 1-0. It is SKillous. Here we go. Un momento. Sorry, just opening the door. It's getting quite hot here in Australia. I mean, the sun is up. The sun is shining. It is 8 a.m. in the morning. It is 8 a.m. Ay, ay, ay. So just getting a little bit hot here. I know it is winter elsewhere in the world, but here it is summer. As always, for Christmas. Ay, ay, ay. But now that we're settling in, we do have initially a 2-gate opener. Unlike the previous maps, I mean, here on King's Cove, you can go for these more economic starts, but we have Zaun opening up 2 gates, SKillous as well. So we are going to be settling into a even more standard back and forth. This time, there isn't as much of an opportunity for SKillous to try to all in and try to overwhelm Zaun. Zaun isn't cutting corners, he isn't opening up economically. Mirrored builds. Do have mirrored builds instead. As we have our initial 2-gate openers. Zaun going to be scouting in the main. He's looking for the pylon. He does find it. So Zaun can be safe and secure, and SKillous should soon do the same. Coming in, counting pylons. And we'll see what initial units we start off with. Do we open up double Stalker, Stalker Sentry, double Adept? Depending on the units of choice, will kind of dictate how aggressive or how defensive our players want to be. And show us what you got. Okay, Stalker Sentry here for both Zaun and SKillous. We're calming things down. Despite the aggressive and intense game 1, we're settling into game number 2. Settling in. Again, Stalker Sentry is very meta nowadays. Very meta, especially after the buff to the Sentry. With this, we have a very nice defensive setup, and likewise, a lot of scouting information. Like PvP nowadays, especially standard PvP, it's all about sentries, all about hallucinations, all about scouting the tech of your opponents and figuring out what's going on and getting into the mid-game. So that should be the direction that we're headed. As SKillous does pylon block. Here comes that hallucination. SKillous' goal here is to determine if there's going to be tech before the expansion, like a Stargate or a Robo or a Twilight Council, and whether or not Zaun even expanded. So he dives in, he confirms the pylons, the gateways, the initial units, and the timing of the expansion. Likewise, Zaun is going to do the same. Likewise, moving up with hallucination. SKillous confirms the tech of choice. It is going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of Zaun. Faster blink. Meanwhile, Zaun moves out, and Zaun confirms almost the opposite, going for a Robo, not a Twilight Council. As Robo is here at the natural. Hallucination does confirm. Now, with a Robo opener, it's a very safe way to open up. It gives you access to early immortal production. It gives you access to early detection, just in case your opponent tried to be crazy and go into like a DT opener. So detection, immortals, warp prism as well. The downside, of course, does mean that SKillous is going to be more defensive, and yep, it coincides with this. Fast third. Insane. The natural isn't even done, by the way, and SKillous, he just rushes into a fast third base. Again, it coincides with the Robo opener. He's just going to be more defensive, is going to be stuck at home here and trying to get away with a more greedy opener. And we'll see if he can. Meanwhile, Zaun will have map control. With Blink Stalkers, he's going to have map control. You can already see the Stalkers are fanning out across the map, trying to make sure there's no crazy proxy, nothing else going on. And it's going to be on Zaun to try to punish the greed of SKillous. And we'll see if he can. Zaun is moving out. Likewise, he will soon confirm what's going on with those hallucinations. We can see SKillous already working on that immortal count. And SKillous is going to be stuck at home until he reaches 3-base saturation and builds up a high enough immortal count to break out across the map. Likewise, catching up with his own upgrades as well. So we have our defender, we have our aggressor. Likewise, nice force fields. Oh, Blink isn't done! And one Stalker goes down already! Yeah, very nice catch from SKillous. Zaun, getting a little bit over-eager there. Did face check up the ramp, got punished for it, and he has to back off. Again, Blink is still not done. So he got a little bit too excited. Zaun trying to be active. SKillous, I believe, yep, fully walls off. Adept Shade is denied. And down he's looking for another way in. Two Adepts taking one-shot probes. But now we can talk about the biggest feature, or one of the biggest features here of King's Cove. And the reason why SKillous is playing this way is how defensive you are, how defendable you are on 3 bases. The ramp. The ramp coming into the natural is very narrow. Very narrow. Likewise, you have the high ground advantage as well. Likewise, at the 3rd base, also another ramp. Because of that, as we just saw, force fields can be insane. And even if you're down in army supply, you can defend. You can hold, especially with the help of the shield battery. And the energy overcharge as well. So this map is very defendable on 3 bases. Specifically on 3 bases though, I should emphasize that as well. The 4th base is more exposed, whether it's the center 4th base or the base on the right hand side. That's where things can be a little bit more chaotic when it comes to defending. As Adept does shade in. 2 probe kills for an Adept. Not the best trade here from Down. And we have our tech of choice, Glaive Adepts. So initially, SKillous did open up economically. That is true. Did open up economically. He's built up towards 3 Immortals already, but now he's getting ready for aggression. Glaive Adepts, that does not scale well into a longer game whatsoever. We're moving out with basically a 3-base all-in. We're moving out here with aggression. SKillous, he's soon about to turn this defense into an offense. Zaun back at home, scaling up. He's working towards charge lots, Archons, working towards the mid-game. Before he can get there, SKillous is going to hit first. Oh boy. SKillous is going to hit first. We have cannons, we have shield batteries on the way. Zaun, he's getting ready. He knows what's coming. He's trying to set up. We have cannons and shield batteries at the natural, at the 3rd base as well. Zaun, he needs to buy time. He needs to buy time for his Archons, for his charge lots, for everything else to kick in. And SKillous has a massive supply lead. Army supply lead. Observer goes down. Observer does go down. SKillous are going to push in, knocking down those rocks. Prism is here to reinforce. But Epps a shade towards the main. And Zaun, he has to respect the shade. Heading into the mineral line. SKillous pushing in. Where are the force fields? So far, so good. Zaun, he holds the line. Meanwhile, Epps a shade towards the 3rd. More Adept shading on over. Oh, does he commit? Not quite. Doesn't commit. He gets up the ramp. Zaun out of position. Yeah, he gets caught out of position. Brutal force fields. The Archon can knock them down. But Zaun, he's locked out of his own natural. Yeah, he's just locked out. Robo goes down. Shade into the main. Nice force fields. The Immortals, they're pinned back. And SKillous, he shades in. Probes are falling. And Zaun, he just can't really engage. He's trying to. Boys are being pulled into Glaive Adepts. Probes are going down left and right. 22 probe kills. And eventually Zaun, he might be able to clean this up, but he's losing everything. Losing every single worker. As I'll say, shut down the Immortals. Down to 1 Immortal left. Reinforcements on the way. The final Immortal is going to go down. But again, at what cost? At the cost of 39 workers. Nothing left here in the natural. Nothing in the main. And SKillous is going for the 3rd. Last bastion of hope for these probes. Every worker going down. And back at home, SKillous, he's chilling. He's he's perfectly fine. Is he still not done? Shading back, Adept's still in the main. And GG gets called. SKillous will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the round of 16. GG. GG, well played. Very nicely done here by SKillous. Again, SKillous kind of luring Zaun into a false sense of security. We mentioned it at the time. It all happened real quick. But SKillous did open up economically. He opened up defensively. That is all true. But then he followed it up with a very crisp timing of Glaive Adepts. Very strong timing with 3 Immortals, Sentries, and masked Glaive Adepts. Alas, if you remember, Zaun was getting ready for a longer game. He was expecting a macro game. He was getting into +1, getting into Archons, charge lots, gateway explosion, workers, saturating his 3rd base. Like Zaun was getting ready for a game that wasn't really coming, right? He was so SKillous, he was able to knock him down before it could really get things going, and GG, well played. SKillous does take the 2-0, and with that, that concludes the round of 32. Does conclude the round of 32. Now we're getting ready for the round of 16. Oh boy, what matches do we have ready for us? Okay, let's go. We do have a couple of matches here. From the top, we're going to be going over herO versus Cure. If you were here for it, Cure did take down Byun. Did take down Byun at the start of the broadcast, so Cure moves on to face off against herO. We have GuMiho versus Trap, and Mana versus Creator. Oh boy, so we will soon be jumping into the round 16. I do need a moment to set things up. Let us go. So chat did Trigger Beach Classic, went to the ace match, but Classic did win in the end. Phoenix Wars, man. Phoenix Wars. Oh. They be casting always, Pappy, always. Always casting. I always hear King's Cope. Oh no. Not like this. The trumpet overlay is the GOAT. Yeah, of course. The trumpet, the fanfare, Pappy. The fanfare. Always, always. Here we go. But yes, we're going to be taking a moment here. We're going to be going on a very short break, couple of minutes, only a couple of minutes, and when we come back, we will have the round of 16. I do just need a moment to set up all the matches and get things going. Take this time to get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and get ready for a day of StarCraft. It's an intense weekend, Pappy. OlimoLeague, Masters Coliseum, as well as Firegrow Cup as well. We'll see you guys in a couple of minutes. See you soon. Oh, see you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Ooh, hope you enjoyed that lovely brutal OSC as we have returned with the round of 16. The round of 16 here of OlimoLeague week number 234. And we have our first match ready for us. we have our first match. We're going to be jumping into a TVP between herO and herO. Let's go. And game number 1 is going to be on El Dorado. Once again, featuring one of the more unorthodox maps in the map pool. Once again, when it comes to the format of the tournament, 2 things. I mentioned before that it is loser's pick. True. No vetoes is loser's pick. On top of that, the starting map is predetermined. It is predetermined on the brackets, so we force players to play on maps that they otherwise don't want to play on, like El Dorado. For our entertainment. It's beautiful. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner of El Dorado, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing Team Liquid. It is herO. Let us go. So again, we are settling into our TVP. And again, previously we saw herO, we were able to feature him in the round of 32. He was able to bring down Beyond in a very impressive fashion in the TVT. But what about the TVP? For a very long time, herO, he was known for his TVP matchup. He arguably had the best TVP in the world for quite some time before, you know, the dominance of Clem, of course. And we also saw them both improve as well when herO did join Team Liquid quite some time ago at this point, but they did often say that they would often do practice games together, would often just learn and grow together as well, and did improve their TVP alongside each other. In saying that though, herO is a different kind of beast. He's a very different kind of beast here. I did see someone in the chat saying like, oh, herO, he's not so hot recently. I would recommend watching this week's tournaments even. herO, he competed in this week's Wardy TV Monday, and we had a banger of a finals between herO and Clem. Went all the way to the ace match, all the way to game 5. And again, herO, he was able to flex his PVZ to make it that far. It took down many a Zerg player to make it to the finals, and even then had a good series against Clem as well. So I do recommend it. Was a fun broadcast, of course. Likewise, herO has also been dominant in the KSL. As always, the KSL is the Korean StarCraft League. It is a bi-weekly open tournament over the weekend, and herO, he is often dominant in that format as well, at least amongst the other Koreans. So we'll see. We'll see how this does turn out here and now. So far, we're settling in. Is going to be an economic opener out of herO, going for a Rax Expand single gas opener here from our Terran player. Meanwhile, herO just going for his own Gate Cyber Expand. So standard openers all around, economic out of herO, standard out of herO. So far, so good. So far, so good. We have our tech of choice. It's going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of herO. Twilight Council, I would imagine, into Blink. There is a niche build where you can go into DTs, for example, but I can't imagine herO is going to embrace that. We should be seeing Blink Stalkers. And the Reaper does get a full scout. Reaper dives into the main, gets eyes on the Twilight Council, and now herO is fully aware of what's going on. herO is aware. And one of the big features of El Dorado, of course, I should try to emphasize as he's getting into his 1-1-1, is just how short the rush distance is by ground, especially if we expand towards each other. If both herO and herO go towards the south and take these southern expansions, it takes very little time at all to go from base to base, from side to side, and aggression and momentum becomes a big factor here in this matchup. Likewise, short rush distance by air as well, so drop play can hit a little bit faster, and I would imagine that's the direction that herO is headed in. Adepts attempt to shade. They get some scanning information. They deny mining time here at the natural. Nice damage so far. And herO is indeed working towards Blink. Now the question becomes, how many gateways? 2 gate Blink, 3 gate Blink, or 4 gate Blink Stalker? Adepts, they force the shade away. Oh, hello herO. As herO is setting up scouting pylons out on the map. So far, we have how many gates? We have 1 gateway on the low ground, and we have 2 gates in the main, so 3 gate Blink in total. Very safe play here by herO. Is designed to have enough of an army to keep up with any kind of early game aggression. As herO moves out, and herO has his Onaga, so he spots the move out. Does spot the move out. Looks like herO, he's only vying for map control. He pulls back with the main army, only taking control of the Zonaga. You know, here comes the follow-up, going for the singular Widowmine drop. Again, because it was only a single gas opener, there's no like 2nd, 3rd, or 4th Widowmine, just the one. And this isn't really designed to get damage, it's designed to scout, more than anything. Designed to get into the main, get a read on the tech, get a read on how many gateways there are, the saturation, the third base. As he is outside the main, waiting for his moment. Likewise, Kira back at home, getting to his 3-1-1 setup. Tech Lab on the starport, getting to Raven production. So far, everything's looking normal, everything's looking standard. From the side of herO, he does go for further tech before expanding. Interesting. So herO, he's staying on 2 bases a little bit longer in favor of a Bay and a Forge. +1 and Colossus production. So once again, really safe play here out of herO. He had the option. He had the option to go for a faster expansion, go for a third base and focus on his economy. Instead, just really safe. As both players are still building up. Kira has yet to pull the trigger. Kira does have eyes on any would-be third, but the Stalkers will take down at least the Hellion towards the south. Likewise, Hellion on the north as well. So Kira is being zoned away. And herO, I would imagine, is soon to expand. Just wants to make sure that Kira's kept guessing. And there it is. Here comes the probe, and here comes the third. So herO expanding vertically towards the north. Colossus production has begun. Back at home, Kiri starts off his own third CC. And is poised to either land here towards the south or even try and take the gold. Is possible. See how Kira does expand. Likewise, still building up his army. 3rd and 4th ranks, stim, combat shields, +1. Medevac production. And Kira is still yet to really pull the trigger here. He still has that one Widowmine. Really patient play out of Kira. He doesn't want to throw it away. Doesn't want to just, you know, go in and YOLO and lose his drop. I mean, herO is in position. Did scout the drop with that pylon earlier. So Kira's respecting that. So we're calming down. I mean, we've had a pretty intense couple of games so far with our TVTs and PvPs, but here in this TVP, we're just settling into the mid game, just expanding, getting our third bases, taking up. As we mentioned before, herO was playing very safe. And Kira hasn't taken any chances either. As Medevac's time arrives, he's going to be stripping away the map control of herO. Stripping away any vision. herO pokes in, tank is in position. Kira defends, and Kira, he has control of the Zelnaga as well. So now herO is that much more in the dark. You can see herO vying for control, fighting for the Zelnaga. Does take back control. Likewise, herO just fanning out more pylons. Getting an eye on any kind of drop play. Here comes the expand. Kira likewise expanding vertically as well. As Kira takes the third, herO takes the fourth. Ideally, the Protoss does want to stay up a base. The reason for this is, I mean, mules, right? Like similar with TVZ as well. So the Protoss does want to maintain themselves. Stay ahead on those bases. And now we finally have a Kira being active. He's got to move out. And here he does spot the move out. He's going to try and slow it down, picking up a Marine here or there. Likewise, his Colossus have been building up. We have, oh my god, we have 3 Colossi already. hero's ready. Ideally, he does want to refine the splash damage and diversify, get into Disruptors, get into Storm, alongside Colossus. He's getting there. Immortal production has begun. Typically, you don't want to go past 4 Colossi, otherwise you have diminishing returns, as they just do overkill. Otherwise, there's just wasted DPS. So that is the sweet spot. herO getting ready for his own counterattack, and Kira doesn't really commit to anything. He's just vying for map control once again, securing himself 4 CCs on the way. Yo, no rush 10 minutes. Let's go. Both players just building up, maxing out. Massive warp into the main. And the warp in, it looks like it barely will not complete. Whew. Yeah, the warp in is denied, and Kira will defend. Shuts down the drop. Denies the warp in. herO, meanwhile, is being active, trying to catch out that drop. And he will. A massive snipes going off, or swipes even from the Colossi. Blinks in, going for the Metamax. He gets 1, he gets 2, he gets 3. Oh, a lot of Stalkers are going to be falling. And the Bio Army will escape, but here he takes down, he shuts down every single Metavac. All 4 Metavacs go down. Hero chasing Cure back. Did bleed out a little Stalkers in the process though. He has to respect the army. That's a lot of ghosts, that's a lot of EMPs. Hero playing with fire. He cannot fight this head on. Trying to bait out those Widow Mines. He gets 1. Takes down a Widow Mine. Still no Storm behind this or second Robo. Not yet. Meanwhile, Akira, upon seeing all those Colossi, second Starport. Second Starport, Mass Viking production. As he's getting into Mass Viking, there's the second Robo. And this should be the sign of Disruptors. Disruptors should be on the way. And Disruptors, they can no longer one-shot Marauders, but they can still one-shot Ghosts and Marines. Like, they still have value. They're still impactful. 4th base now being taken. Hero does confirm. He spots the army rotation. Hero pushing in. Going to catch Cure out of position. Baiting out mine shots. But Hero's ready for this massive EMPs. Oh my god, the blinks! Hero diving in, takes some mine shots to the face. That I'm not so sure about. Hero, calm down. Has to back off, reinforcing. No Disruptors yet. The Robos are getting ready. Still focusing on Immortal production. I mean, that is an alternate answer to a Marauder heavy style. As here he does go for a Zealot run by, Zealots towards the main, another Warp is into main base as well, going for another Warp in. Once again, is denied. Secure, he will shut this down. Hero pushing in. Once again, pushing into tank fire. And he can't pull this off. Again, Curie is always in position, he's quite heavily fortified here. Once again, Hero deflected. Behind this, here come the Disruptors, and a Dark Shrine as well. But so far, Curie's done a great job here at defending. Just rotating between the northern and southern bases. I mean, it's only really 2 locations that he has to defend. So he's been rotating back and forth. Hero pushing in. Going for the Planetary. Goes for the dive, goes to the blink. Vikings, they will punish. Planetary goes down, but at the cost of the Colossus. Gonna lose 1, gonna lose both. Potentially even all 3. Hero is cutting back, he will lose all 3 Colossi. The Stalkers as well, they get caught out, and Hero, he plummets in supply. Yeah, that was not it. He may have gotten the base, but he loses everything else. The Colossus, the Immortals, the Stalkers as well. Disruptors are on the way, but he needs more time. And Curie snowballing out of control. Looking down the expansion, Disruptors have made it. But Curie, he's maxed. He is maxed out. Grazes the army, gets a Marauder. Let's go. Gets a Marauder, but from here, Curie can just stim in. He just stim and win. Denies the Prism, or denies the Nova. Landing the Vikings, getting on top of the army. And here it just doesn't have enough. There's just nothing left here. It's very tense mid-game. Both players kind of vying for map control. Hero threw away a lot of supply trying to break through. He delayed his own Disruptor production as a result. And Cure could not be broken. He could not be broken. Just really nice defensive play out of Cure. And from here, Hero, he shouldn't be able to hold up. He shouldn't be able to keep up. Shouldn't be able to hold on. He has 2 Colossus, true. No more Vikings. Okay. No more Vikings. Here he's holding onto the high ground, forcing back the Bio Army. Getting back into Viking production. And Hero does hold. Okay. He's holding on. Making a 3rd and 4th Colossus behind this. Let's go. I mean, again, the Viking count was reset, and without Vikings, the Colossus, they can actually hold on. They can keep up, but he has to be very careful not to be caught out like this. Hero pulls away. Doesn't want to get flanked. Doesn't want to get surrounded. Cure re-establishing that northern expansion. 4 base versus 4 base. Hero getting a 5th. But last hero, despite having the higher worker count, he's oversaturated. Like, here he doesn't really have efficient mining going on. So Kira's going to be the first to remax. Does rally across, making his way towards that center expansion. Nice snipe here on the tank. First tank goes down, second tank as well. And the Colossus, they break through. Yeah, massive swipes going off. Kira getting caught out. Has to back off. Better engage here from herO. He's back up to 4 Colossi. Disruptor is now on the way. And herO, he's back in this. Let's go. And Kira does have his 5th. Oh my god, calm down. Calm down with the blinks, herO. Not the first time we've seen him just aggressively blink in. That was better. Snipes on the Vikings. Kira, he still has the greater economy here, but herO, he's soon to establish his 5th. He's getting there. Likewise, Disruptors have a lot of potential as well. Everything can end with 1 or 2 well-placed Novas. Takes on the Sensor Tower. Rotating over. How many Vikings? It's going to be 8 Vikings so far, so to be 12 Vikings for Cure. It's getting up there. Getting up there with a mass Marauder army as well. Jesus, such a beefy force from Cure. Almost purely Marauder Ghost. That's 19. That's as many Marauders as there are Marines. 19 and 19. Crazy. EMP does graze the Stalkers. So far, both players just posturing with each other. Liberator range on the way. +1 ship weapons as well. Gearing up towards Libs. Here trying to collapse in. Zealous from behind. Vikings, they take down the Colossus. The Novas! Nova's going to be going off. Nice switch out to Cure. But the ground army's being cleaned up. I say that Colossus do go down. Vikings, they land. Zealous, they're coming from behind. They shut down the Ghosts. Likewise, DTs as well. A very scrappy engagement. The surround gets surrounded. And herO holds. Does force the lift. Does force the pickup. Cure forced back. Colossus count was reset. But now it's all about the Disruptors. Likewise, here he will take the center expansion. Does reinforce. With a very cheap army. Has potential. Top left is a planetary once again. Is rotating over. Here he does keep up. Is in position. Decent Novas. To get into the mineral line. Kira, he wants the Disruptors and he gets them. He gets 1, he gets 2. Can he get all 3? Not quite. 2 Disruptors go down. Kira has to back up. Center bases, no shot, he saves it. No shot. Nexus is gonna fall. Meanwhile, Kira takes the gold and maintains a stronger economy. herO also expanding towards the south as well. Liberators have arrived. Oh, he has freedom. Getting into the liberation. And herO doesn't really have the best answer for this. I mean, again, his Stalker count was reset. He has very limited anti-air. Liberators are going to be a real problem here for herO. Scan reveals the army, and Kira is going for a massive counterattack instead. Does move out. That's a massive wave of Zealots here waiting for him, though. See herO trying to come in from behind, coming in for a surround. And where are the Libs? The Libs are not here. Does force the pickup. herO just evolving to a mass gateway army. Let's go. Mass Zealot army. Never goes up. Ooh, nice connection. Takes down a Ghost. Liberation has arrived, and again, like, nothing shoots up. What does herO have? He's got a couple of Stalkers. 7 Stalkers. Against all these Libs. herO forced back home. herO taking the gold. Kira's being active. herO still going for a massive charge run by. Here he does get 1 Lib. 1 Lib goes down. Zealots, they hit the northern expansion. They should bring down the planetary. It's a big investment here from herO. He blinks in. And he should get it at the same time. Southern Expansion going to be going down as well. Oh, that's a kill, not a cancel. Trading a base for a base. Here he pulls out. Racing back home, likewise trying to catch out the drop as well. Oh! Going for the medevacs. And he will get one. Not bad. One full medevac goes down. Again, it's getting very scrappy. As here he just keeps reinforcing with 10 zealots at a time. He's crazy. Rotating back over. Here sniping another lib. Again, here doing everything he can to just keep the Liberator count as low as possible before the main fight. As Kira trying to take the center expansion. Bold move. Guess I'll lib. Another lib goes down. Kira rotating over. Kira trying to collapse in. Colossus was alright. Decent Novas, but Disruptors are getting caught out. Oh, they do catch some of the ghosts though. Oh my god. And the connections aren't too bad. But it did cost Hero, what, 3 Disruptors. Liberators are unsieged. Hero now reinforcing with Stalkers, and he wants the libs. He gets them as well. That's a, oh my god, how many Liberators are there? 12! 12 libs! They're going down, they're unsieged. Going down one after the other. Hero backs up. Doesn't want to stay within range. Jesus, I didn't realize. He has 9, he's making 2 more. Back up to 11. Back up to 11 libs. Jesus. Stalkers, they get behind the mineral line. If the game were to slow down, this is where I would want Hero to embrace Sky Toss, but just because of how intense and how many fights and how many engagements there's been, like, there's just no room. There's just no room for Sky Toss. For Tempest. Neither player is really slowing down. Hero takes down the CC. Not bad. Likewise gets 1 Liberator as well. And a Viking. Oh, good. Not for free, though. Not for free. Bleeds out a couple of Stalkers. Rotating over. Libs, they do siege up. He dives in. Oh my god, no fear. Does commit. Will take down every single Liberator. Yeah, better engage here from Hero. Just catching Kira off guard. Nova goes up. Kira coming in for the surround. But he doesn't have enough. And now the Colossus, they reign supreme. There's no Vikings. There's no Liberators. The Colossus, they can hold their own. Disruptors are going to be going out. Still a very close fight. Zelda coming to reinforce. Just in time. Hero, he takes the fight. Barely does take the fight. Chases down one of the medevacs. Curie falls back to the safety of the planetary. And the Liberator can reset. I say that he's back up to 4. And again, just really impressive play here out of Hero, just catching the libs out of position multiple times. In a head-on fight, Kira wins 100%, like as of like 5 minutes ago. But he has been able to fight head-on. Just non-stop skirmishes here out of Hero. Denies mining at the gold with the 1 Colossus. Oh, Hero trying to bait out the drop. Nicely done. And behind this, Hero taking every other base on the map. Taking even some of Kira's bases. I'll take all the expansions. Going for a split push. But the Liberator will zone away. Oh. At the same time, Hero taking down top left. That is an orbital, not a planetary. Liberators go down, the SCVs as well. Kira out of position, he's racing back home. And can he get the CC? Oh, one more volley. It's close. So close. Nova goes up. Does zone away. Base goes down. It was a costly trade there for Hero, but he does get it. Takes down the orbital. Setting up another Zealot run by. Or Liberators building up. Oh. So I'll say try to come in from behind. Likewise, Kira catch. Oh no! Nova goes up. Massive connection. fold move here out of Kira, just chasing this down. He does get both disruptors, but does take an over to the face. And herO, he's maxed. Jesus. Wait, what was it, like 10 or 15 minutes ago where I was like, yo, herO's dead? When herO lost everything, when he lost all of his Colossus, when he got surrounded, like, somehow herO, he bounces back in this game, takes the lead, herO's maxed, Kira down in supply, down in workers, down in economy. And herO, he's brought himself back into this game. He's snowballing out of control. Nova's going to be going off. Ooh, checking out the ghost. Planetary falls as well. Just very impressive play here from herO. From a very desperate position as well. Things were looking very bleak for him, not gonna lie. It was crazy. Despite that, herO bouncing forward, taking every opportunity, and GG gets called. herO takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Crazy. GG, well played. Just crazy play there out of herO again. Like, he was in a very rough position. He had lost his entire army, the disruptors, the Colossus. He was forced all the way back home. If you remember, that was that one big moment where he was able to reset the Viking count and barely hold on with 2 Colossi, barely stem the tide, was able to fight back. Even then, it was not easy. He was still down in economy, down in bases, but herO, he was just all over the map, pulling Kira apart, and eventually gained value, gained control, and brought it back. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive play there by herO. Very impressive. And herO takes the lead. herO does take a lead. And now we're settling into game number 2. Let's go. Game number 2 is going to be on Ultra Love. As a reminder, again, it is loser's pick. It is Kira's map of choice. Here we go. That was multiple kills. He threw all the sinks. All the sinks at it. Remember when he was like remaxing with purely Zealot? Remember that? Like, that was crazy. There were just so many crazy phases of that game with herO. Oh my god. But hey, it worked. Eventually. But here we go. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. Representing Team Liquid, it is Kyor. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the blue Protoss player, leading the series 1-0, representing Weibo Gaming, WBG. It is herO. Never doubt herO, never doubt, never doubt. See in chat, this map looks very cool. Yeah, it's one of those things where the map itself has some really fun features, but as we mentioned before, El Dorado, the previous map, is like, I would say the most vetoed map in the map pool, the most vetoed map, so we rarely get to see it. Just to reiterate once again, here in OlimoLeague, there are no vetoes. No vetoes in OlimoLeague, so we force players onto these maps that they would otherwise avoid, and we're able to get some crazy games out of it as a result. So do appreciate the unique formats, a format that isn't really used in any of the other open cups, as it's more for entertainment value than anything. Like, it's not not necessarily the most balanced thing to force everyone to play on El Dorado, but you know what? It's fun, and that's what we're here for. Let's go. And also amazing games, of course. From here, Kyor opening up with a Rax Expand, Economic Opener with a single gas. Meanwhile, herO doing something quite similar, Gate Cyber Expand. We're settling in to Ultra Love. Let's go. I want to mention you're doing such a good job of casting, and it's not too easy to make a single cast entertaining, and I love your laugh. Oh, gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Do appreciate it. Yeah, we do appreciate it. We've been casting quite often here, quite regularly on the CranKy Ducklings, like on a daily basis for almost, what, 4 or 5 years? It's been a long time coming. We've been, again, a lot of content. If you're interested, if you enjoy the content, if you want some more casting, if you can't watch live, then check out our YouTube channel. We do upload YouTube VODs on a daily basis, so there's plenty of VODs on YouTube. We stream here on Twitch, on YouTube. We stream on Facebook. We stream on TikTok as well. We're all over the place. All things CranKy Ducklings. So if you're interested, you can follow us. Otherwise, thank you. We appreciate the kind words. Thank you. Thank you. Do appreciate it. What I will say is that I'm a little bit concerned. We've been casting since, what? 12 hours? I think we're reaching 13 13. We're reaching 13 hours. The stream doesn't say so because we have been turning the stream on and off after each cast. But we started yesterday, 13 hours ago, with the MC Latin American show match. There was a Latino American show match with MC involved as well. We casted that 13 hours ago, and then we casted Firegrow Cup. That was at the same time as the Basilisk Big Brain Bouts. It happened at the same time, so we were casting that at the same time. And then we're here with OlimoLeague. Let's go. Later on tonight, in how many hours? Later on tonight, in just over 12 hours, we're going to be live casting Master Coliseum. Master Coliseum 8 is tonight, and some more Firegrow Cup as well. So non-stop casting, baby. All day long, all weekend long, always. So if you enjoy the content, do consider following. We plenty of content here on the channel. Live every day. Always something to cast. As we're settling in, we are going to be settling in. Once again, it's going to be a Twilight Council opener out of herO. So Twilight Council into Blink. How many gates? Last game it was 3-gate Blink. And once again, 3-gate Blink Stalker. Again, it's just really safe. Just a really safe way to open up. As we do have a herO moving out. Initially with Hellions with a handful of Marines. But alas, herO does keep up. Does not get back. Ooh, as herO, he does punish this move out. Shaving off more Marines. There is a Widowmine set up. Oh! And herO, he does notice. Does pull away. Tries to bait out the Widowmine. Alas, unable to, so herO won't be able to chase this down, but regardless, herO holds. herO does hold, Cure force back, going for a drop towards the main, and herO will soon finish Blink. Yo, can he intercept? Oh, Blink is done! Okay. Blink is done. herO, he pulls back home. He thinks about it. Oh! And will he catch the medevac? It looks like he barely will not catch the medevac, as he's just, 1 second too late. The medevac does slip into the main. There are some stalkers in position. Trying to catch him out, setting up for the surround. Medevac is getting low. Likewise, Widowmine here towards the natural. Mindshot going to be going up, but here he does notice. Does pull away in time. Oh, nice shot. Takes down the Stalker. But herO defends. Whew, okay, we can take a moment to breathe. herO does defend. Again, talking about the openers here. Once again, 3-gate opener into Blink. Likewise, Robo into a Bay as well. If you remember last game, herO went for a Bay and a Forge before the third base. But this time it looks like he will delay the Forge and go for a faster expansion. There we go. So as opposed to the previous game, herO is going for a faster third. Meanwhile, he's getting ready for his own counterattack. Blink is done, but there is a tank in the main. There is a tank further back in the main base. He does scout the tank. He is aware. And herO, he's tempted, but he doesn't go for the dive. Doesn't dive in, just containing Cure. Likewise, there's an observer over the medevac as well. So here he has eyes on everything, and he's containing Cure on 2 bases. Oh! Diving into the natural, gets 1 SCV, pulls away. So far, so good. And right now, the name of the game for herO is just contain. Oh! Just contain the Terran on 2 bases for as long as possible. We can see that Cure is expanding. He's not going for a 2-base all-in, but he's going to be stuck on 2 bases until his upgrades kick in. Basically, the Terran can't break out until Stim finishes. Traditionally. Typically, want to wait for the upgrades, then the Terran can break out and expand and take a third. Until then, he is stuck at home. Except for the Harass, of course. We have a Liberator, potentially Raven Harass, Widowmine drops. Cure can try to sneak out, but so far, herO is keeping up. From here, herO can now take the third. He's settling into his own Colossus production. Charge as well. No Forge yet. We mentioned before that herO, this time he did delay his Forge, and there it is. Now it's on the way. Again, the Forge was intentionally delayed to get a faster expansion and a better economy. The downside, of course, is later upgrades. So there is a bit of a give and take. Meanwhile, we spoke about Cure moving out. Doesn't have Stim, but with the help of all these tanks, he does break out. Forcing back herO. Does force him back home. herO is aware. He's trying to slow this down. Oh! Peeking away at the Marines. Nice control of the Cure. He pulls back. And he's quite committed. Stim is going to finish by the time this army gets across the map. And here is he ready for this? He has 2 Colossus. He has 2 Colossi. Trying to engage. Tanks do siege. Forcing herO back. And herO is being pinned against the wall. The tank does survive just barely. Tank volley's going up. herO being forced back within range of the tank. He has to back off a little bit further. Cure did bleed out some of his bio, but the 3 tanks are still alive, and he can push his way towards that expansion. Liberator goes down. Liberator does fall. Oof. Nice blinks out of here, but he still gets punished. And Cure, he doesn't take his chances. Did have a good move out. Ooh, but attack goes down. Did have a good move out, but Kiri has to get the hell out of here. Here, he's built up enough to break out. And Kiri does evacuate with 2 of those tanks. Does get away. Gets away with the tanks. herO doesn't have to push in. His third base is up and running. Likewise, so is Cure's. I would say Cure actually in a better economic position. He's even on bases, and he has mules as well. hero's 4th base is late. The reason why it's late is because of the aggression of Cure. So it did deny the 4th. Did keep herO back. And Cure's not looking too bad here. Not looking too bad, just securing himself, knocks down the tower, walls up. Takes some more upgrades. He does well the observer. He gets up. He gets both. No shot. Takes down both observers. Just barely. The value scan. Behind this herO now embracing disruptor production. He has 3 Colossi now into disruptors. Second Forge is on the way to catch up on those upgrades. Getting into 2-1. But it would actually favor Cure's position here. Like Cure has been able to get a faster 3rd base and maintain his economy. herO, because he's behind, this makes sense. He's double expanding. He's taking his 4th base and his 5th at almost the same time. herO has some catching up to do. We did mention that herO's 4th base was late, and he knows that. Is aware. So trying to double expand. 2nd robo's on the way. For a minute I thought it was a 3rd robo, which would have been crazy. And as hero's embracing disruptor production, we do see Cure going for Vikings, going for that 2nd starport into Mass Viking, into eventually Liberators down the line. For now, just Mass Viking. And both players are building up. So we can take a moment to breathe. We can calm things down. Calm them down, Pat. Oh. Our hero pulling away. Starports, okay, Stargate all the way for herO. Now, if you remember, last game we spoke about the potential for SkyToss, and I was talking about how herO couldn't get into SkyToss because of how far behind he was, and because of all the activity that was going on. Both players were in each other's faces almost the entire game. There was no time, there was no room for SkyToss. But here, both players are backing off, both players are expanding, we're calming things down, and in this kind of lull, in this, kind of downtime that we have, I'm feeling a Fleet Beacon. We can get into SkyToss here. Let's go. Here he's heading that direction. Zelrama gets called out. Stargate is done. And we'll see when and if we throw down a Fleet Beacon. Here at least he has the tech ready. Has the tech ready just in case. So far he's just keeping up. He's rotating. When it comes to Ultra Love, we should speak about some of the features of the map itself. This map is very defendable. As you can imagine here, there are a lot of choke points, a lot of towers you can knock down, a lot of points of elevation to defend, and we very often see the map cut in half. In a similar fashion here, where Cure takes his half and herO takes his half. And pushing through the center of the map is very difficult. I'm referring to this location here. These bridges here as well, they're very narrow. So we couldn't end up in a longer one, in a longer game state. As both armies are maxed out, Fusion Core is on the way. Here he's working towards Liberators and Liberator range. Meanwhile, Void Ray? Okay. Wait, no, Oracle. Okay, there we go. Oracle's on the way. That makes more sense. Again, at the moment, it all comes down to positional play. It's all about positional play. It's all about keeping an eye on the army. The Oracle brings a lot of utility with it when it comes to Revelations and keeping an eye on the main army. Marine run by on the right-hand side. Dark Shrine's on the way. 3rd Robo. The 3rd Robo tells us that hero's going to commit to ground toss. So we're not working towards sky toss. It's, again, just a tech option that's available to him if he ever so chooses to embrace it. As the armies are posturing, herO taking both corner bases. Let's go. So here he's going to be up in expansion. We'll see if he can maintain them. Looking at the units tab here, we have 10 Vikings so far for Cure. 10 Vikings, only 2 tanks, 8 ghosts. Never goes up. Turning away. 2 more starports on there. It's going to be 4 starports in total. Again, they should be working towards a more liberated heavy composition. And traditionally, when a Terran's army, as we do have a massive Zealot counterattack, that does try to pull Cure out of position. Medevac's going to be going down. Here come the Novas. Novas go up. I'll pick up here out of Cure. He does maintain himself. Zealots get thrown away, and they only get 3 SCVs. Not the best trade here from herO. Does throw away a lot of Zealots. Sharper goes down as well. herO reinforcing with just purely Zealot. Let's go. Just non-stop Zealot run-bys. He wants that base. He wants the expansion. Takes down a Ghost. Ghost goes out. Zealots, they deny the mining. Unfortunately, no planetary. They don't quite bring it down. Just herO trying to pull Cure apart. And he's at least denying the base, but he isn't getting much damage. Isn't killing many SCVs. herO's being forced back. Likewise, 3-3 on the way. herO pushing in, trying to find any kind of value here, any kind of stray units. Dives into the natural, catches it, lives, gets 1, gets 2, gets all 4. Gets 3 even. Not bad. Gets 3 Liberators. At the same time, the Bio Army does commit, takes down the Zealots. The foot does force a recall. And the Colossus are here. The Colossus are ready. And herO holds. The Vikings are not in position. The Colossus there, free reign. More Liberators going down. herO getting pulled apart. 3 Liberators. Very nice big offs. And again, herO out of position. Running back home. Running into Novas. herO, he's just all over this. He's just pulling Cure apart, knocking down the planetary. Planetary, that's going to be a kill, not a cancel. As there's no lift, not this time. And the Vikings, they were just never where they needed to be. The army even. As Cure's trying to hold on. Once again, another dive. Takes down both libs. Oof. Nervous are brutal. The Vikings, though, they can overwhelm. They can try to. But more Stalkers are coming to reinforce. And here he's looking to overwhelm. He's breaking through the main army, pushing up into the 3rd base. Nice EMPs, but where's the follow-up? What is there here? No more Liberators, barely a Bio Army, mainly Viking. Oh, and bases are going down left and right. The Nova, oh my god. The Novas connect. They shut down the Bio. Another CC going down. We have mass live coming in. Oh my god. But they can't engage. They can't get close. Here he bypasses the main army. GG gets called, and herO will take the series 2-0. We'll take down Cure and advance on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG, well played. Very impressive play there out of herO. I love the movement of his army. What was really interesting to see is that herO, he had 3 different groups. He had the mass Zealot run-bys on the right, he had the Stalker Disruptor on the left, and he had his Colossus in the center. Like, he had 3 different groups, 3 different armies. We weren't really focusing on the Colossus because they were just left idle until the recall. And we saw herO just finding more and more value, finding more and more damage. He was picking off Liberators as they were popping out. His Zealot run-bys, they were kind of goading Cure into that counterattack. And when he counterattacked, then we saw the recall. We saw the recall with the Colossus. The Vikings were not with the main army. They were back at home, dealing with or trying to keep up with the Stalkers, if you recall. And yeah, Cure, he was just pulled apart. It was crazy. It was very impressive. GG, well played. herO just all over the map. And with that, does overwhelm. Very impressive stuff. And with that, herO will advance on to the quarterfinals, to the top 8. GG. GG, well played. Again, herO very much so in form, has led to a lot of entertaining matches recently. I mentioned before that he had a banger of a best of 5 against Clem earlier this week, and likewise always the dominant force in the KSL as well. When it comes to Cure, my condolences. He did have a good showing, especially game 1, right? Honestly, there's a world out there where we see an ace match, where Cure, I feel like he should have won game 1. He was robbed of game 1. Like, that was crazy what herO pulled off. It was illegal. Very illegal. I don't know how he did it. But we could have seen an ace match. Not this week, though. Not this week, not this time. Cure does bow out. And now we are getting ready for our next TVP. Up next here on the channel is going to be a Terran vs. Protoss between Trap and GuMiho. Let's go. Let us go. Patreon Plus Lite. Shouldn't it be something like Patra Lite? Oh no. Icedown, what are you doing? Aye. Patreon. Pappy. Calm down. Lights, I'm gonna pace myself. Also, like 13-hour casting. Let's go. True. All right. What I was emphasizing, what I was trying to say earlier, before at the beginning of game number 2, was I'm gonna try to pace myself in the sense that I'm gonna go on breaks in between each round. So we're gonna do all the round 16, then a break, then quarterfinals, then a break, then the semis. But I am a little bit concerned that my voice is gonna give out. So I'm trying to be careful. I'm trying to make sure I don't get too excited. Because we have a long weekend of casting, Pappy, a long weekend. But we do have our next TVP up next, Trav versus GuMiho. Of course, GuMiho is our reigning Home Story Cup champion, back-to-back Home Story Cup champion as well. GuMiho's been looking so good recently, kind of coming out of left field. I feel like a lot of people weren't really looking at GuMiho to take that event. They were looking at Cyril, at Clem, at Maru, but GuMiho, back-to-back champion, the Gumi God, if you will, or Gumi Goat, depending on what you do prefer. Yeah, Gumi looking good, especially in certain matchups. Likewise, Trap, of course, recently returning from the military. I say recently, it's been like 6 months. It's been around like 6 or so months since Trap has been back. Trap alongside Rogue, and Trap likewise has been improving, has been gearing up. It was really unfortunate the timing that Trap returned. For those of you that are aware, because of when Trap returned to competitive play, because of when he finished military, he missed out on EWC. He missed out on the Esports World Cup. He missed out an entire year of EPT points and gathering that. So even though he came back, even though he was looking good, he couldn't take part, right? Trap and Rogue as well, they could not take part in the Esports World Cup. So it was a bit of a shame, was just a really awkward time for them to return. But despite that, they have been improving and they have been looking very strong recently. So we'll see how they compare to GuMiho. Let's go. Let us go. So game 1 is going to be on El Dorado once again. As a reminder, every starting game in the round of 16 is on El Dorado. We forced them to play on El Dorado, Papi. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, of El Dorado, we have the South Korean Terran player, the blue Terran. It is the reigning Home Story Cup champion himself, GuMiho. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Gen G Esports. It is Trap. Here we go. See in chat, Disruptor give you units. You blink 1 second and you lose 10 supply. I mean, a couple of things. One, it wasn't just the Disruptor control from Hero that carried him in that game. You know, there was definitely a lot going on there when it comes to distracting and pulling apart the attention of Cure. On top of that, the Disruptor no longer one-shots everything. If you recall, in the latest patch, of course, Marauders do survive shots now, so the Disruptor is now a lot more forgiving than it used to be, which is most likely a positive change, just because you're correct. Like, there would be times when you look at the wrong moments, look at the wrong direction, and you do miss a Nova, and it just kills everything. Now it only kills some things, not everything. I mean, it still kills Marauders, especially if they're overstimmed, or if you stack Novas. 2 Novas can still kill Marauders as well. But now at least is, again, not as unforgiving as it used to be. Regardless, we are going to be settling in. To settle in, once again, single gas opener, so GuMiho going for a Rax expand, Trap being as annoying as possible, delaying the expansion. Likewise, across the map, we have Trap opening up with a Gate Cyber expand. We're settling in. We're going to be settling into our game. And it's always a lot of fun casting GuMiho's matches. GuMiho, he's not the most orthodox of players. GuMiho does often come up with his own builds, with his own styles. He's very unique in that sense, and always a treat to embrace some GuMiho action. He's not even afraid to embrace mech as well in this matchup, especially in the recent patch, in the most recent patch, with the change to the Cyclone, with the introduction of Macville accelerators. We have seen players embrace Mass Cyclone. It is now an option, still a very niche option, is what I will say, but GuMiho is one of those players players that does kind of like live in that niche, right? Like he's he's an animal. He's an absolute animal, and we love him for it. Let's go. As we do have our tech of choice, going to be a Twilight Council opener out of trap. Does move out with the first Zealot, and his goal here is to delay the expansion. We'll see if he can. Probe does come into play as well. CC is going to be delayed. So far, GuMiho started stepping back. And he will shut down. Oh god, will lose the Marine, but should eventually shut down the Zealots. Meanwhile, likewise, SCV did go down to the Probe, and Trap so far successfully delaying the expansion. Very nicely done here by Trap. Does delay the CC. And he will eventually be forced out, and GuMiho will eventually expand. But we have another Adept on the way, though. Uh-oh. One shot away. One shot is all that Adept needs. Probe gets shut down. Adept comes in. He wants it. He wants the SCV. He gets it. Another delay. Another big delay here in the command center. Adept this time shades away. Very nice damage here by Trap. A massive delay here on the expansion. And GuMiho, he just wants to expand. He just wants to mine. Eventually he will, but has been heavily delayed. Back at home, Blink is on the way, of course. How many gates? We have one gateway in the main. We have another gateway on the way as well. So far, 2 gate Blink. So 2 gate Blink Stalkers. Looks like we're setting up for another gateway. So 3 gate Blink. Once again, very safe play. If you recall, every game that herO played, he did open up 3 gate Blink, both in game 1 and in game 2. Just a very safe way to play here. And especially on a map like El Dorado, you want to play safe. You don't want to cut corners, you don't want to be greedy, because you can be punished real fast, real quick. GuMiho is being active, moving out with his Hellions. Likewise, Trap mining through the minerals towards the south, looking to expand towards that triangular third instead. Let's go. Meanwhile, GuMiho is not done going for a split push. We have Hellions towards the natural and a Marine drop towards the main. His natural may have been delayed, but it's time to do some counter damage. Time to wreak havoc. He does boost in. Does boost into the main. Hellions in towards the natural. 3 Hellions, they one-shot probes. And he does boost into the mineral line. Yeah, the probes are lining up. Worker's going to be going down, and Trap is... Oh no! They line up! No! The probes, they do line up, and massive shots going to be going off. They get roasted, and 15 probes go down. That is game-ending damage. And the medevac even escapes. The medevac does pull out, does pull away. 15 probes. Yeah. He's not done. I mean, he's about to be. Marine should be cleaned up. As he shut down, but the Heli comes back in from behind. And he wants more damage. He wants more probes. GuMiho getting a little bit greedy here. He is getting quite greedy. He will get 1 Stalker potentially. Not even. No, does get it. Does get a Stalker. Does get 1 more probe. I don't think that was quite as worth it. GuMiho again, just calm down. Getting a little bit too excited. But regardless, a very strong start. Very strong start. Again, as a reminder, 3 Hellions, they one-shot probes, and Trap, he line them up for him. And with that, GuMiho takes a massive lead. Does take a worker advantage. It isn't just about a worker advantage. He has mules on top of that. Bear that in mind. Typically, a Protoss will be up on probes. And that is not the case here. The tank did unsiege. Oh. Tank unsieges. Stalkers, they're going for the medevac. They don't quite get it. Yeah, the punish is real. Nice control here out of GuMiho, baiting the Stalkers to chase the medevac. Now we can repair. And Trap is in trouble. He's hurting quite a bit here. Unfortunately, he was caught out of position, and again, his spitting with the probes were lackluster. Wasn't able to keep up. Going for the bay behind this. Still no third expansion. Has yet to fully mine through to actually expand at all. Not yet. Is at least containing GuMiho, at least attempting to. Prism is on the way to reinforce, dropping into the main, and right now there is so much pressure on Trap to do some kind of counter damage. But there are tanks in position. He can maybe force some friendly fire, maybe. No shot. The medevacs, they boost in, they hunt down the medevac. Sorry, they hunt down the Prism. Prism takes a lot of hits. Oh, and will get away. Whew. Does barely escape. Thankfully. Meanwhile, GuMiho just taking a third base. Third CC's on the way. Still no third Nexus for Trap. I mean, that just goes to show just how behind he is, right? He lost so much. He had to rebuild his probes. Down when it comes to the third base. And GuMiho's looking very comfortable. Now, it is not impossible for Trap to come back in this game. There is a lot of potential here when it comes to drop play, counter attacks as well, DTs, run-bys. Really, the onus is on Trap to get some kind of economic damage, or at least catch out the army. Speaking of, Blink's in. Getting a couple of reinforcements. Gets a Marine. Gets a Marauder. Nice value. Doesn't lose a Stalker. So far, so good. I spoke too soon. I spoke too soon. 5 probes go down to auto-turret harass. Not like this. Well, it's mine time. At the same time, Stalkers, they dive into the natural. And GuMiho doesn't care. He doesn't care. He's moving out across the map. He's going for the kill. Mine shot's going off. Nice control out of trap. Does save the Stalkers. But he has to race back home. What is it to defend? There's 1 Colossus. Sorry, there's 2 Colossi. Soon to be. Second Colossus halfway done. GuMiho sims in. The Colossus caught out of position. Takes a lot of hits. Takes a lot of damage. Thankfully, shield battery will keep it alive. Nice force fields. Tank is going to be going up. Can a trap hold on? That is Nartosis Pylon. Going for the gateway. Going for the Colossus. Shield battery's out of energy. Pylon goes down. Oh, it denies the second Colossus just barely. Second Colossus does not arrive. Trap trying to catch reinforcements. The Robo's under fire. It's going to go down as well. And the Colossus is denied. Tank volley showing the Colossus. He gets it. He gets a Colossi as well. And GuMiho is snowballing out of control. There's just not enough left to defend. The tank does go down. The other reinforcing tank as well. But GuMiho has done enough. He has done enough damage here. As from here he backs off. He's getting his third base. Taking the gold. Because why not? Oh. GuMiho loses some medevacs. Okay. Lose 1, lose 2. Not bad. Again, when he's able to focus on his control, I mean, it's there. It's impressive. But he needs more than that. As he almost gets a 3rd medevac. Back at home, his 3rd base, still yet to be saturated. He has to rebuild his Robos. His Colossus count was reset to 0. He has 0 splash damage. And Trap, he's vulnerable to the second move out, to the second wave. He's going to have that much less to defend. Once again, coming in with those 4 Stalkers. Denies mining. Oh my god. Gets an SCV. And the goal here for Trap is to try to force GuMiho back home. But GuMiho, he's not going home. he's not going home. He's sending it. Nice force fields. Force fields, they do stem the tide. They force field the ramp, but GG gets called. It's still just too much to handle, and GuMiho will take game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. GuMiho does take a lead in the series. Catching up in the chat. Are you new to the SC2 community? Yo, I know there's a lot of new people tuning in, but yo, if you wanna balance wine in the chat and start crying, go to Reddit, man. Go to Reddit. Get out of the chat. Be careful, be careful. Just catching up. It's great. They cannot veto El Dorado. They can't veto it. They can't. Let's go. Has led to some fun games. Very fun games. Overpraised. Yeah. But here we go. We're getting into that second game, and as a reminder, again, it is loser's pick. So Trap, it is his map of choice, and we are looking to embrace ley lines as game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. Getting into game number 2, and spawning in the top right hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Terran player, the Blue Terran, leading the series 1-0 again. Our reigning Home Story Cup champion, it is GuMiho. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Genji Esports down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is Trap. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. And again, Trap, he had some impressive moments. Definitely in that last game, did have his own moments where he was able to shine, but unfortunately, it didn't really matter in the end of the day, or it really was not enough to surpass the damage that was dealt earlier on, I should emphasize, with the Hellion drop. With the Hellion, with the drop into the main, it was brutal. It was, what, 16 probe kills, a couple of Stalkers as well. It was insane, borderline game-ending damage. The pressure was then on Trap to bounce back, and unfortunately, he just was unable to recover. Did well for himself, delaying the natural expansion for as long as he did, and he was able to micro with those Stalkers, pick off some Medivacs, pick off some SCVs, but alas, it still was not quite enough, and GuMiho snowballed out of control. So we'll see if Trap can tighten up his early game to get into a solid mid game, get into a 3-base economy, and have more of a back and forth. Personally, I hope so. I mean, again, we're loading into ley lines. It's one of the more standard maps in the map pool. This time, double gas. Double gas opener out of GuMiho, going for a faster factory. With a faster factory, this can lead into Reactored Reaper Hellion. This can lead into a commitment into Cyclones, earlier Banshees, earlier tank production. There's a lot of potential here for GuMiho, as he does open up more tech heavy this time. Okay, so we're settling in. As a reminder, last game, GuMiho did open up with a single gas into a faster CC. This time, double gas, faster factory, faster tech. This shouldn't be a one-base all-in. We should be expanding behind this. There are one-base variations of this opener, but and GuMiho has done it in the past, but it's very map-dependent. Very map-dependent, and I feel like we don't really have to rely on that here. I say that tentatively when talking about GuMiho, because he's crazy. But there it is. CC on the low ground is on the way. So no crazy one-base all-in. Reaper moves out. And we'll see what he goes for. Meanwhile, we have our tech of choice from Trap, going for the Twilight Council here on the low ground. Getting into a blink-based opener. Meanwhile, behind this, we do have our 1-1-1 setup going into the starport. Factory is done. We do have the reactor on the way on the racks. Based on this location, though, we shouldn't really be seeing an add-on swap here. So a very light commitment to Reaper Hellion. Nice control. Reaper goes down, so does the Adept. GuMiho gains map control, moving out across the map. And again, he's not going for like Reactored Hellion or Reactored Reaper production. Should be calming things down from here. Should be calming down. Blink is on the way, so we're getting a blink-based opener here out of Trap. We'll keep an eye on the gateway count so far. Just 2 gateways here from Trap. And I believe the scout is denied. GuMiho doesn't know. Doesn't know what's going on. There's a tech lab on the way, going for an add-on swap into, I would imagine, Banshee production. Banshee into tank. Meanwhile, the Hellions, they do bust into the main, but it's only 2 Hellions. They have to 2-shot workers. Ooh, workers, they do still line up. Oh my god, they line up, and the gas guys are not like this. 6 probes going to be going down. And this is already a little bit too much damage here. For 2 Hellions to get 6 probes, that's already insane. He gets 7. 7 probe kills. Very nicely done here by GuMiho. Once again, unfortunately, Trap not quite ready for this, not quite in position. And unfortunately did stack up on the gas geyser. My heart goes out to Trap, Abby. It's been some rough starts here. Some rough starts in game 1 and game 2. Behind this is very committed. This is a very trendy build. Has been the case for the past like 8 months or so. Of course, did rise in popularity amongst the Korean Terran players, and then eventually with everyone else as well. Again, Cloak Banshee into tanks. So very aggressive here. Banshees are moving out. Bunker's almost done. It looks like it will finish up in time. And GuMiho defends. GuMiho does defend his natural. Now, there are variations where they do and don't invest into Cloak, so this is going to be a little bit more heavy commitment here into Banshees. And of course, 2 Banshees can one-shot workers, the first one making its way towards the mineral line. Thankfully, Trap did follow this up with a Robo. Detection is available, and he will have detection available here for the Banshees. Thankfully. Again, as this has been quite a popular build over the past, again, like 6+ months. Banshee does hit the natural. There might be detection, but there we go. Stalkers, they do rotate over. Banshee's going to go down for only 4 probes. Not the ideal trade here for GuMiho. Bearing in mind, he didn't just invest into the Banshee, but into Cloak as well. So nice defense here by Trap. And with that, he moves out. He's moving out across the map. Trying to poke in. So far, GuMiho is well set up. He's got tanks on the main, tanks on the low ground. GuMiho is secure. Meanwhile, second Banshee moves out, gets caught out by the Observer. Oh my god, Trap, calm down. Trap, you may have lost 7 workers at the start of the game, but you know what? He takes on both Banshees. This one doesn't get a single probe kill. And with that, Trap gains map control. So nice moves out of Trap. Likewise slips into the main. Observer does go down, but does get eyes on the third CC. Now he knows there's no 2 base all in. He's aware that GuMiho's macroing, and Trap takes the third. Takes his own third base. Colossus production has begun. And Trap, he is bouncing back in this game. Oh, he wants a tank! He wants it, and he will get it as well. 2 volleys go off, tank goes down. Gets behind the mineral line, SCV kills as well. And GuMiho getting pulled apart. And again, a big reason for this is that these Stalkers, they shouldn't be across the map. They should be back at home defending against the Banshees that don't exist. Not anymore. So without the Banshees, Trap, he's unchained. He's able to be active on the map. Back in the main, upgrades on the way. GuMiho building up towards Stim, towards combat shields. Eventually, GuMiho will break out. Eventually. Until then, Trap, he has free reign to just tech. He's taking up. We have Colossus, Extendable Lance, Forger +1, Gateway Explosion as well. Trap, he is building up. He's getting there. GuMiho trying to break out. Likewise, going for the third. Double Auto Turret takes out the Sentry. Not bad. Gets the Sentry, gets a couple of workers. 3 probes go down. And GuMiho is not taking this lying down. Does get some counter damage. Keeps the Raven alive. GuMiho, he breaks out. I believe the Observer should have come across the army. And it does. Yeah, Trap, he spots the move out. Does turn around. Oh! What does he go for? Catching reinforcements. Not bad. He wants a tank. Does want it, and he will get it as well. Massive pickoff. Tank goes down. Back at home, Colossus in position. And GuMiho is denied. Especially with the shield battery. GuMiho diving back in. Up. He wants the sentries. And he will pick them off. He gets 1, he gets 2. He gets all 3. Barely not. 2 sentries go down. GuMiho pulling away. And he will take his third. He breaks out. He takes his third base. We can now build up and head towards the mid game. Again, it's been an intense early game. We can calm things down. Trap getting his third Colossi. And he's taking up towards Storm. Let's go. If you remember when we were casting Heroes matches earlier, I mean, they were quite intense, yes, but here he was embracing and relying quite heavily on Colossus and Disruptors. Here instead, Trap going Colossus and Storm instead. Let's go. Again, Storm-based play has been influenced quite a bit by the new patch just because of the NG overcharge. It means whenever you warp in a High Templar, you have a Storm ready immediately with that overcharge. So you have more Storms than you used to, as of course you can do that over time. Meanwhile, GuMiho coming in for a split push. And Trap, can he keep up? Avoids the mine shots. On both sides. So far so good. Trap fighting for his fourth. And he does maintain himself. He defends his natural. He deflects on the right. Ooh, will lose 1 Stalker, but does expand and does take a 4th base. So far, Trap, he's holding his own. High Templar morphing in. Storm has yet to be researched. So just Archons for now. Auto charge into the main, going for the shield battery. Oh, shield battery does not go down though. Barely survives. GuMiho now getting into Viking production. Heavy Marauder can as well. He wants a Colossus, he gets it. Gets 1. And there's no charge. The slow lots are waddling in, and massive mine shots going up. And this won't be the most efficient fight here from Trap. As GuMiho, he kites back, he takes down so many Zealots. The Zealots, they do nothing. Oh, get out of here. Raven goes down. But that was a brutal trade for Trap. Bleeding out most of his army. Charge now on the way. I think it was a mistake here that we did forget it for this long. I don't think that was intentional to have all those slow lots. So big mistake there from Trap. GuMiho, he can threaten the stim. He can threaten the dive. So far, once again, kiting well. Again, the Zealots, they don't really engage. They don't really do anything. They're there to buffer. Trap has to back off. And with that, GuMiho takes the supply lead. How many Zealots went down? 18! Oh my god. 18 Zealots went down in that skirmish. That's a lot of Zealots. Trap, I assumed he was working towards Storm. My apologies, as, I mean, that's kind of the direction that I thought we were heading in with the Temple Archives, but no. Second Robo and Disruptors once again. So it's going to be Colossus Disruptor, not Storm from Trap. Is going to be moving out. Do we have any ghosts? 3. 3 ghosts here for GuMiho. EMP is going to be crucial when it comes to connecting with the main army. Second Starport, Mass Viking. GuMiho's gearing up. Charge is now done. Charge to work with. Trap getting to +3. This main army looking that much more threatening now. GuMiho stems in. He wants the expansion, wants the disruptor. He gets 1. Not bad. Gets the disruptor. Oh, gets 2 disruptors and the base. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, very nice trades. Can he get a 3rd? No shot. He wants it. 3 disruptors. He gets 3. Zealotite busts into the natural. GuMiho's in position. He defends. He takes down 3 disruptors. Denies the 4th base. Denies the 5th base even. And he deflects the drop. Deflects the War Prism. GuMiho is all over this. Brutal losses here for Trap. With that, he should have 3 disruptors with his army. Down to 1. And he can't really push in. Not anymore. And that means that GuMiho is getting away with his Fusion Core. Fusion Core is done. We should soon be seeing not just Vikings, but Liberators on the horizon as well. Getting to the medevac upgrade. Trap trying to be active. Moving out on the right-hand side. Does move out. GuMiho taking another expansion. Getting a 5th. Oh. The prism! No! Prism goes down. Trap left it idle. Yeah, not quite paying attention. Doesn't quite pay attention. We'll lose it. Speaking of, mine shot's going off. Nova's a zone away. That's 2 Novas now on cooldown. There's 2 left. Scan reveals the Observer. And Trap, he does run down a Stargate. Now, we saw this previously from herO, and this is a sign of potentially Skytoss. I want to believe that Trap is more willing to embrace that. herO was not. We'll see. But now, brutal EMPs. Nova's going up. Some okay connections, but the disruptors are left behind. 1, 2 disruptors going down. Another Nova. Takes down 2 ghosts. Very nice damage. Very nice Nova. At the same time, Zealots, they do hit the natural. They collapse on the reinforcements. But GuMiho defends. He shuts down the Zealots. Holds his own. Storm is on the way, so we are going for all 3 forms of splash damage. Disruptors, Storm, and Colossus. And there it is. There's a Skytoss, Fleet Beacon, and 2 more Stargates. Trap, he's taking up quite heavily here. He's taking up, but he needs more time to really embrace that kind of army. Liberator harass on the right-hand side. GuMiho pushing in, going for the 5th. Oh, Zealorama will distract him, though. GuMiho pulling back home. Zealots catch a lot of Marauders. At the same time, going for the nuke. You love to see it. Nova's going to be going up. Ooh, nice splits. Some decent splits here as the Novas. They don't take down the Marauders. The nuke's going to go up. No, doesn't notice. The nuke. Nuke takes out the mineral line. The main armies do collapse. And so far, GuMiho is fleet pulls back. Does pull away. Zealots bust into the main. Catching reinforcements. 14 probes go down. Oh, the Nova. Massive connection. GuMiho having a bit of a harder time, but he does defend the main. Zealots get cleaned up. He can now focus on the main attack, on the main push. The Vikings land. Prism back into the main. Now the game is getting chaotic. Zealots ahead for the mineral line, but alas, there's plenty back at home. GuMiho holds. He holds. He hunts down the War Prism. The Libs, they bring it down. And GuMiho does take a supply lead. He wants that Disruptor. Never gets denied. Ooh, the other goes up. Can 15 SCVs is good, but GuMiho still has that army. And now he can move out. Like, so much of his supply was tied up back at home because of the run buys, because of the warp ins, and now we can focus on the push. And GuMiho, he's maxed out. And the base, there's no saving it. It's gonna go down. Trap, he knows he can't fight the main army. Oh, Storm goes off. Very nicely done. The other two, a little bit lackluster, but the first one was brutal. And Trap is going for a base trade. He's going for the base trade. Going for a massive counterattack. Never goes off, breaks through the reinforcements, pushing in towards the main, and GuMiho, he commits. Yeah, we're trading a base for a base. Trappy does have reinforcements though. Oh! Catching out Marauders. Likewise pushing into the main. Disruptors are going to go down. Massive pickups. But GuMiho, he doesn't have enough. Doesn't quite have enough here. Likewise, oh, the libs! Oh my god! Trap, calm down! Pushing into freedom! Not like this! And with that, GuMiho, he will defend back at home. He shuts us down. Decent trade against the Marauders, but Liberators, they do hold, they do defend. The game is getting scrappy. Calm down. Oh! Mine shot's going up. GuMiho collapsing on the main army. Trappy's deflected by the planetary. And once again, GuMiho can just focus on his move out. Denies the expansion, going for bottom right. Trap coming in from behind. That's a lot of storms. Oh my god, that's a lot of High Templar. Jesus. 7 High Templar. Once again, going for the production. Trap just avoiding the main army, going straight for the main. GuMiho, he has to respond. And he turns back around. Trying to collapse on the main army. Storms on the libs. EMP going up. Decent feedbacks. But GuMiho, he collapses on the army, comes in for a surround. Shuts down all 7 High Templar. Final Liberator does fall. But this is a better trade here for GuMiho. There's still more. Gee, how many High Templar are there? He had 7. Now he's still got 6. Down to 5. Down to 5 High Templar. At the same time, Liberator harassing across the map. GuMiho collapsing in, takes down the Colossus. He just tanks the storms. Oh my god, he just dives in. No care in the world. Goes through the storms, takes down the Colossi. And GuMiho, he should overwhelm. He overwhelms the main army. Only gateway units left. Just Stalkers. And GuMiho, he's done it. He has done it. Just take the storms to the face. It's fine. And Trap, he just can't engage. He has to back off, trying to rebuild. Does have the NG overcharge, has one more storm. Couple of storms left. But last GuMiho still maintains that better economy. Oh, storms coming in. Raises the army. Once again, Trap counterattacking. Once again, Trap, he just can't engage with the main army. Trading a base for a base. Takes down all the mules, not bad. At the same time, loses his expansion. And this time, GuMiho can just go straight for the throat. Just straight for the natural instead. And he tries to engage. The freedom is here. The liberation. Aye. And Trap cannot push in. The production is under fire. Trap likewise going towards the main, but there are plenty of reinforcements. GuMiho defends. He defends back at home. He attacks across the map. And how do you push into this? You don't. Storm from behind. Storms are coming in. Trying to skirt around the edge, going for the Liberator. The Lib goes down. But GuMiho just stims in. Oh my god. The storms are brutal. Trap, he can take this. Shooting out more Stalkers. Pulling away. Takes down the Viking, but he will lose the natural, and we have a second army. And second army comes in from behind. It goes for the third. There's barely an economy left. So natural goes down. Trap, he will catch this army, but at the same time, he's going into the main. GuMiho, he won't stop. He wants to live. Sorry, he wants the Prism even. Sieges up on the third. Stims into the main. Once again, Trap going for a massive counterattack. Back at home, what is it to defend? Oh my, there's an army. There's an army waiting for him. GuMiho's somewhat ready. Oh my god, GuMiho, calm down. Calm down. He's tempted. Medevac falls. 2 Medevacs fall. Yeah, rough engage here from GuMiho. Storm lands. The Gumi has plenty to defend. Oof. More storms coming in though. Storms that connect with the Marauders. And barely a lot of supply in Medevacs actually. Medevacs have to pull away. Trap came with the production. Black-wise across the map. Production's being depowered. But the problem here is that GuMiho has a full mining base. He has a fresh mining base here to take advantage of. More Vikings trickling in. They take down the Colossi. GuMiho does have to evacuate his main though. And he does. He just lifts up the third. Gets the hell out of there, taking other bases. Still across the map. GuMiho is down to 4 Marauders, 3 Liberators. There's 1 High Templar left here for Trap. He's looking for the bases. Like, are you mining? Like, what's going on? Huh? Kind of. Trap, he has a base on the wave. There's a base in production. GuMiho scanning once again. The Liberators are set up. There's 9 mining. Trap, yes, a long distance mining from the would-be 5th. GuMiho is still trickling into this army though. But the reality is that GuMiho still has an economy. Like, he has, what, 2-3 bases up and running. He has top left. He has a center expansion as well. Skin reveals the final mining base and the Liberators, so they make sure there's no mining. Ooh, catching a Stalker. And Trap, he just wants to mine. He just wants an economy. Not like this. As the Stalker just can't push in. Just cannot engage. Trap is getting damaged, true, but GuMiho is just rebuilding his production. We have all these Raxes getting up and running. GuMiho taking more bases, taking more expansions. Here comes the recall. Cleaning up the libs. GuMiho is not done. Bust into the mineral line. Getting everything here as 16 probes go down in the blink of an eye. Ay, ay, ay. Trap counterattacking. Likewise, Trap, he hasn't scouted. He doesn't know how many bases there are. He doesn't know how far behind he is economically. He's hoping he can somehow bounce back in this game. And there is potential. Especially with the blink. But GuMiho, he gets away. Drop coming in once again. Recalls on cooldown. Bear that in mind. GuMiho denies more mining. This is the final army of Trap. No more storms. Archon goes down. GG gets called as he runs out of steam. And GuMiho will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the quarterfinals. GG. GG. Oh my god. Very intense series here. Again, just really rough starts. If you remember, both in game 1 and in game 2, Trap, he lost a mineral line in game 1 and half a mineral line here in game 2 as well. Just some really rough starts. There was a lot of pressure on Trap. We did enter a more back and forth here in game number 2 at least. Trap even had some breathing room to actually get into and invest into further tech, into Skytos. Wasn't able to quite embrace it though because, again, GuMiho was able to just take better trades, take better fights. In the end, Trap just could not engage with the main army for such a long time. Just non-stop counterattacks and non-stop base trades, essentially, or attempted base trades. In the end, though, GuMiho was a little bit faster to get across the map, was able to cripple the economy and maintain his own. Like, throughout the entire time, GuMiho, he wasn't really in too much danger, economically at least. He had all those bases up and running and was perfectly safe back at home. GG. GG, well played. Whew. With that, GuMiho does take the series. Just quickly update that. And with that, we're making our way into the quarterfinals. Let's go, Papi. Let's go. Oh my god. Alright, so we're getting into our top 8. Our top 8 players. Who do we have? We have SHIN versus SKillous. If you remember, earlier we were casting SKillous. He was able to take down Zaun 2-0. Had a very dominant showing against the Korean Protoss player. So SKillous versus SHIN. We have a herO versus Classic in a PvP. herO, he was able to take down Cure, of course, now facing off against Classic in the next round. We have GuMiho versus Rogue. Rogue is also lying in wait. He's also been working through this bracket as well, so GuMiho going up against Rogue. And we also have Creator versus Young Yakov. Shout out to Young Yakov here. Young Yakov has been on fire as of late, and this is a rematch. For those of you that tune into our stream, tune into our channel, you would know that Creator and Young Yakov, they faced off in the grand finals of Sparkling Tuning Cup 2 weeks ago, went all the way to the ace match, went all the way to game 5, and Young Yakov did cause an upset and did defeat Creator. He brought Creator down 3-2. Was a very intense best of 5. I do recommend the VODs. Was a banger of a match, a banger of a series, and now they face off again, but in a best of 3, not a best of 5. In a shorter format, in a shorter series, regardless, is going to be a lot of fun seeing them face off again. Let's go. Let us go. So we are going to be settling in. For now, though, we're going to be going on a short break. I do need a moment to set up all these matches. Again, 4 best of 3s are ahead of us before the semis, and then the grand finals thereafter. Oh boy, we have how many? 7 matches left. 7 matches to go. Let's go, Pappy, let's go. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we come back, we'll be embracing all of those quarterfinals matches. See you soon. Those helis are game-ending damage just took 20 minutes. Exactly. Ah, you understand. Cap. But for here, we're going to be going on a short break. We'll see you guys shortly after this. Take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, get ready for more StarCraft. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the OlimoLeague week number 234 broadcast. A replay cast. As a reminder, these matches were held earlier today, and now we are catching up on those missed matches. Oh boy, we just wrapped up with the round of 32 and the round of 16, and now we are here with the round of 8. We have our top 8 players here. We have Creator, Young Yakov, GuMiho, Rogue, herO, Classic, as well as SHIN and SKillous. And we start the night off. We start the quarterfinals off with our PVZ. Let's go with the rematch. As a reminder, as I was just mentioning, this is a rematch from the best of 5 finals that they had 2 weeks ago. Very intense back and forth. I should also emphasize as well, especially if you aren't tuning into the social medias of these players, you might not be aware, but Creator, he did take some time off. After post-EWC, a lot of players went on vacation. They took some time off. Players like Clem, Solar, herO, Dark, Creator, a lot of them did take some time off and time away from the game. Creator more so than some of the others. Creator, he traveled, he went to France, he went to Japan. He did take quite some time to himself, and only recently has come back and has gotten back on that grind. When I say recently, I want to say as of the past 2 to 3 weeks. It's been around 2 or 3 weeks here that Creator has been on that grind, and he has been, of course, kind of like shaking the rust off, I should emphasize. And as a result, again, it was only 2 weeks ago when Creator was coming back to the game that Young Yakov did bring him down. But now it's been 2 weeks. Now Creator, he has been able to refine himself, and we'll see if he's able to get his revenge over Young Yakov. Let's go. Let us go. Just catching up. Fairly sure Light was casting when I woke up earlier, and now I'm about to head to bed, and he's still casting. Papi, we're gonna be here for like at least another 3, maybe another 4 hours. Okay, let me let me tell you, Papi. Let's go. Let's go. As we're getting into our fresh best of 3 and spawning in the bottom left hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Zerga player. Some know him as old, but he is young, at least at heart. It is Young Yakov. And spawning in the top right hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the blue Protoss. It is Creator. Let us go. Let's go. Midnight here. Here it is 10 a.m. Pappy, we started casting what? Yesterday, 8 p.m.? Now it's 10 a.m.? Let's go. Yo, I didn't realize, I mean, I knew that this weekend was going to be a tough one for us just because there's so much to cast specifically this weekend compared to others. But we're committed, Pappy, we're committed. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. Copium. As for now, Young Yakov, he starts things off with a hatch block. Let's go. Now, with this hatch block, it is designed to be a more economic opener. Or I should say it's designed to disrupt the economy of Creator, of the Protoss. So Creator has to pull the boys, ideally has to make a Zealot as well, focus down the expansion, and force the cancel. Back at home, Young Yakov, does go for a gas pool before a hatchery. I mean, he has to because of the probe, but behind this, Young Yakov should soon be expanding. Meanwhile, Zelda's on the way. Cyber Core has been placed, and Creator, he's trying to build up. And again, Creator, he will eventually be able to expand, eventually. And again, this expansion should not be finished, should not be completed. There's that natural base for Young Yakov, and from here, Young Yakov can even rush into a third as well. We'll see if Young Yakov goes for the Evo block as well. As a reminder, when the hatchery is cancelled, there is a little patch of creep, so you can go for the Evo chamber as well. Oh! The drone is forced back, and Young Yakov is forced out. Oh, he wants to go back in! We'll try to delay the expansion a little bit further here, being as annoying as possible. Creator, he has 400 minerals, and there we go. The expansion is placed. Whew. Creator can finally expand. Meanwhile, Young Yakov, he gets the hell out of there, pulls out, pulls away. Meanwhile, big shout to Slower Ron in the chat. Happy birthday, happy birthday. As I believe it has ticked over to midnight in certain places in the world, so feliz cumpleaños. Feliz, papi, feliz. Take care of yourself. Happy birthday. Hope you have a great day. Hope you have a great weekend. Hope you have a great end of year as well. Congrats, papi. Congrats. Feliz, papi, feliz. From here, yep, Young Yakov double expanding, working towards Link speed. He does fully pull out of gas, so we're not going to be following up with a Bane Bus or a Roach Warren. It is just purely Lings and drones. So Young Yakov is just saturating. keeping up with the adepts and settling into a longer game state. Meanwhile, Creator back at home taking into a Stargate. So standard follow-up here out of Creator, just a very delayed expansion from the Protoss. Likewise, Yanyakov's natural was also delayed, so a bit of a back and forth, and again, just trying to make this game as awkward as possible for Creator. We go. As Yanyakov here settling in. So far, spreading creep, zoning away the adepts. Back at home, Yakov going in for the Overlord Scout will attempt to confirm what's going on. Is going to be a Stargate into Oracle. Standard opener, and Yakov should confirm. Should be Oracles into the third base, double, triple Oracle opener, into further tech, into the mid game. So nothing too crazy here out of Creator. Again, Creator is typically more mid game oriented, mid to late game especially. He's one of the more passive, one of the more defensive Protosses in South Korea. When I think of the Korean Protoss players, I think of Nightmare, I think of Trap, Classic, and herO. And amongst them, Creator, again, he's more defensive, typically. As he's going to move out. Engages with the Lings. Heading towards the third. Queens are rotating, Queens are in position. And so far, Yakov is keeping up. At least he's trying to. Adepts say shade into the third. They don't commit. No major commitment. Creator being forced back. Threatening a shade. And we have the follow-up tech here. It is going to be a Forge and a Twilight Council from Creator, as the third base is halfway done. So pretty standard follow-up here. +1 in Blink, I would imagine. Potentially +1 in Charge. Meanwhile, back at home, Yakov going for around a 4 minutes 40 lair timing. Pretty standard timing as well with the lair. And with this lair first, I should emphasize this looks like one of two things, as gases are being taken, either Lings into Hydras or potentially Mutaplay. This could be for a fast Spire. So Yakov has options. We'll see what he goes for. Adepts, they threaten a shade. They get eyes on some of the gases. That is a bit of a tell. They make their way in towards the third. Drones are going to be going down. That's when it gets two workers. Things they try to engage, but a lot of workers are going to be falling. Oracle comes in from behind as well. Oof. The Oracle does fall, but how many workers went down? 5. 5 drones for 2 Oracles and 4 Adepts. Actually a better trade for Yakov. Does hold, does defend. Gases are done, and we have the tech of choice. It is not Spire, it is not Mutas, it is in fact Hydras. Okay, so it's going to be Lingbane Hydra out of Yakov. Had the option to take in a different direction, but is going to be playing this a little bit more in a standard fashion. Just Lingbane Hydra. Back at home, Creator getting into +1 and Blink. Link Hydra going to fare well against this. Creator, he has a couple of Adepts, but there are 14 Links on the way, so Yakov should be safe and sound. Should be able to defend. This Creator is looking for a way in. Yakov is keeping up. I will lose one more drone. So far maintaining his economy. Not too many losses. Fourth base on the way. We can see here Yakov not actually saturating, making a wave of Lings and Hydras. We'll see if he does commit. Bearing in mind, no EVA chambers. No EVA chambers, no upgrades, just purely Ling, Hydra, and Yakov. Yeah, he's intentionally not droning up. He's cutting workers here at 3 base saturation, massing up. And we'll see if Creator can survive. We'll see if he can hold, as Yakov is going to be the aggressor. Because again, Yakov, he has not made a drone in quite some time, and I don't think he intends to. So it's going to be a 3 base all-in, 4th base again just for Larva. Lings, they rotate over, they hit the 4th. Going for the pylon. Pylon goes down. Bailing's morphing in. Yakov is gearing up, he's getting ready for the dive. A lot of Lings do go down. And Yakov still just trying to max out. Bailing speed is done. Baits out the stasis, very nicely done. And there's only one shield battery, one cannon as well. Stalker's out of position. Yakov is going for the base, going for the 3rd. Diving into the mineral line, shuts down the sentry. Bailings roll in. But are there enough Lings? So far, good Lings here with the Stalker. Stasis goes up, catches some of the Hydras. I mean, the base may go down, but so far, Creator controlling well. Controlling those Stalkers, baiting out the Banelings. Cutting back to the Stasis. Stasis goes up, catches the Banelings. Creator is trading decently well, but Lings, they come in from behind, catching out the Stalkers. Third base, is it going to go down? No, Creator, he holds. Creator, he defends the third. But he can't hold on to the fourth. Yeah, the fourth base should fall. Still more Lings running across the map. Expansion's going to go down. Young Yakov, he's running out of Hydras, though. He's running out of Hydras. Did kill the fourth, but he cannot kill the third. Banelings are rolling in. They somewhat trade. Creator looking good. Holds onto the third base, shuts down the army, building up Immortals. Colossus production has begun. Charge on the way as well. And Creator can now counterattack. He's going for the counterattack, and again, Young Yakov, he was hoping to kill at least the fourth and the third as well, but the third, it's still up and running. And Young Yakov, he was all in. He was all in. Remember, no upgrades. No upgrades, no tech, no infestation bit, no +1, no hive, no lurkers, just purely Lingbane Hydra. And the longer this goes on, the better it is for Creator. Alright, nice contamination here on the Robos. Love to see it. And here comes the second wave, the second all-in. Now, what is it to defend? There's soon to be a Colossus. And that's going to be a brutal moment for Young Yakov. Baits out the first Stasis. There's more on the way. Lings, they flood in. That's not just Pylon. It's powering after that Robo. The Robo is going to be depowered just in time. The Colossus doesn't pop out. Up! It does! Oh, just in time. Colossus does pop. Cleans up all the Lings. And Creator, he's going to be able to hold on. The Colossus wreaking havoc, shuts down all the Lings. Boys being pulled away. Being pulled away against the Hydras. Colossus is looking exposed though. Yeah, Hydras, they start to step in. Colossus goes down. Massive pickoff. Yeah, the Banelings as well. GG gets called, and Young Yakov, he barely breaks through, takes down the Colossus, and takes game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Again, Young Yakov, he was just 3 base all in. The entire game, he was 3 base all in. After the initial defense, though, I was getting concerned for Young Yakov that he was running out of steam. But no, he was able to break on through. Again, nice contamination. Did depower the Robos. One Colossus did pop out and was defending, but alas, it barely was not enough. And Young Yakov snowballs out of control. GG, well played. And we'll see if we can keep that momentum going as we're jumping into game number 2. It's going to be on Frostlines. Let's go. Let us go. Also, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Topping in the chat. Good to see you, Pat. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Topping. So we're getting into game 2 and spawning in the top right-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Protoss player. The blue Protoss down in the series. Can he bounce back? Can he force an ace match? Or does his tournament run end here and now? It is Creator. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the red Zerg player leading the series 1-0, going for a 15-hatch opener. It is Young Yakov. Here we go. Again, last game he did disrupt the opener with the proxy hatchery with the hatch block. This time, no such thing. This time, just going for a more standard opener here, going for a 15-15. Very safe play. Does allow the hatchery to be thrown down on location, means that there is no pylon block. I mean, there wasn't going to be one anyway. Just Yakov being as secure as possible. This typically leads into a follow-up spawning pool into gases. But it should be delayed gas here for Young Yakov. Never mind. Okay. Does continue drawing, so hatch gas pool. Hatch gas pool variation here from Young Yakov. We'll settle in. Will settle in. And Creator is going to have a much more comfortable start. This time he doesn't have to worry about pulling the boys and making his zealots and delaying his expansion. This time he can freely expand. So much more comfortable here for Creator. He can now get into his own game. And welcome one and all, I believe for the first time tonight, to Frostline. Frostline is one of the larger maps in the map pool. Not as large as the older maps like Abyssal Reef, or King's Cove, or Neon Violet Square. Not as large as those maps, but still large nonetheless. Likewise, because it's so large, to counteract that, the bases are very exposed, they're very spread out, very vulnerable as well. But the rush distance by ground is longer. So we'll see if Young Yakov goes for another all-in, or if he takes a different approach. On some of these larger maps, I would not be opposed to something like Muta play. Going to Spire, going to Mutas. We've seen some players, depending on the build of the Protoss, have mixed success with Swarm Host play. But I'm not sure if Young Yakov is one to embrace that. As back at home, Link Speed is on the way, and Young Yakov, he pulls out of gas. Pulls out, so no early Bailings, no early Roach Warren. Oh my god, speaking of early tech though, Creator, that is not a Stargate, that is a Twilight Council. You have my attention. Twilight Council open out of Creator. Now, if he does pull out of gas, he could go for Glaives, could go for 4-gate Glaive Adepts. He could go for a different variation as well, could go into a DT opener instead for a Dark Shrine. Creator has options. But the Overlord Scout is coming in. To deny the Overlord Scout, Creator, he is trying to pump out that Stalker, but he needs a little bit more time. And as a result, it looks like the Overlord should get a Scout. There we go, the Overlord gets in. Stalker's in position, but the Robo gets spotted. So Young Yakov, he knows. He knows that aggression is coming his way. And it looks like Young Yakov will also confirm not just the Twilight Council, he also sees it researching as well. As it is, 4-gate Glaive Adept. And Young Yakov, what's he doing? Link flooding. Oh my god, he pulls up. Let's go! Not just the Link flood, he's going to be pulled the boys as well. The boys are being pulled. They're going to be skirting around the right-hand side of the map. There is no scouting information here whatsoever from Creator. He sees nothing. Creator, he sees nothing. He knows nothing. And Young Yakov, he's going for the all-in. Let us go. Lings are flooding on out. These workers, their goal is to drone drill past the wall to get to the other side to make sure that there is no full wall off. And Creator, even though he's going 4-gate Glaives, I mean, he has no additional gateways. They're still up and they're still on the way. Warp gate is still not done. Drones, they get past. Yeah, they drill past. Likewise, boys are being pulled as well. First adept gets surrounded. And can Young Yakov break through? He's trying to. He slips in. Sentries on the way. Drones, they come in for the surround, but there's a force field. But Lings, they break on through nonetheless. They take down the sentries, the stalkers, the more boys being pulled. Creator, he should be able to hold on. Yeah, he will. He will hold at the cost of 16 probes. Oh my god. The economy is crippled. 16 workers going down. Young Yakov does take a worker lead. Back at home, Roach Warren's on the way. More Lings as well. And before Creator can really embrace his 4-gate Glaive Adepts, he's being shut down. Also, I think I kept saying 4-gate Blink, so I do apologize for that. It's late. We've been casting for like 14 hours. So I do apologize if that's what I was saying, but obviously it was Glaives. Regardless, the damage has been done, and we're warping in 2 Adepts at a time. Despite having 4 gateways. We're just broke. Creator, he has no money. He has no money. Is going to be shading in, but Lings are ready for this. They get us around. Creator's being forced back. And Young Yakov, he's chilling. He's big chilling right now. He's taking gases, droning as we speak, taking more queens. Adepts, they do hit the 3rd. Oh, not bad. They get 2 drones. They get 2 workers. Oh, they get 3. Very nice damage. Very nice damage dealt here by Creator. Picking off 3 workers. It isn't a lot, but it's something, right? It's something, and he needs anything to go his way right now. Warping in more Adepts. Again, 2 at a time. It is what he can afford. Meanwhile, Young Yakov. Now, Young Yakov, he can approach this in a couple different ways. If he wanted to, he could just drone. He could just saturate and defend and just get further ahead on 3 bases. As we can see, he is making more roaches. He's producing a lot of roaches right now. So it looks like Young Yakov, he's getting ready for a counterattack. Also, do you see what I see? I see no lair. No lair, no further attack. Dark Shrine. I like the Dark Shrine here. Dark Shrine on the way for Creator. He can go for DTs, and there is no mobile detection. But the question is, can Creator buy enough time to actually make any DTs? Because here comes the second all-in. The second wave of aggression for Young Yakov. As he will soon, or at least he should soon, send everything across the map. Lings, they get eyes on the 3rd. Young Yakov, no droning. No droning, no saturation whatsoever. He wants to go for the kill. And the Overlord does. He does scout. He does confirm the Dark Shrine. A lair starts up immediately. Spores are on the way. Alas, the DTs, they won't have that surprise factor. And here comes the army. Here comes the all-in. As Young Yakov, he rallies everything across the map, and again, he's getting ready with detection back at home. For the most part, there is no spore at the third. And there is that prism across the map. So this game is about to get chaotic here. Young Yakov, what are we doing? Are we attacking or are we defending? What's it gonna be? Takes down the third. But there is no spore here at the third base back at home. No DTs though. Creator amassing up more depths. Yakov tries to engage. Shield batteries are on the way. Oh, and now he's droning. Yeah, it looks like Young Yakov, he doesn't have confidence. I don't blame him. He believes he cannot break this location, so he's droning up instead. He's now starting to drone. This droning is late. A lot of these things could have been workers instead. But at least Young Yakov is containing. It does threaten a dive. Boys aiming for the Miles. The Miles will connect. Oh, they shut down the Adepts. And then he gets the hell out of there. Pulls away. Observers in production. Overseer even. DTs across the map as well. Again, remember, there was no spore here. And the game is getting very chaotic. Very chaotic. Young Yakov diving in once again. I don't think he needs to. Back at home, Young Yakov finally droning up. Saturating his bases. And Young Yakov's in a really awkward position here because Creator is basically forced into a 2-base all-in. And Young Yakov has been droning. He needs an army. He needs an army now. As Creator, he breaks out. And Yakov just massing up some roaches. Lings are on the way. Still making drones. Drones are not what he needs right now. He needs an army. As Creator, he throws down 5 gateways back at home. Jesus. Again, committing into a 2-base all-in. And here come the Warpins, Archons, Immortals. Can Creator pull this off? Personally, I'd be feeling a little bit safer here if Young Yakov had even some side defense. There we go. Spine Crawlers are on the way. Spores are on the way as well. He's getting ready. He spots the army. Young Yakov, he gets supply blocked. Well, the supply block is real. Another Overlord going down. Only one Overlord in production. That doesn't bode well. Yeah, brutal supply block here for Young Yakov. There we go. 4 Overlords on the way. Young Yakov, he still can't make anything. And Creator, he can pull this off. That's 6 Overlords in production. A laser. Calm down. This Creator is pushing in. Not like this. Another Overlord falling. Thankfully, no supply block this time. He doesn't commit to the shade. Creator, still no expansion. Still 2-base all-in. Rallying across the map. Yakov trying to keep up. Takes down the Archon. Archon goes down. Bailey's, they crash into the Adepts. Yeah, massive connections. Yeah, Yakov trading well. The Immortal doing a lot on the back line. Zoned away by the Vials. And Young Yakov, he should have enough. I say that, and so far nice control here with the Prism. Saves the Immortals. Yeah, Young Yakov, he overextends. He has to back off. He pulls away. From here he pulls back. He wants the Immortal. He gets it. One Immortal goes down. He gets one. Gets an Immortal. Still pulling back. Stalker's going to be falling. Ling reinforcements on the way. Young Yakov, it looks like he should be able to hold his own. GG gets called. He survives the all-in despite the hefty supply block. And Young Yakov will take the series 2-0. GG. Whew. Let's go. GG, well played. Young Yakov, he does it again. Again, if you missed out, I recommend the VODs of that best of 5 that we casted 2 weeks ago. Young Yakov, he took down Creator in the best of 5, and he takes down Creator here in the best of 3. What I will say though, very aggressive play here out of Young Yakov. Remember, game 1, Young Yakov, he was very much so in Creator's face with the hatch blocks, with the denials of the expansion, of course with the follow-up aggression as well. In game 2, we saw Young Yakov, he scouted the 4-gate glaives, and he responded by pulling the boys. He pulled the boys, Bobby went for a Link Flood. He was able to cripple the economy of Creator. Again, whenever you see 4-gate glaive Adepts, there is that window in time where the Protoss player doesn't really have much of an army. the gateways were on the way, but they weren't up and running yet, so he couldn't actually produce his Glaive Adepts. He couldn't, and Glaives wasn't even done either, so there was a small window in time where he was vulnerable. Yakov, fully aware of that, he abused that as well, was able to cripple the economy, and then we had a very tense kind of back and forth with Creator. He was almost bouncing back in that game. He was forced into his own 2-base all-in. Very tense moment there, but Yakov, he held his own. GG. GG, well played. Yakov advances on to the semifinals. Very well played here again. Yakov, for those that maybe haven't been watching the European region, Yakov has been rising the ranks specifically over the past couple of months. It is always a little bit odd to me, the fact that Yakov, he left his team, but he was still grinding really hard. And I remember at the time he was saying that, like, he left the Platinum Heroes because he was he didn't think he would be able to, like, focus on competing as much, and he didn't want to, you know, be a part of the team and, like, gain a salary when he wasn't, like, playing as much or anything like that. So he wanted to step away and focus on other things. And that's also when Yakov started rising up and started getting better and better results. So really, really impressive stuff here out of Yakov these past couple of months. Coming into 2025 is definitely a player to keep an eye on, and does 2-0 Creator. Impressive. Very impressive stuff. GG, well played. With that, Yakov advances on to the semifinals, and we are getting ready here to find out who faces off against him, I believe, as we're jumping into a ZVT. Let's go. Let us go. We have Rogue versus GuMiho. GuMiho, of course, we just casted him up against Trap. He was able to bring down Trap in a bit of a more, I don't know if I want to say dominant. I mean, I guess the other game was quite strong for GuMiho, and he just was able to sail from there. But we'll see how he compares to Rogue. As Rogue, he's an animal. He's an animal, and he is looking to rise up and claim the title of best Zerg player in Korea, as Dark is going to the military service. For those that are unaware, for those who aren't on Twitter, Dark, recently there was a post. We actually spoke about this the other day when we were going over all the news during the podcast. During the SC2 podcast even. But Dark, he was awarded a place in the esports, in the Kespa Hall of Fame. He was awarded a place in the Hall of Fame for his legacy in StarCraft, of course. And when he claimed that award, there was like an acceptance speech. And Dark, he was explaining that that of course, you know, he's happy for his endeavors. You know, big shout out to his team. But he is going to the military service soon. TM. The military is on the horizon. Dark, he didn't play in Master Coliseum because we speculate because of military service. Likewise, Dark left his team like a week ago because of military service as well. So finally, military service has caught up with Dark, and that is going to be happening soon. And that is going to leave kind of like a power vacuum a little bit here amongst the Korean Zerg players. Who do we have to fill that void? Who do we have to fill the void that is Dark? We have Solar, we have SHIN, and we have Rogue. Those are the top 3 Zerg players in South Korea, and yeah, we'll see who can rise up to claim that title. Let's go. So we're getting into our ZVT. As spawning in the top right-hand corner of ley lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the ex-military Zerg, representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran. The most recent, the reigning Home Story Cup champion, it is GuMiho. I'll try to fix the gap. Is that better? Hold on. Hold on, is that... I think so. Yeah. I appreciate it. Thank you. Gracias, Papa. Gracias. As we are going to be settling into our ZVT. Here we go. And again, we have seen quite a lot from GuMiho as of late. He has been rising through the ranks, and especially at Home Story Cup, we got to see GuMiho flex his TVT and his TVP, but what about his TVZ? I feel like this is the matchup that I think I would go as far as to say that this is the weakest, this is GuMiho's weakest matchup. I mean, everyone has the weakest matchup I feel like GuMiho has a little bit less flexibility against Zerg players, but still very unorthodox. I'll always remember his best of 7 against SKillous, what was it, at the start of this year or the end of last year. Just a crazy matchup where he did take maps off of SKillous, did go down in the end, but we saw some crazy builds going into mech, going into these more crazy BC into bio openers as well, proxy BC even at times. GuMiho's an animal, and we'll see how he compares to Rogue. Likewise, Rogue, he did relatively recently come back from the military. I say recently, it was like 6 months ago. Yeah, around 6 or so months ago, Rogue did return. And he has been rising through the ranks. I mentioned previously how it was a bit of an unfortunate time to return for Trap and Rogue as well. Trap and Rogue, they came back at around the same time, and because of when they came back, it meant that they could not compete in EWC. They could not compete in Esports World Cup because they missed the entire year, the entire circuit of gaining points, so it was just a really unfortunate time for their return. But despite that, both Trap and Rogue have been on that grind. They've been grinding, they've been improving, they've been getting better and better results. Most recently, Rogue, he infamously did defeat Clem, I believe was it at Star Zagora? I believe, at the Bulgarian event? No, sorry, it wasn't that. It was the Big Lulu Cup, if I recall correctly, where Rogue, he was able to flex the Mass Overseer style against Clem. Just Mass Overseer, Mass Changelings, of course leading into all these Nidus Worms and just non-stop aggression. It was just, yeah, really interesting way to approach things. A very unique approach is maybe a better way of putting it from the side of Rogue. And yeah, I mean, he was able to take down Clem in his prime not too long ago. But we'll see how he compares to GuMiho. Because you know what? Clem, he might be the reigning world champion, but GuMiho, he's the Home Story Cup champion. We'll see, we'll see. GuMiho's a different beast, different animal. Despite that, 3rd CC, so 3CC opener here out of GuMiho, going for something more economic. Into a 1-1-1, into, I would imagine, Banshee play. Meanwhile, Rogue going Hatch Gas Pool into a 3rd. Standard opener here by Rogue, likewise from GuMiho as well. We're settling it. Do I see in the chat? Tira tu papi. Sí, papi, sí. Tírate. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos, bienvenidos. Hope you're doing well. As for now, GuMiho going to be hunting down that Overlord. Does lift the racks for good reason, I would imagine, as we are not going for an add-on swap. Interesting. So I would imagine a Hellion Liberator-based opener instead, as there is no Tech Lab on the way because the Rax is floated, bearing in mind that Rogue is fully aware as well. Because Rogue knows that the Rax was in the air, he knows that there's no Banshee, but there is a BC. Let's go. Fusion Core gets placed, Tech Lab is on the way, and GuMiho is opening up with the Battle Cruiser. Now, typically, traditionally, BC openers lead into mech, but we have seen a rise in popularity of BC openers into bio instead. So my eyes are on GuMiho. We have a Tech Lab on the way. Link Scout does dip in, checking the vision here. Rogue, he does not see the Tech Lab, does not see the production. Rogue is in the dark. Rogue, he's in the dark. He has no idea what's going on. So far, spreading creep, trying to maintain himself. So far, defending and deflecting those Hellions. And the BC production will soon begin. Meanwhile, Rogue's queen count is still looking quite healthy. Again, there are no spores because there is no banshees, and Rogue, he's aware of that, so no reason to make spores. That may be the downfall of Rogue. He has to be careful. He's still making more queens. Queen count looking healthy. Double Eva chamber on the way. 4 double upgrades, I would imagine, for Ling Bane. Which means no Roach Warren. Hellions, they try to dive in. So far, good deflection here by Rogue. He does maintain himself, he does hold on. Does defend. Link Scout gets attempted, Rogue sees nothing, and there it is, Stim. This is what I was waiting for. I was waiting for either Stim, or I was waiting for extra factories. It is BC into Bio, not into mech. And this could catch Rogue off guard, but thankfully Rogue is going for melee upgrades. He's getting ready for Ling Bane. He's not investing too heavily into roaches. Meanwhile, Hellions, they go for the dive! And they bust into the natural. Lings, they do buy some time. Nice wall off. Hellions, a lot of them going to be going down, but they do break through. They break through into the main. Lings go down. Worker's going to get roasted. They do try to wall off, but the last Eva chamber is just a little too late. Drones are going to be going down. They're getting 4 or 5 drone kills. So far, 7 in total, but it's a one-way trip, and the Hellions, they are going to fall. So decent damage. Meanwhile, BC teleports across the map, gets a queen. Takes down a queen, going for the mineral line. Does focus fire another worker. Takes down the Spore. Spore does dish out a lot of damage. No transfuse. No transfuse available. Or no transfuse was there. As the BC gets 5 kills. Heading into the main. Going for more queens. Alas, they should be safe and sound. Getting another 2 drones. Getting 12 workers in total, and the BC survives. That's what's most important here. The BC does survive. Does get out. Lair is on the way. Remember, the Lair was delayed in favor of double Evo Chamber and double upgrades, so Rogue was cutting corners. Rogue was being greedy. As a result, late Spire. Late Spire, GuMiho building up on 2 bases, getting his third, second factories on the way. This tells us that GuMiho, he is going to be setting up for eventually a 3rd and 4th base saturation. So he should be taking extra gases. But the early second factory is really interesting to me. We don't often see that. I mean, we don't often have the economy for that either. Going into earlier Widow Mines. BC racing back. Are we rushing into Drilling Claws? I mean, we're waiting for the armory, I would imagine. Meanwhile, Rogue is embracing Ling Bane. Baneling Nest on the way. Into eventually Baneling Speed, but again, this all was delayed because of the aggression, because of the run-by. What I will say, though, is that drone count is looking relatively healthy. He's building back up, and yep, there it is. I was really curious, but double factories leading into really fast Drilling Claws. You don't often see this. You don't often see a player rushing into Drilling Claws of all upgrades. So, bold move here by GuMiho. Interesting. And with that, of course, detection is going to be required to focus down those Widow Mines. They can gain more value over time. Lings a threat and a dive. Baiting out the mine shot. Nice on Burrow. Nice on Burrow. Does focus down one of the queens. Clutch pick off here from GuMiho. Lings they go for the dive, and the mine shot goes off. Decent connection. Decent connection. I did hear the BC teleport. There we go, into the main. BC teleports in. Queens are out of position. They rotate back home. BC wreaking havoc. The Fire Army stims in once again. Remember, Baneling Speed was delayed. Baneling Speed is not ready. He wants a hat-trick. Ooh, doesn't get it. Base does survive. GuMiho going for a double drop on the right-hand side. Attempting to pull Rogue apart. Getting into the mineral line. And drones are going down. Oh, the friendly fire. No friendly fire there. Nice on Burrow here from GuMiho. Doesn't waste the shots. And mine shots on the Ling Bane. Nice connections. Drop on the right hand side. Takes down the expansion. And GuMiho is pulling Rogue apart. The base goes down. Drops into the natural. Just keeps him busy. Sniping more queens. And even more drones as well. Clutch transfuse. Rogue will be barely keeping his queens alive. GuMiho gets the hell out of there. Rogue attempts to run by, but GuMiho is ready. He's ready, he's in position. Back at home, he defends. He defends, and the mine shots are going to reset. Remember, Drilling Claws. The Drilling Claws was researched. Marine's going to be going down. Spore repositioning. BC into the main. Fire Army moving out. Gets eyes on the Banelings. The Banelings are denied. More queens going down as well. Rogue going for a desperate counterattack, but there's an army back at home. Banelings rolling in. Mine shots going off, trying to force friendly fire. Oof. Banelings go down, and the Lings, they do overwhelm. Not bad. They are getting some damage here, and we're making 3 Widow Mines at a time. That's a lot of mines. Oh my god. A lot of mine shots going off. Meanwhile, across the map, everything's on fire. The 4th base is going down. The 5th base went down as well. Base after base falling. Rogue does get into the mineral line, though, and he does kill every single SCV. There's no kill counts, but that's 41 SCVs going down in total. GuMiho, he loses his economy. That should not have happened. That should not have happened. It should have pulled away. At the same time, though, even though Rogue has a healthier drone count, he's not mining properly. He's not mining efficiently, I should say. Going for another run-by. As Rogue is long distance mining. Lings are cleaned up. Rogue force back. GuMiho still being active, still maintains that supply lead, that army supply lead. GuMiho's down in SCVs, but mate, he has mules. Who needs workers when you have mules, papi? Let's go. The mules are all you need. And GuMiho is looking to knock down that fourth base once again. Just never allowing Rogue to recover. These Widow Mines have been so oppressive. The drop play as well. Banelings, they roll in, they crash into Marauders more than anything. Rogue going for another run by. Mine shots going off on the Banes. Lings, they deny the third. Third base is denied. The game is getting chaotic. Mine shots going off here on the Lings. Oh. GuMiho is breaking through, at least he's trying to. Mine shots going off once again. And GuMiho is being denied. As Rogue is racing back home for the surround. Oh my god. Even forcing friendly fire. And Rogue holds. Rogue key defense, he saves the expansion. GuMiho is still not done. Jesus, he's just so active. He doesn't stop. Calm down. Denies the fifth. But the fourth base gets up. The fourth base is saturated. Rogue, he can recover. He just needs more time. And that's time that GuMiho is not giving him. GuMiho, he has no chill. No chill whatsoever. Simming in once again, though another Ling run by. Gets into the mineral line. He's going down. GuMiho is gaining ground though. Efficient trades, Lingbane crashes in. The splits are okay, but GuMiho just doesn't have enough. Even the Marauders going down to the Banelings. And Rogue barely holds on. You can see the supplies are neck and neck. They're both very low. But Rogue, he saves the expansion. And GuMiho is down to how many SCVs? 28. 28 SCVs. Really what is winning Rogue this game is the non-stop run bys at the third. This third base, it's been annihilated twice now, losing every single SCV. And GuMiho is running out of steam. GuMiho is running out of steam, running out of army. Oh my god. Oh, the mine shots. Jesus. Mine shot's gonna be going off. There's one mine shot left. And we come in for the surround. GuMiho forced to pick up. Widow Mines are not gonna be cleaned up though. Another Overseer on the way. GuMiho falling back. GuMiho still maintains the supply lead, just barely. An army supply lead, I should emphasize. Lings, they crash in. Nice spread here from GuMiho. The Banelings, they don't really do much. And nice snipes. GuMiho kites back. The target firing gets all the Banelings. Oh my god, they keep coming. They just keep coming. As GuMiho is out trading Rogue, but Rogue has a better economy. That's the problem here. Rogue, he's on 1.5 base economy. If Rogue was denied the fourth base, it'd be a different story. GuMiho is still just muling his heart out. So yeah, over time, GuMiho is running out of steam. What GuMiho is really hoping for is a mine shot. It's a juicy mine connection. Nice spreads here by Rogue. Splits off his Lings. Shuts down the army. Oh. So mine shot does go up. Decent connection. On the Lingbane. Oh my god. And Rogue will lose everything. Yeah, the entire army goes down. Very nice Widow Mine shots here from GuMiho. Rogue, he's getting 2 bases up and running though. GuMiho, he has to stop this. He has to stop the economy. He has to stop it. Oh, god. Once again, friendly fire on the Marines. Yeah, the Widow Mine's working against GuMiho. GuMiho again, he's still down to 31 SCVs. Again, barely an economy. Still just rallying across the map. Heavily relying here on the Widow Mines. He's trying to break through, trying desperately. Matchup's going up. Ooh, no major connections. Much better trade here from Rogue. Oh my god, I spoke too soon. But I think Rogue is on it. Rogue, he has 3-3. He has 3-3 upgrades. Does overextend. Rogue, he overextends. No Banelings behind this. Banelings just now morphing in. GuMiho rallying forward, picking up and landing his main. Pushing towards the bases. Damage are done. Still just a very tense game state here. I want to give the edge to Rogue, but I mean, it's still GuMiho. Alright, just going off. Decent Bailey connections. Nice spread here out of GuMiho. But it will lose every single Marauder. Marauders go down. Rogue, he holds on. Defends. Vipers have arrived. Let's go. GuMiho still rallying in. Again, this is still just a very cheap army. He's still going. Oh, the mind shots. Better connections this time. Yeah, much better connections. They take down most of the Ling Bane. Oh no! No splits! Oh my god. He picks up just in time. Hot pickup out of GuMiho. Still rallying across the map. The CC barely survives. Hopefully he repairs. There we go. He repairs, establishing the CC. Oh my god, mind shots are denied. The power bombs here, they take down the final medevac. GG gets called. And Rogue, he survives. He takes game number 1. Whew. But he had to fight for it. Jesus. A very intense game 1. Rogue, he barely comes out on top. Again, a crucial, pivotal moment, as we were pointing out, of what won Rogue this game with the Ling run buys. The Ling counterattacks at the 3rd CC. One too many times. GuMiho did not pull the SCVs away, and he lost everything. He lost so many SCVs at that 3rd base, time and time again. And with that, his economy was crippled. He was never able to really recover from that, and he was just outscaled. He was just outpaced, outscaled over time. GG. Rogue does take a lead. Rogue takes the lead, just catching up in the chat. Thank you so much to Tater Tutor for a gifted sub, to Fractal in the chat. Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Thank you so much for the support in the community. We do appreciate it. Do appreciate it as we are jumping into game number 2. I think go to bed stream will be hot. Take care, papi. Take care. Shema. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. I know it's getting quite late in the land of Europe. I know it's getting quite late. Buenas noches. As we're settling into game number 2 and spawning in the top right hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Zerg player for Team Falcons leading the series 1-0. It is Rogue. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is GuMiho. Here we go. Oh, as it's been a while. Okay, it's been a while since we've seen a 2-max Reaper opener. I would imagine that's what we're seeing here. I mean, GuMiho, he has been fond of going for a low ground 1-1 setup, racks into factory, into CC on the low ground to just cut some corners. I'm curious which one it's going to be, as he's setting up. Meanwhile, Rogue, oh my god, opening up gas first. Gas pull into delayed hatchery here. Rogue with a very aggressive build. And I think I want to favor GuMiho. So there's a couple of things going on. One, because of the opener of Rogue, because of the faster gas, what does that mean? That means fast link speed, that means potentially fast Roach Warren, Bane Bust as well, aggression regardless. Aggression is going to be available here to Rogue. GuMiho back at home is setting up with a low ground wall off. He should be walling off with the factory as well. Again, single Reaper opener into CC, into factory on the low ground. Is that going to be enough to survive and defend though? The downside is that the production is going to be exposed. The production is going to be vulnerable to aggression. As link speed is on the way, and do you see what I see? Rogue did not pull out a gas. He pulled one out, but not everything. We know what this means. I'm feeling a Bane Bust. I'm feeling a Bane Bust here from Rogue. He does scout the low ground. He does see that the production is going to be vulnerable. And we're waiting for that 50 gas, and we're waiting for the Baneling Nest. As factory has been placed. Lings, they pull back home. 50 gas available. Waiting for the minerals. And show us what you got. So far, the Reaper is being deflected. As GuMiho is coming in for the scout, he sees how late the expansion is. He knows. Gets behind the mineral line, and he should get eyes on the researching spawning pool and the continued gas saturation. Yeah, big tail, big scouts. Now, this could be either Bane Bust, Roach Warren, Fast Lair. We still don't know ourselves. I mean, Rogue, he has the gas for it, but he hasn't spent his money yet. I believe to try to hide it from the Reaper. I would imagine. As Rogue has built up his gas, now pulling out. Oh. Dropper Lords. Oh, that I was not expecting. I was leaning towards Bane Bust, but no. Overlord Speed is on the way. This should be for Dropper Lord play. Okay, as Overlords are scattered around the map. GuMiho getting into his 1-1-1. Just settling in. So far, Rogue's still saturating. GuMiho moves out, so you can see the Overlord getting in position. And what I will say, though, is that Rogue actually doesn't really have many links to work with. Is he just going Overlord Speed just to scout? Yeah, he is. Okay. He's just going for the scout. Never mind. No aggression here. He's just droning. He's just droning up, going for the Overlord scout into the main. Fast Overlord, I should emphasize as well. And with this, he will confirm the 1-1-1. Does confirm. Meanwhile, more importantly, he also confirms the second Rax before CC. There is no command center, not yet. Very committed two-base play here out of GuMiho. Moving out with a Hellion. Wait, what's going on? So we do have a Hellion drop opener out of GuMiho into a 3-1-1 setup with a very delayed third. This looks like a borderline two-base all-in. Not gonna lie. It's a very late third base. Meanwhile, Rogue back at home, he keeps up. His queens are in position. Lings have amassed. And GuMiho does not break in. He does not break into the main. It's going to be a Roach 1 follow-up. I do like this. Roach play can be very safe in ZVT. And considering the scattered two-base all-in, Roaches are going to be ideal. So it's really safe play here out of Rogue. Lings, they come in for a surround. I'll pick up here out of GuMiho. Third TC is on location for GuMiho. This makes sense considering how late it is. Again, this is a very delayed third TC, so to make up for it, it's going to be on location. This tells us that it is not a two-base all-in, but this is still very aggressive and very committed play. Again, because of how late the third base is, it means that everything else is faster. The bio production, the stim, the medevacs as well. So GuMiho will soon hit the field with an army. It's going to be on Rogue to defend and to survive. Overlord Scout confirms the production. Doesn't quite get eyes. There we go. We'll soon get eyes on the CC. Sees that it's on location being built. Nice surround. Takes down some of the Hellions. 2 Hellions left. Roaches are building up. And here comes GuMiho rallying everything across the map again. It's such an unorthodox move out. There is no armory, so there's no Hellbats. It's Marines with stim. He's going for the Queens. The Queens are exposed. He does not get them, though. That's control here by Rogue. He does pull away, saves the Queen. Clutch Transfuse. GuMiho rotating, but again, he's just not really gaining too much value here. Lings, they get across the map. They force back the Hellions. And Rogue defends. He survives. Rogue, he's holding. Rogue is intentionally not saturating his third base. He's making more Roaches. He's making more Roaches. More Overlords on the way. Rogue is looking. It looks like he's setting up for a big counterattack, specifically with Roach Speed. Roach Speed is halfway done. Rogue, he's building up more Roaches. Ravager's now morphing in as well. I would imagine he's going to be reinforcing with Lings. And Rogue is gearing up for a massive move out. And GuMiho, I mean, this build, this game has just been so awkward. Like, there's not much to defend. There's no Sim City. Tank production was delayed because of the Hellions and into the rest of the bio. Fourth base is denied, but I don't think Rogue cares about the fourth. Oh, it's cancelled. Marines, they dive into the midline. Drones going down. Very nice damage. Taking down a Queen. Getting 4 drones, but here comes the counterattack. Here comes the all-in. Oh my god, the SCVs are exposed. So many SCVs going to be going down. Back at home, Rogue defends. Chases down the SCVs. And GuMiho is stuck on 2 bases. Stuck on a 2-base economy. The medevac! Oh my god, full medevac goes down. GuMiho has to get the hell out of here. Picks up, saves some of the SCVs. Not bad. They'll save him with the medevacs. but GuMiho cannot expand. He cannot take this third. It's not going to happen. Rogue is in position. Will perpetually deny the third. That is his win condition. From here, Rogue can now drone. He can start droning, start teching. Just contain GuMiho on 2 bases for as long as possible. That's all Rogue needs to do. There's no need for Rogue to push into the natural. Like, it's going to be a death wish here. Just trying to break this position. Pushing into 3 tanks, it's not going to happen. But he doesn't need to. Rogue can just chill. He can just chill, he can just calm down. He can settle in. GuMiho's moving out. Double drop across the map towards the main. Rogue's somewhat in position. Yeah, he's in position. He's able to keep up. Queen is going to go down. Rogue's still checking for a third. GuMiho, he expands elsewhere. Goes for the linear third instead. And Rogue is maxed. Rogue at this point, he's maxed out. He's maxed out on a less than 3 base economy. He's on 62 workers. I don't think this was necessary. Like, this is like Rogue doesn't really have a great economy, and he's not maxed out on the best army either, just purely Roach Ravager. But I mean, you know what, it works. It's fine. I mean, it kind of works. I do favor GuMiho's efficiency here as he picks up into the main. And again, pushing into this tank line is not going to be easy. Rogue trying to keep up. Arguably, GuMiho is about to have a better economy once he gets his third base up and running. And Rogue, he will soon have to pull the trigger. GuMiho is catching up in supply. Tower gets knocked down. Rogue, he's stuck with this subpar army. GuMiho's all over him. Okay, there we go. He does pull the trigger. He collapses in. Rallies everything across the map, and he will get on top of the tanks. The tanks are exposed. Yeah, 3 tanks going down. The Bio Army does crush the roaches on the right-hand side. What about on the left, though? What about the left? As Rogue comes in for the concave, takes down the SCVs, takes down the mineral line. At the same time, GuMiho takes down the expansion. Trading a base for a base. Rogue backs off. And Rogue is still remaxing on purely Roach. Stuck on roaches. And I am concerned that Rogue is going to be outscaled over time. As GuMiho is getting into 2-2 upgrades, so he's going to be exceeding the upgrades of Rogue. Likewise, Rogue's still stuck on Roach Ravager. Not even Ling Bane Roach Ravager. Just straight up Roach Ravager here instead. Medevac goes down. Okay, not bad. Yo, we have 4 Vikings? Jeez, okay. GuMiho being active. Supply blocks Rogue. Rogue is moving out. Again, I don't think Rogue can quite break this. He can try to overwhelm by attacking from multiple angles. True. Coming in for a flank. Last GuMiho, he does respond. Files A don't quite connect. Up! Towards the end, they graze the army. But nice splits here from GuMiho. And GG gets called. Yeah, Rogue, he just rams his face against a brick wall, and GuMiho holds. And we're going to the ace match. GG. Again, Rogue, he was stuck with a very, very subpar army. Roach Ravager and purely Roach Ravager. Also, Rogue never droned. I believe that Rogue was hoping that GuMiho would push out. If GuMiho pushed out and if they engaged in the center of the map, I was favoring Rogue. But with purely just nothing but Roach Ravager, even though Rogue was maxed, it's always important to note that the soup does lie. The soup does lie. Roach Ravager is a very inefficient army, especially as the game progresses. It just falls off. It just falls off. It doesn't scale well into a longer game state. And GuMiho just, yeah, outpaced him. Was able to just outpace him and build up a greater army. GG. GG, well played. With that, we're going all the way to game 3. We're going to the ace match. Let's go. Let us go. The Vikings paved themselves multiple times over. They did supply block quite heavily. Did slow down Rogue, and again, Rogue, he was just stuck with Roach Rav. Like, what's he gonna do? And here we go. We're going to game 3. We have made it all the way to that ace match. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the blue Zerg player. The South Korean Zerg, representing Team Falcons, being forced into a tied-up series. Can he bring it back? Can he bring it home? It is herO. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, the reigning Home Zerg Cup champion, tying up the series. Momentum is on his side. Can he keep it going? Can he claim the series and advance on to the semifinals? It is GuMiho. We go. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. The fatigue is getting to me a little bit, but it's okay. I'm sipping on some coffee. I'm holding on. We're good. We are good. Oh. As we are calming things down here in King's Cove. King's Cove is known for being quite a large map. One of the larger maps in the map pool. Top three just behind Abyssal Reef and Neon Violet Square. On top of that, we do have a very defendable 3-base setup. The natural, of course, has a very narrow ramp coming into the natural. On top of that, you have the high ground advantage, the concave, the narrow choke point, so very defendable here on 2 bases. Likewise, the 3rd base as well, a ramp coming into the 3rd. So your 3-base setup is very secure, very fortifiable. It is the 4th base that is more exposed. The 4th base, either here in the center or here on the left-hand side, can be more difficult to really take advantage of. But the rush distance by ground is quite long as well. So because of that, we could be in for a long one. We could be here for quite some time as herO is going to be opening up. Ooh, gasless. Let's go. herO pulling a dark. Now with this, he's going for a gasless opener. What does this mean? This typically means roach play. No gas, which means no link speed, purely queen link defense. Now, because this map is so defendable on 3 bases, because of the ramps, because of the choke points, you can, as a Zerg player, cut corners and skip link speed and skip links and defend with purely slow links and queens. It is a greedy thing to do, but on a map like King's Cove, it is viable. It is quite viable here. So we see this kind of opener quite often on maps like King's Cove. We see it on El Dorado. That's another good one for this. Those are the 2 that come to mind. And we do see this on Neon Violet Square as well. And Abyssal Reef. A lot of these big, large maps like Abyssal Reef, Neon Violet Square, King's Cove, El Dorado, that's where you can embrace and go for something like a gasless opener. But I should emphasize as well, just as a bit of a PSA, if you're out there, if you're laddering, if you want to try this at home, be careful. This is done by professionals, and it is very much so map dependent. Don't just do it on like Amygdala, or don't do this on like ley lines. You're gonna get killed. Like, just calm down. Don't do this on Whispers of Gold. No shot, mate. No shot. So be careful out there. Be careful. Open gasless responsibly. As from here, we're settling in. GuMiho opening up with a 3rd CC before Starport. Economic opener out of GuMiho. And herO just chilling back at home, cutting corners and going roaches. Again, so because you open gases, because link speed is so late, you just skip it. You just skip link speed entirely, you cut your corners, and you go straight into roach play instead. Now, this doesn't mean that herO has to commit into purely Roach Ravager. I know that that's what we saw last game. That doesn't have to be the case here. This can just be an opener, and this can lead into later link speed and banelings and lead into Roach Ravager in the mid game. Sorry, Ling Bane Roach Ravager in the mid game is what I meant to say. Which is very much so viable. You know, it's a pretty solid mid-game layer tech composition that can lead you into a higher form of tech. If you invest into melee upgrades, it can lead you into like ultra tech. If you invest into range upgrades, it can lead into Hydra Lurker Viper. So yeah, it's just this kind of opener has been refined over the past couple of years even, by players like Dark and players like SKillous. And it can be quite flexible. Can be. Oh my god, we're making it up. Speaking of being defendable on 3 bases, true, very defendable on 3 bases. And you know what? If you're secure on 3 bases, time to make it up here and make it happen. Double armory into a faster factory into mech. We avoided mech for so long here tonight. but we could only avoid it for so long. Let's go, Bobby, let's go. As GuMiho is doing what he does best. Now, what's important about mech here is, of course, the new old Cyclone. The Cyclone has since reverted. We have devolved as a people, as a Terran race, to an old iteration of the Cyclone, where now you do require tech labs on your factories for Cyclone production, intermechanical accelerators. Cyclones can now be insane when they mass up. Their range is crazy, by the way, so you can kite very well with them. Personally, I'm not too fond of the decision to revert the Cyclone. Personally, I feel like we acknowledged that the Cyclone was a problem and we evolved past that. There's a reason why the Cyclone was changed, and to bring it back, oh boy, means that this is, oh, hold that thought, Pappy, hold that thought. That's not a Cyclone, that's a Thor. We're going for a Thor drop. Quanta, is that you? So this looks like a Quanta build. I would love to ask GuMiho about this, but this does look like a Quanta build. Basically, this looks like a quad drop. What I'm referring to here, 1-1 upgrades, double armory into double Thor into quadruple Thor, quadruple medevac. Do we commit to a quad Thor drop or just 2? I want GuMiho to send it. Go full Quanta, give us 4 medevacs and 4 Thors. We're halfway there. But this does look like the Quanta build. Quanta, for those who don't know, okay, just 2. He was teasing us, Pappy. Only 2 Thors into tank production. Almost. For those who don't know, Quanta, he's a Korean Terran player. He's a Korean Terran, and he is known for the quad Thor builds. He popularized it, I want to say back in like 2021, 2022 era of StarCraft. During the COVID era of StarCraft is when that hit the field, and a couple of players were playing around with it. But only 2. Only 2 Thors, then into Cyclones. Okay. Then we can go into the rant about the Cyclones and all that stuff. For now, though, double Thor drop has a lot of potential. Thors, they do a surprising amount of damage to queens and buildings, and they do make their way across the map for some map control. Likewise, Hellions towards the left-hand side. I've been focusing a lot here on GuMiho. Rogue back at home. Ooh. Is not going Lingbane Roach Ravager. He's going Roach Ravager into Hydra Lurker Viper. Interesting. Is setting up for that. Again, Viper tech is going to be a big power spike for Rogue if he can get those Vipers. Meanwhile, he's moving out. He's spotted, and he's going to be slowed down. At least attempted to be. Is going for a counterattack. Tanks are in position. Roaches, they can't quite break through, but they do zone away the Thors. Rogue, he puts the fear into GuMiho, forces him back home, and that means that Rogue is able to freely drone. Freely drone up, take bases, spread creep, set up, settle in. And GuMiho now, he realizes that he can still be active. We'll see where he goes. Didn't Bunny win some games with this in GSL? Yeah, I want to say that there were a couple of Terran players that were enamored with this, like Bunny. I want to say Ryung did it a little bit as well. Like when I think of Korean Terran mech, I think of Bunny and I think of Ryung at times. But here we go, GuMiho trying to establish that 4th base. As we mentioned before, the 4th base is more exposed. You can see you can attack from a full surround angle, essentially. But for the time being, Rogue, he's chilling. He's chilling back at home. The Vipers have arrived. The Hive is done, of course, gathering energy. We do have the Lurker Den on the way for the eventual Hydra Lurker Viper. But this does mean that GuMiho is freely expanding. It means that he can stabilize and settle into his 4th. But here we go. Rogue is now maxed. He's maxed out. He's about to have 2-2. Or at least +2 carapace. Vipers have arrived. He can abduct. He can blindly cloud. What does he go for? Ideally, should be going for the tanks. Turrets are ready. Vipers, they dive in. Here come the blinding clouds. He gets one. He does get one of the tanks. Oh, abducts the Thor. Thor's going to go down. Does not target down the Viper in time. Going for the tank as well. But alas, it's barely not enough. Again, it took too long to break through. The tank line does hold. And GuMiho defense. GuMiho, he defends for now. Rogue, what does he remax with? He remaxes with 16 roaches. Personally, especially against a low Hellion count, I wouldn't be opposed to reinforcing with Lings just to be that much faster. But for now, just sticking with Roach Hydra. Just Roach Hydra. No Lurkers yet. He's still working on the upgrades. Once the upgrades kick in, then he can embrace those Lurkers. Until then, though, just purely Roach Hydra. Roach Hydra Viper. Behind this, GuMiho, he didn't lose any SCVs, and he's fortifying himself. He's got 3 tanks on the high ground. He's soon to have 3 tanks on the low ground as well. Thors, Hellbats, all to buffer, all to soak damage, and to protect those tanks. One of the tanks is exposed. 1 tank goes down. Nice pick off. herO coming in from behind, trying to sneak in towards that third, but he runs into the tanks. Yeah, massive volleys going off. 1 tank goes down, and he does break through, does get into the mineral line, and SCVs are going to go down. Yeah, herO bypasses the main army, takes down 10 SCVs and counting. Tanks out of position. Hellbat's dropping in. Oh my god, back in Heart of the Swarm. The Hellbat drops. And this army is going to be cleaned up for a price, for a cost of 15 SCVs. Likewise, roaches, they burrow into the main, busting into the mineral lines. More SCVs going to be going down. And as damage is being done, Rogue, he is working towards a spire, I would imagine, for a greater spire for Broodlords. Here we go. He is gearing up, 24 SCV kills. Ay, ay, ay. Does wreak havoc. Getting 28 SCVs. Likewise, GuMiho securing himself. Looking to push in. He is hoping to push forward. So far, Rogue unable to break GuMiho. So far, so good. GuMiho, he's holding on. He's holding on. GuMiho breaking out. Oh, we do have lurkers on the way, but lurkers, can they really hold against mech? That's the question. Can Rogue survive this? Can he hold? As GuMiho is finally maxed out, so finally he can move out across the map. He breaks free. Nidus room into the main. Uh-oh. And GuMiho is maxed. You know what that means? That means no production. No production. Nothing to defend. The Nidus will finish. And Rogue, he's going in for the kill. As the Nidus does complete, the army's racing back. Lurkers, they break in, they came with the production. Roaches, they hit the third base, and GuMiho, he races back home. He was out of position. That brutal spine shot's going off, and this may have just won the game. Yeah, here and now. Lurkers just snowballing out of control. Roaches hit the third. Factory's falling down. Roaches, they even coming from behind. Lurkers, they forced out. Forced out of the main. League Roach hits was the natural. More SCVs going down, just everything's on fire. Rogue wreaking havoc. And GuMiho just can't keep up. You can't keep up. This is the danger of maxing out as well, as you mentioned. If you max, especially as a Terran, there's no production, there's no reinforcements. So GuMiho, he was caught with his pants down. Meanwhile, the roaches are still burrowed, they can still dive in. They can still dive at any moment. Speaking of, another Nidus into the main. And Rogue is remaxing. He's remaxing, building on more lurkers, getting to +3. +1 air attack as well. Not gonna lie. Again, just maintaining that. 10 more SCVs going down. Finally, the roaches that get caught out. We can see GuMiho attempting to go into, I would imagine, BC production. Fusion cores on the way. More starports as well. But GuMiho is just stuck at home. We have more changelings waddling in. Let's go. The changelings. They are spreading out. At this point, Rogue just engulfing the entire map, taking all the bases. Now he's going for that frontal assault. Now, pushing into this tank line is still not going to be easy. He's pushing it. Oh my god, the tank volleys are insane. But here come the yoinks. Yeah, the tank cannon's going to be reset. Still, though, that was a brutal trade. That was 6 lurkers going down and 7 hydras for 5 tanks. Not the most efficient trade here from Rogue. He has to retreat. Meanwhile, BC production has begun. GuMiho, he had a bank to work with, so he can still hold his own. GuMiho is still in this game. Where he is going to rotate. So Fire picks off a tank. Does catch a tank. Hydras, they do waddle into the middle line. Oh, no! Medevacs! Okay. Medevacs, they survive. Rogue trying to pull apart his opponents, and he will take down some bases. The Hydra run by was a little bit weird. It was the Hydras, they get cleaned up. But again, GuMiho still just contained on these 4 bases. The lone Hydra into the natural. 8 SCVs. Nice Storm did finish. Lurkers, they waddle in. And it's just such an awkward defense here for GuMiho. He's being pulled apart. It's investing into BCs though. And BCs, they teleport on top of the army. Yamato not quite done. Lurkers, they get the hell out of here. They unburrow, not quite into the natural. GuMiho holds. He defends. Now these BCs, they're forcing a corrupted transition. Now thankfully, +3 air attack is already on the way for Rogue. He's ready for the BCs. Some already. Yeah, BCs are being kept at home, which means Rogue still has free reign. GuMiho down to 45 SCVs. BCs in position as well. Pushing into a tank line. Yeah, lurkers are going to go down. Trying to abduct. Yeah, a bit of an awkward engagement here from Rogue, but it looks like he still breaks through. Yeah, Corruptors have arrived. They take down 2 of the BCs. And he denies the expansion. And it's one of those things where even though this was an inefficient fight from Rogue, what's important is that he just denies the base. And he can afford to. That's his win condition. Deny the expansion, takes down the CC. Just making sure GuMiho does not get a proper economy up and running. GuMiho collapsing in though. Does collapse forward. Takes down the lurkers. Corruptors, they somewhat trade. They at least clean up all the Medevacs. Medevacs gonna be going down. Likewise, reinforcements, they come in from behind. Once again, a bit of a messy fight here. The Vipers are not quite ready. GuMiho, he defends. He shuts this down. Yeah, the reinforcements, they were a little bit misjudged from Rogue. Rallied into his death. GuMiho gaining some momentum. Takes another CC. How many BCs is that? 7! 7 battle cruisers. And can GuMiho win the game with this? Can he win the game with 7 BCs? What is it to defend? Is, I believe, 7 Corruptors? Only 7 Corruptors. Queens are coming forward. Hydras as well. These BCs, they have Yamato. Okay, GuMiho backs off. Never mind. Never mind. He doesn't test his luck. He backs off. As Lings, they do get into the mineral line. Double Nidus here into the main and natural. Ling's going to be distracting. Nidus is denied in the main. Lings are cleaned up. Nidus does complete. And Rogue, he's at least denying some mining in the natural. That nice, it's not going to finish. Meanwhile, Rogue still maxing out. GuMiho, he has now finally, I mean, this entire time for the past like 5+ minutes, he establishes another base. He gets another base up and running, which means GuMiho, he can still maintain himself. He has a incredible army. The BC count getting higher and higher. Still 7 BCs. We're getting there. The BC count is building up. Likewise, so the Corruptors. 14 Corruptors for Rogue. Alongside the Vipers as well. Links are denied. Oh! Did you break in? And just barely Links, they bust in. Rogue going for the dive. He wants the BCs. Does force the teleport. GuMiho gets the hell out of there. Pulls out. GuMiho pulls away. More Corruptors in production. I believe there is no... Yeah, there is no Greater Spire, which is a little bit concerning to me. When and if Rogue cleans up all the BCs, I mean, the Corruptors might just be dead supply. Would be nice to have that Greater Spire. So GuMiho is still stuck at home. And it's denied into the main. He has had the changes. Yeah, we've seen a lot of changelings being used here from Rogue. 100%. I mean, he has a lot of overseers. Non-stop changelings. Speaking of, another wave comes out. Wave of changelings. There it is. Greater Spires on the way. So Rogue will soon be ready for that Broodlord transition if need be. Powerbomb's going to be going up. Dives on the army. There's another teleport. GuMiho gets away. Bearing in mind, the teleport also does cleanse the BCs of that Powerbomb as well. As a Powerbomb does not chase them. Does not stay on. Oh my god. As Rogue is attempting to deny another base. BCs, they catch out the lurkers. Oh, the BCs are popping up. Teleporter's on cool. Oh, he has to get out of here. He has to get the hell out of here. Teleport's on cooldown. GuMiho getting caught out. Yeah, he's getting caught out. Rogue, he does take notice. Dives on the army, and this time he cannot escape. 1 BC goes down. 2 BCs. He's gonna get 3. He's gonna get up to potentially 4. 3, 4 battle cruisers, almost 5. Oh my god, the Thors. Jesus. As the Thors, they somewhat punish. And GuMiho is going to be remaxing, making 3 more BCs at a time. And the main army does dive in. Ice Blinding Clouds. Workers do wreak havoc. Support expansion does catch fire. So GuMiho is still trying to hold on. Forced lift, forced out. See Rogue coming in first round. He does take down some of these tanks. Yeah, 2, 3, 4, almost 5 tank kills. Very nice value. 5 tanks for the Lings. I mean, again, we no longer have Hellbats, right? There's what, like 2, 3 Hellions. It's mainly BC, Thor, tank. And what do we go against this? Swarmhost. Let's go. The return of the Swarmhost here. Rogue now fighting for value, fighting for efficiency. Against a more tank-heavy style, against an army that is less mobile, Swarmhost, they can do well. No Broodlords yet. I mean, I feel like it would be a mistake to go into Broodlords because of the high Thor count. So currently the Broodlords are not the answer. If the Thor count gets lower, then you can embrace Broodlords. Until then, though, big shout out to SC2 Full Gab. A big thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. Hope you had a great time enjoying your high mess sausage. Welcome one and all to the quarterfinals of OlimoLeague. It's been a long day of casting. We've been casting for a very, very long time, and there's no end in sight, Bappy. No end in sight. None whatsoever. Let's go. Let's go. Live 24/7, I swear. But someone's gonna cast. What do you mean? If not us, then who, papi? Then who? Este Kalasi. Let's go. I think we're reaching on hour 15. And again, we're still in the quarterfinals. Like, we still have more quarterfinal matches. And then the semis, and then the final. Mate. We're gonna go up to 17 hours? Maybe. Probably, actually. Yeah, 100%. It's fine. It'll be fine. I mean, especially with games like this. Local save's going to be coming in. Hitting the front line. We have nice runs towards the right and left hand side. Oh. Going for the tanks. He gets one. Gets one tank. Let's go. We just have to do that a couple more times. Lurker's on the high ground. Massive spine shot's going off. Last rogue, he has to pull back. Tanks do bullying him back. Likewise, how many BCs? 11. Ooh, 11 battle cruisers here. That's 11 Yamatos. Speaking of, here they come. Get the massive Yamato. Yamato's going up. They teleport away. One BC goes down. And he's diving on the army. He's chasing down the lurkers. The BCs. They're going ham. They're going crazy. They're going to chase down the main army. Likewise, Thors are coming in to support. Rogue is in trouble. He has to race back. Again, these swarmers, what do they mean? They signify dead supply. They're not helping. Know without the Locust Wave. And GuMiho is looking to snowball out of control. He breaks through the front line, takes down the Forest of Spines. Nidus back home, we get the hell out of here. Trying to pull away. And GuMiho, has he finally done it? Again, what does he need? He needs 5 bases and a dream. Sorry, 5 bases and some BCs, Pappy. That's all he needs. To get a 6th base, to be fair. Here Crops, they go for the dive. Mass power bomb. This time, no teleports. BC should finally go down. Likewise, Thors are being overwhelmed. The Nidus from the Locust Wave coming in. And Rogue, he has done it. He shuts down every single battle cruiser. And GG gets called. Rogue, he does it. He cleans up the army, and Rogue will take the series 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. God. GG, well played. Honestly, it was a really good move out. It was a really good move out from GuMiho when he was able to pop off with his Yamatos, able to overwhelm the ground army. The problem, though, as we saw, is that even though GuMiho had momentum and he was able to gain ground, Rogue had a bank, so he just remaxed. He remaxed, and it did seem like GuMiho, he overstayed his welcome. After breaking through the first wave of defense, I do feel like he probably should have calmed things down and backed off, just because, of course, he wasn't quite as prepared for another remax. What I mean by that, unlike for the first attack, he did not have another teleport. He did not have another teleport available, so he could not preserve his army, could not preserve those BCs. It was more one and done there, and GG. GG, well played. Rogue takes the series. Whew. GG, well played, Rogue. He does eliminate GuMiho from OlimoLeague and does advance on to the semifinals. And with that, we're halfway through the quarterfinals. Let's go. We have 2 semifinalists so far. We have Young Yakov, who took down Creator earlier, and Rogue, who just took down GuMiho. And now we're getting ready for our next quarterfinals match. It's going to be a PvP, a classic PvP, if you will, between Classic and herO. Let's go. We are here to embrace that mirror matchup. Yeah. Let us go. It's not a Terran mech if it does not last more than 20 minutes. That is not the longest game we've had tonight. I mean, earlier we were casting the FireGrow Cup, and we casted, what was that, a 42? A 42-minute game. 42 minutes, happy. Aye. Let's go. So we've been there. That wasn't even mech either. No. Let's go. That was Shameless's series, if you recall. Shameless's match against Replicants. But here we go. We're getting into our next matchup. We're getting into our fresh quarterfinals. And spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ley Lines, we have our South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss representing Weibo Gaming. It is herO. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the South Korean Protoss player. We have the Red Protoss representing himself, currently teamless. It is Classic. Your endurance is insane. I mean, we've been casting for 17 hours. Oh, no, sorry, I'm getting ahead of myself. My apologies. I think 15. But there was a break. We did have a break in between. We had like, what was it, like a 4-hour break in between the MC show match and FireGrow Cup. So there was a 4-hour break. So it hasn't been consecutive. But all day long, Poppy, all day long. All the StarCraft. Let's go. That's now 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of Classic, 2-gate opener out of herO as well. So far so good. A standard starts. And we'll see where this leads us. We'll see where we're headed. We go. Actually, I can just check our YouTube channel. How many hours have we been casting so far? 11. Okay. So far, 11 hours of casting. So we had like a 3-hour break in between some of the casts, but all up so far, 11 hours. And we're gonna keep going. Here we go. And then we're gonna go to bed, wake up, and do it all again. We're gonna that's I mean, that's the life here at the CranKy Ducklings, fan. Again, we're live more than any other channel out there. More than Wardy, more than Steadfast, more than Rotterdam. We're live casting more than any other channel. I do know that they play like other games as well. They stream other games. True. But we got the casting, Pappy. We got the StarCraft. Let's go. As for now, Classic, he's going to be setting up his expansion. Again, does open up Double Adept. Likewise, herO did the same. Both armies do move out, and they pass by each other. So herO does make his way towards the bases, towards the main. More heads. Yo, calm down, SC2 Fool. Calm down, Pappy. As Dev say, SHIN. Your probes are going down. Nice target firing. They can one-shot probes. Likewise across the map, Classic attempting to do the same, but herO, he does fully wall off. He does fully wall. herO does defend. The downside, of course, herO, he's stuck on one base, just now expanding. His natural is going to be delayed, but herO does start things off with a lead. Look at the Unisol stab, but herO, he kills six probes across the map. Aye. 6 workers go down. And herO, he's not done. Following this up with Oracle Harass. Adepts into Oracles. So non-stop aggression here from herO. It's going to be on Classic to keep up, to stabilize, and to minimize losses. So far, 3 sentries in the main. Oracle's on the way. Does threaten a dive. Stalker's poking in. He gets 1, he gets 2. 2 probe kills. The Oracle gets the hell out of there. Again, sentries, they no longer tickle. Now they actually do damage here, especially in PvP, or mainly in PvP. As herO shuts down the Adepts, does find them, expanding back at home. herO still maintains that lead. And Classic is the player that has to catch up. Have to catch up. herO following this up with the Twilight Council. Following it up with, I would imagine, Blink. Gets the NG overcharge. Moves out. Blink is on the way. And we'll see what Classic can get done. herO once again is going to be harassing. And the main armies do clash. Bearing in mind, Blink just started, so Force Fields are going to be king here. Force Fields that can lock down an army or lock down some units. As Classic just chase here all the way back home. Meanwhile, double Oracle into the natural. They can launch your probes. They can and they will. Yeah, the mineral line is eviscerated. Classic forcing his way in. Shield Battery putting in a lot of work. Yeah, nice control here by herO, just buying time, kiting back. Boys are being pulled. He can afford to lose some. And herO, he's holding. Here he is holding on. We're down to 5 Stalkers, down to 4, down to 3. Soon to be 2, soon to be 1, and then none. Just 1 Stalker left. And Classic does not have enough. Is cleaned up. Very nice warp in here. herO just locking down the unit, locking down the Stalker. And here he's up 12 workers. Yeah, he's more than 12 workers. GG gets called as herO will take game number 1. Whew. GG. A very dominant display there by herO. Again, just wreaking havoc early on with Adept harass, with Oracle harass as well. He forced the all-in out of Classic, and Classic could not break through, could not keep up. He just fell behind, stayed behind, and with that, herO takes a lead. Does take a lead in the series, and that leads us into game number 2. Let's go. Game 2, it's going to be on Frostline. As a reminder, it is loser's pick. It is loser's pick, so Classic's map of choice is going to be a much larger map. Makes sense. Much larger map in the map pool. I'm sure Classic is hoping for herO to back off and allow him to get into his opener and get into the mid game. Here we go. As we are going to be settling in and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing Weibo Gaming, leading the series 1-0. It is herO. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Classic. We go. The players are settling in. So far, so good. Once again, we should be seeing 2 gate openers all around, just like the previous game. I mean, I know the map is quite large, but the natural base itself is very exposed. It's very wide open, so going for like a Max Pax-esque gate cyber expand is not really too viable here. We do have the second gateway from the side of Classic. herO, speaking of the Max Pax opener, he's going for it. Gateway into Cybercore, into a faster expansion. herO's cutting corners. herO is being greedy. There it is. There is a Cybercore. If you were here earlier, we were mentioning during the previous PvP that this is an opener that has been rising in popularity over the past couple of weeks, specifically by the Korean Protoss players. herO, Classic, Trap, Nightmare, Creator, they have been embracing this more often than not, or from time to time I should say, more often than previously, maybe a better way of putting it, embracing a more Max Pax-esque style of play, going for a more greedy start into a faster expansion. A big reason of that, for that, I'm sure, is the map pool. There are now a lot of larger maps. There are a lot of larger maps in the map pool, like Neon Violet Square, Abyssal Reef, King's Cove. Frostline is among them as well. So you can try to cut corners. And we'll see if herO can get away with it, as Classic does confirm, and we're setting up for a proxy. 1 base all in. Oh, never mind. Stargate. Classic does move out with a second probe, but yeah, the Stargate opener tells a different story. He's coming back. Okay, he's pulling back home. Maybe he was thinking of setting up for a proxy, but he thinks better of it. He races back instead. And Classic is setting up for a more standard game state here. Stargate into expand. So we do have the Nexus on the way. Stargate openers all around. Faster for Classic. herO, of course, with their economy. And it's going to be on Classic to get some economic damage. I would imagine Oracles. Oracles will soon move out. herO getting a safety shield battery in the main. And a shield battery at the natural as well. This one Oracle is going to have a hard time dealing damage. It's going to have a very hard time dealing damage here. Oracle into Twilight Council, into Blink. herO moves out, does scout. He sees everything, by the way. He does come from the Stargate. This tells herO that it's fine to embrace Phoenix production. The Phoenix is here to shut down the Oracle. And so far, here he's looking quite strong. He's looking quite comfortable. It comes down to the execution, though. Can he keep up? Can he defend? As the Adept Oracle does make its way towards the natural. herO so far keeping up. Stasis trap towards that natural. Oh! Gonna be going off. Nice response here by herO. Likewise, he lifts up. He shuts down the Adepts. He gets one, he gets both. Both Adepts will go down. Nice force field. Pulls away the probes. Not a single worker falls. Good solid defense here from herO. Shuts down the Adepts. The Oracle does survive, but he has to get the hell out of here. Has to pull out. And it's on herO to hunt it down. Okay, he's looking for the Oracle. Moving out with the Adepts. Both players working towards Blink. Classic still slightly behind in the economy. He has been the entire game. Setting up the proxy gateway. Okay. Setting up for the proxy. He has 3 gates back at home, 4th gateway across the map. This looks like a 4-gate Blink all-in. 4 gates at 2 base Blink all-in, I should emphasize. Adepts Shaded Tomato. More probes going down. Ay, ay, ay. Classic takes a hefty worker lead. And we'll see if Classic expands. I'm not so sure he will. At this point, because it's so far behind, he might just commit. Yeah, he's moving up. So Classic's moving out. He has spotted pylons, yes, but no 3rd base. herO does take a 3rd. Uh-oh. herO's expanding, and Classic is going for the all-in. He's going straight for the throat, straight for the kill. Proxy is ready. He can warp in across the map. Gets eyes on the 3rd, forces a cancel. And herO, does he have enough to defend? herO's in trouble. Looking at the units tab here, he's busy teching, and Classic he will overwhelm. Dabbing the army. Decent force field, Stasis going off, Pieces they race back home. But herO just doesn't have the numbers, doesn't have the supply. He needs more warp-ins. He needs more time here. Classic, he reinforces. Breaking through the Stalkers, takes one down, Immortal has arrived. Nice denial here of the Stasis. Yeah, solid bait from herO. Phoenix is going to be going down, but herO holds. Here, he barely holds on. Behind this, Classic can try to expand. Still committed. He rotates, make sure there is no Nexus. There it is, 3rd base on the way for Classic. The base is on the way. Nice move from herO, chasing down the Stalkers. Stalkers are getting low, and the one Immortal does so much in the back line as well. A bit of miscontrol out of herO, bleeds out extra Stalkers. Classic, he can still pull this off. Again, looking at the units tab here, Classic has 13 Stalkers. The last he's going to be forced back. Oracle goes down, nice pickup. herO, he's holding. herO getting quite cavalier though, moving out onto the map. Engaging with the main army. I mean, the Immortals are good, but are they that good? He goes to the dive, sees smells blood in the water, gets the first Immortal, gets the second. Force fields, they do slow down Classic, but he should still overwhelm the army. Reinforcements coming in. Nice control. Oh, going for the dive. Prism goes down. And here he's in trouble. He has to back the hell off. Has to race back home. Shield battery's not ready. There is no shield battery. herO trying to survive. Barely does. And as the dust settles, both players, they take their thirds. Classic with the third base economy. He has it up and running. He has it mining. herO just now getting his own. Forge on the way, immortal production as well. I'm impressed that herO was able to defend despite being down so heavily in the Stalker account. But he held. Did hold. Now we can calm down. After an intense game state, Classic is finishing up Charge. Charge is now about to finish. Classic, he can't commit. Up the ramp. Sees the Immortal. He wants it. He gets it as well. The Immortal does survive a couple of extra volleys. Boys are being pulled. herO desperately trying to hold on, but Classic, he will overwhelm. Takes down the shield battery. Takes down the battery. Still maintains that higher Stalker count. Zealous trickling in. And herO, he just can't keep up. Despite having an economic lead early on, yeah, it's not going to matter. As Classic, he's just been so aggressive in the follow-up. And herO just could not keep up with the Stalker counts. Classic once again diving in. Getting on top of the army, going for the Prism. herO, he is holding on though. Ooh, Prism goes down. Yeah, massive pick off. Every worker falls and herO, he's being broken. herO, he's being broken. herO now. Classic, he takes out the main army, takes control of the third base, and we are looking to force that ace match. As herO doesn't have enough, GG gets called, and Classic ties up the series 1-1. GG. GG, well played. Again, herO had a good start, but Classic was forced into an all-in. If you remember, Classic went for a 4-gate, 2-base all-in initially. Did eventually take an expansion, take a third base, but that was much later. It was much later here. With that plethora of a Stalker lead, he was able to pick off Stalkers, pick off Workers. It was able to snowball at control from there. And with that, we're going all the way to the ace match. Whew, let's go. We're going all the way to Game 3. The story ends here on Ultra Love, and this could go either way. Again, herO and Classic, you could argue that they are the top 2 Protoss players in Korea. I mean, I know Trap is definitely up there, 100%. Same with Nightmare. But herO and Classic, they've been the top 2 in Korea for quite some time. And they do go back and forth, and here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, tying up the series. It is Classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss, representing GuMiho Gaming, WBG. It is herO. Here we go. As we are loading into Ultra Love, of course, on this map, what do we have? We have economic openers. Gate Cyber expands here. The reason for this, the reason why this is viable and this is legal, specifically on Ultra Love, not just Ultra Love, but some of these other maps in the map pool as well, is because of the ramp. There's a ramp coming into the natural, which does lead or does allow more economic openers. As a result, we saw this previously. Who were we casting that previous PvP? I believe it was Trigger versus Classic. Yeah. It was Trigger versus Classic, if you recall. But with this kind of opener, this can lead into Phoenix Wars. This can and usually does lead into Phoenix Wars. The reason for this is because both players are active with their probes. Both players are looking to delay the expansions for as long as possible. Because the Nexus is delayed, it does force a Cyber Core, then it forces out a Zealot, and then it forces out the tech of choice, which is usually a Stargate. Again, this is all reliant though on both players pylon blocking each other and delaying the expansion for as long as possible, and that should be the case. If they are both successful, we should be seeing Stargate openers all around, and that leads into Phoenix Wars. Because if you have a Stargate, if your opponent has a Stargate, making an Oracle and getting away with Oracles is quite difficult. Not impossible, but difficult. There it is. So Stargate opener for Classic. We have a Sentry. Hello. What's going on? A Sentry opener out of here, which means no Stargates. I'm curious where this leads us. I'm curious where this goes. Sentry has arrived, will zone away the probe, and herO, he refuses to embrace the Phoenix Wars. So Stargate open out of Classic into Expand, herO second gateway into a later Nexus instead. Okay, you have my attention. We'll see where this leads us. As a result, Classic can open up Oracle. There we go. Oracle opener out of Classic. Going to be a Twilight Council out of herO, so working towards Blink. But at least no Phoenix Wars. Let's go. Have avoided the Phoenix Wars. So from here, we're going to settle in. Likewise, Oracle moves out across the map. Does hit the main. Oh, that shield battery is already ready. And Classic shouldn't get much done. The stasis. Oh my god. Whew. Does not go off. That was close. That was very close. Stasis does not go off. Classic setting up a proxy across the map. What do we have to work with, by the way? So far, Twilight Council, Blink. We have 2 gates on the way. Do we proxy a 4th gateway? We do. We're at least setting up for a proxy. So far, a 3-gate opener out of Classic. If you remember last game, we saw 4 gates Blink from our red Protoss, and we could see something very similar here as well. Yep, there it is. 3 gates back at home, 4th gateway across the map. This is a very similar setup to what we just saw on Frostline. And we'll see if herO can keep up. As again, herO is down in the production. Yo, I love the red storm here. Oh my god, it's beautiful. The red storm in the background. As Classic should have a Stalker advantage. Meanwhile, herO with the Robo should have an Immortal advantage instead, to make up for the lower Stalker count. Go. So Classic is going to be moving out. Back at home, taking a 3rd. I assumed it was going to be going for an all-in, but I mean, pushing up a ramp is quite a difficult feat here for Classic. So instead, he skips warp ins, takes an expansion, and takes an economic lead instead. So Classic, he's up a base. herO, he's stuck on 2 bases, and what do we have instead? We're taking up into a Dark Shrine. DT base opener out of herO. Classic, he does have Oracle production, but he has no Observer, no Robo. Remember, he went for the faster expansion before the Robo. So there is potential. There's potential for herO. herO moves out. Oh, we got the Prism. Prism goes down. Massive pickup. Ay, ay, ay. The War Prism was meant to be there to reinforce with DTs. herO trying to move out. Again, running into a concave. Classic will take the better trade. Will force back herO. Ay, ay, ay. herO bleeds out too much. He bleeds out far too much. And Classic is snowballing out of control. Takes out Stalker after Stalker. And herO very quickly is being forced further back to the natural. No shield battery. No shield battery at the natural. And Classic, he may just do it here and now. It may just be too much. As for now, he's being forced back, distracted by the reinforcements, by the flanking Stalkers. And herO barely holding on. Just barely. Classic once again trying to force his way in. Decent force field. Meanwhile, War Prism across the map. Dark Shrine is done. And I believe there is a detection. Uh-oh. Yeah, the robot is just now on the way again. A hero who could have hit so much sooner with these DTs. He's trying to hold on, and G overcharge. And what is it to defend back at home? The robo is not even halfway done. Here, he could just end the game with these Dark Templar. It's a Hail Mary move. It's a Hail Mary play. Here we go. DT into the natural, DT into the main. Classic. Yeah, he's becoming all in. Boys are being pulled. Hero barely holding on. Barely holding. There's the recall. Oracle does race back. He has Revelation. Oh my god. And with that Revelation, should be able to clean this up. The DTs are being shut down. And Classic, he's done it. He breaks through the natural. Takes down the main army. And despite Hero having an amazing run earlier, taking down Cure in a killer TVP, in the PvP, Classic, he's done it. He has done it. Depowers the Robo. We still have the DTs across the map. But Classic, he has the Observer. He has the Oracle, I should say. And the Observer, so he has everything. He has everything he needs. Again, it was a bold move going for the Dark Templar, but here he had to hit sooner. Wasn't able to. GG gets called. Classic, he snowballs out of control, and Classic will take the series 2-1. GG. Oh my god. Classic. GG, well played. Classic with the upset. Again, Hero, he had an amazing performance earlier. If you missed it, I recommend the VODs. I recommend the VODs of Hero versus Cure. It was a banger of a PvT, but Classic, he pops off here in the PvP instead. Again, Classic being hyper-aggressive with Master Blink Stalker. Hero, winding it back, he took a chance. He took a chance by taking into DTs, into Dark Templar. Was a risky maneuver here by Hero. In the end, wasn't worth it. In the end, it was not worth. I mean, he was doing damage across the map, but he was also bleeding out too many Stalkers. Bleeding out too many Stalkers. He was overwhelmed. Classic, he committed with his 4 Gate Blink Stalker. GG. GG, well played. Classic will advance on in his stead. And with that, we have Classic advancing on to those semi-finals. Oh boy. We are getting our semi-finals ready here. So we have 3 players so far. We have Rogue, we have Young Yakov alongside Classic, and now one final player to be determined. We're almost done with the quarterfinals. We're getting there. We're getting there. One final quarterfinals match. It's going to be a ZVP between SHIN and SKillous. Let's go. Let us go. We have SHIN versus SKillous coming up next. Again, SKillous, we just saw him take down Zaun in a PvP. We did take down Zaun in the round 16. Likewise, SHIN has also been looking very prominent, very prevalent throughout the past couple of weeks in the off-season of EPT. But I believe SHIN is one of the Zurich players that SKillous brought down to qualify for Masters Coliseum. For those who do not know, SKillous, he popped off. He took down SHIN, he took down Solar as well, and did qualify for Masters Coliseum. We have yet to experience SKillous, but I'm sure we'll get there in the coming weeks, as tonight is Group B of Masters Coliseum. So we'll get there. For now, though, SKillous, he's made it here to the quarterfinals, and we'll see how he performs against SHIN. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into that fresh series. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of ley lines, we have the red Protoss player. For Team Liquid, it is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player representing GuMiho Gladiators. It is SHIN from South Korea. Here we go. Also, I'm gonna need un momento. Okay, we're back. We're good. Whew. Yeah, good to go. Sorry, I was just boiling alive. For those who do not know, it is midday. It is midday here in Australia, and we're in the summer, and it's getting quite hot. It's getting quite hot, so I did have to ventilate the room to make sure I can breathe. we're good. We're good to go, Pappy. We're good to go. Let's go. As we continue the broadcast. Been casting since 8 p.m. last night, and the show continues. Show does continue. Here we go. Okay, initially, standard opener. Hatch gas pool. Hatch gas pool out of SHIN, forced to take the unnatural natural. Back at home, SKillous opening up with a gate, expand into Cybercore. Everything so far looking normal. And we have our tech of choice based on pylon location. This screams Stargate. As a pylon is placed closer towards the edge of the map, closer towards the edge of the main, does mean it takes less time for the Oracle to get across the map, so we assume it is going to be a Stargate-based opener. We'll keep our eye on SKillous, though. There it is, Stargate. So as we mentioned, it's going to be Stargate play. Stargate into, I would imagine, Oracle. We'll keep an eye on him. We'll see if he does go for a Void Ray instead, or even a Phoenix. Not unheard of. Not unheard of to go for a different initial unit. Does lead into a very different kind of game state. And for the time being, back at home, SHIN, he's just settling in. He's happily droning up, settling in. Do have a SKillous soon embracing his initial unit of choice. Shades across the map. Is going to be threatening that natural. But so far, SHIN, he is able to keep up. He holds his own. Deflects the Adept, and there it is. There is the Oracle first. So just Oracle opener into a third base into the mid game. So far, everything is looking standard from the side of SHIN. Everything is looking as it should. Does threaten the Shade. See, I heard Maru has a Protoss. You mean he plays Protoss? He does. If you missed out, I do recommend watching some of the VODs on the channel. We casted Maru play Protoss earlier this week in the Wardy TV Monday. Likewise, Clem... Sorry, you said Maru. Sorry, for some reason I thought you were saying Clem. We have seen Maru off-race before, but less so. His off-race is not as good as Clem's. My apologies. My brain is not all there right now. For some reason I thought you were talking about Clem. So never mind. Never mind. But yeah, we did cast a lot of Clem's Protoss this week. He played it in last week's OlimoLeague and also in this week's Wardy TV Monday. So plenty of Protoss out of Clem. For now, though, we're going to be settling in. Oracles, they move out across the map. At the same time, SHIN, he hits the third. He does hit the third base, but the last Adepts are in position. They're ready. Somewhat. Oracles are racing back home. One Adept gets surrounded. Nice pick off by SHIN. Gets one Adept. He does delay the Oracle move out. Likewise, behind this, standard follow-up. Twilight counts with the Forge, +1 and Blink on the horizon here for SKillous. Here we go. Why can't you go Void Ray first as Phoenix? You can, it's bad. That is the correct answer, Peanut Butter in the chat, yes. Like, Void Ray is actually just awful against Phoenixes. Here we go. So far, SKillous is looking for a way in, clears up all the creep. Going to be reinforcing with extra Oracles. Will threaten the Shade. So try to engage, nice around. The Oracles are here to punish, the Adepts they survive. And again, really just SKillous, he's here to buy time, to keep the Zerg player busy, to trade against the Lings, while he gears up and embraces his Blinkstalker production. As we're getting into our Gateway Explosion, Blinkstalkers on the horizon, soon to be active on the field. SHIN, when it comes to his tech of choice, did go for a safety Roach one, is investing into +1 range. This tells us that we intend to either embrace Roach Ravager or get into Hydra production. Speaking of, yep, there it is. Hydra then has been placed. So SHIN is going Ling Hydra. Again, the Roach one is just for safety. Just if he needs Roaches then and there, if Skills goes for the all-in. SKillous is taking gases. The Lings, they will confirm. They do spot the gases here at the 3rd. Likewise, Lings, they try to catch out some of these Stalkers, but alas, they're punished. Well, a lot of Lings going down. A lot of Lings do fall. To replace them, we have 7 roaches in production. SHIN settling in. And is gearing up. Likewise, so is SKillous. So we go SKillous, he does move out. Applying pressure to the 4th. Thankfully, roaches, they pop out just in time, and we have more roaches on the way, more hydras as well. So as time goes on, SHIN is getting more and more secure. Ooh, is bleeding out some roaches though. A couple of roaches going down. SKillous gaining ground. Picking up more roaches, and without roaches, the hydras are exposed. SHIN has to be so careful here. If he starts bleeding out hydras, then he will just lose control of this game. SKillous does back off. Ling Runway does deny the 4th. Forces a defensive warp in instead. And SHIN itself. And SHIN is holding on. Nice stasis goes off. But especially with those Stalkers stuck at home, stuck defending, it means that SKillous does not have enough to break through. And not enough here from SKillous. From here he retreats. SHIN maintains his 4th. SKillous does back off. SHIN still being active. Likewise, we have SKillous taking up. Hey, for the first time, let's go. Storm is on the way. I mean, we did see Storm earlier, but there's no earlier Bay, there's no earlier Colossus production. Just straight up Blink Stalker, Gateway Army into Storm. Do see SHIN trying to pull him apart. Hydras, they hit the southern base. Oh, SKillous out of position. Likewise, SHIN, he does hit the northern base as well. 4th is denied. Lings, they bust into the main. And SKillous not quite in position. He's getting caught with his pants down. SKillous sees across the map. He's wreaking havoc with the Zealots. Does force a recall. Cybercore gets sniped. Storms, they zone away the main army. SHIN backs off. Lings, they bust into the main. There are Zealots across the map, but they're going to be cleaned up. Yeah, they're going to be shut down. SHIN, he's ready back at home. Shuts down the Prism. The Zealots, he defends back at home. And SKillous is still stuck on 3 bases. He was denied the 4th, and SHIN, he wants to deny it again. He's still just being so active. And SKillous needs time. Needs time to recover. Has a decent army, but SHIN is maxed. Yeah, SHIN is maxed out. Diving in once again. Getting on top of the army. Fleet Beacon's on the way for SKillous, taking up into Skytoss. Stasis Traps holding up. Likewise, nice snipe here on the High Templar. SHIN is keeping up. You see SHIN breaking through towards the left. Once again, pushing in towards the natural, getting on top of the production, getting on top of the robo. SKillous trying to be active, but he has to turn back around. And the robo gets depowered. And the Cybercore goes down for a second time. Ay, ay, ay. Boys are being pulled, probes are falling, and SKillous is being torn apart. He's being torn apart left and right, losing every probe here in the mineral line. Likewise, SHIN once again threatens the 4th. SKillous trying to keep up. But he will lose the Zealots. Will lose most of his main army. SHIN can always just remax and do that again, and again. And this time, oh my god, the hive is done. The hive is done. Hive upgrades are not quite underway yet, but SHIN is just embracing lair tech lurkers. Why not? Just mass lurker. There is no good answer to that. We have some Sky Toss on the way. There's only one Stargate, so making one carrier at a time. But SKillous just doesn't have the time he needs. SHIN has just been relentless. We'll take a storm to the face. Storm swapping up. The lurkers are getting within range. They get within range. There is going to be cloak here on the mothership, but there's detection. And SKillous, he's going for it. He's going for the overseers. Oh, he's going to get one at least. Blackwest cleans up all the lurkers as well. Nice clean up here. Lurkers go down at the same time. SHIN, he breaks it out. He breaks the natural for a third time. Does push in. SKillous, he has to raise all the way back. This time that's a kill on the Nexus. And here SHIN can just pull away. Does force the activation of the cloak. Now it's on cooldown. Carrier is revealed. From here, SKillous, he's pretty all in. He's pretty all in at this point, so there's no economy to fall back on. SKillous does have a comparable army size with that of SHIN, but SHIN just needs more time. Needs more time to build up. Lurker into the main. Oh, the mothership, no! The mothership gets caught! Yeah, massive snipe. The ship does go down. As Zeltse busts in towards the natural. SKillous doing what he can with a little he has, but GG gets called. He just runs out of steam. He runs out of steam, and SHIN will take game number 1. GG. Get very impressive play there out of SHIN, just non-stop aggression back and forth in the 4th base, the natural, the 4th, the natural, time and time again. Initially, SKillous was keeping up, but over time, damage was being dealt. Over time, it did snowball out of control, and with that, SHIN does take a lead in the series. And now we're getting ready for game number 2. Game 2 is going to be on Frostline. Interesting choice here out of SKillous. As a reminder, it is a loser's pick, and SKillous, his choice here is to embrace one of the larger maps in the map pool here. Imagine just wants a little bit more breathing room, but we'll see. We'll see what the plan is. We'll see what the plan is going to be here. As spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, in the bottom left, we have the red Protoss player for Team Liquid down in the series. We'll see if we can bounce back and force the ace match. It is SKillous. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player from South Korea, representing GuMiho Gladiators. It is SHIN. Here we go. So just stretching. Just don't forget to stretch, Pappy. Don't forget to stretch. Slouch check in the chat. No slouching. Posture check even. That's it. Posture check. Oh. As we settle in. We settle into game number 2. So far, once again, standard opener. Winding it back a little bit, discussing that previous game. I mean, we did have relatively standard openers. SHIN was being a little bit more active initially with his Lings. If you remember, there was a clutch moment where SKillous was being active with his Stalkers, and he was trying to knock down the 4th base. But if you remember, due to the Ling counterattacks of SHIN, SKillous had to reinforce back at home instead. I'm pretty sure he wanted to warp in Stalkers and keep pushing and keep bolstering his main army to break down the Roach Hydra defense. But because of the non-stop run-bys, he had to warp in defensively, which means he couldn't keep going. Couldn't keep that pressure up, couldn't keep it going, and he had to fall back, and in the end, SHIN, he got away with his Hydra tech. With Roach Hydra, eventually into Lurker. So the initial aggressive plans of SKillous were thrown by the wayside. And with that, SHIN was able to gain advantage, gain momentum. take it from there. But now we're settling into game 2. Once again, based on the pylon placement, I'm expecting a Stargate opener. Expect Stargate, and there it is. Stargate is on the way. Stargate gets placed. Back across the map, Shin just going hatch gas pull. He pulls out of gas, only link speed, and will soon take a third. Soon take his third base. SKillous is being active. Looking to delay if at all possible. Third base now being taken here by SHIN towards the south. And SKillous should confirm. It confirms the expansion. Cybercore is done. There's the first Oracle on the way once again. Just Stargate opener into an Oracle into a third. Standard openers here by SKillous. The same opener as we saw in game 1. There we go. And with this, the Oracle-based opener is just designed to establish a third. Oracles are doing an amazing job at protecting the third base and clearing up those lings. So the third is on the way. SKillous should soon be investing into a second Oracle as well. Hello. What's going on? That is a Twilight Council into Robo. That is not a second Oracle. And the Overlord will confirm. Big scout here from SHIN does confirm the lack of extra Stargate units. That is a bit of a red flag. That is a tell that something is wrong, something is amiss, something weird is going on. And what exactly is this? Twilight Council with a Robo. This could be a couple different things. This could be a delayed Templar Archives into a delayed Archon drop, into a Prism, into High Templar warping in for an Archon drop. This could be something more committed with... I don't really want to lean towards Glaive Adepts here. Speaking of Archon drop, yep, there it is. Okay, it is going to be a delayed Archon drop. So Templar Archives into High Templar, into a Prism, into Archon Harass across the map. This is a pretty old school build. Players like Showtime used to be very fond of this. Creator used to be very fond of this as well. This was back in the Altitude map pool. This was a couple of years ago at this point. And there it is. War Prism into the Archon Harass. This kind of opener, it is a little bit unorthodox. It's relatively safe. The Archons, they give you a lot of map control. But it does hit later than your typical DT Harass into Archon drop. So it is a little bit later instead. Does lead you into a more economic build. And here come the Archons. Archons are on the way, as we did mention. Thankfully, it did piece it all together. Like we saw the Twilight Council on the Robo. It's like, oh, Archon drop, yeah. So we got it. Likewise, drop on the right hand side, looking to delay the expansion. And it looks like SHIN is going to be forced to cancel. Yeah, SHIN not quite in position. His lings are across the map. There's a cancellation on the 4th. Takes a lot of hull damage. Likewise, Lynx have yet to pull the trigger. So far, SKillous, he's holding his own. He's keeping SHIN busy. Whereas Oracle harass into the main. Spores are ready. Spire on the way for SHIN, but it gets scattered almost immediately. So SKillous is completely aware of the potential for Muta play. And considering that SKillous is building up towards Storm, no blink yet, unfortunately, but towards at least Storm and Archon heavy composition, should be able to maintain himself. armies are building up. We have more immortal production as well. Jesus. This is very similar actually to the Cristiano style of opening up Archon drop into just massive Mortal Archon Storm. It's a very robust army. Very robust. Very difficult to deal with as well. And we have seen the build kind of rise back up in popularity once again amongst some of the other foreign Protoss players. Here we go. SKillous is going to be pushing. Storm is done. Bear that in mind. Very committed move out. No fourth. No fourth base. This is basically a 3-base all-in. 3-base all-in here out of SKillous. He has how many High Templar? 4. 4 High Templar, each with at least 1 Storm. SHIN pushing in. SKillous pushing in. Dancing with the army. Mainly they roll in from behind. Headed for the Mineral Lions. We'll take a stasis to the face. SKillous, he does notice. He does pull away. Oh! Oh my god. Does pull away in time. Nice defense here from SKillous. Does pull away. SHIN maxing out on Lingbane and Roach Ravager. The longer this goes on, the better it is for SHIN. SHIN just has to buy more time to build up a greater army. And SKillous is going for the kill. He's going for the throat here and now. The Banelings, oh my god, Bane Speed kicks in. Does take down 2 of those High Templar. Archon's going to be morphing forward, but the Roach Ravager is falling. The Immortal's doing so much in the back line, and with this Warp in, SKillous, he should be able to break through. And the Warp in completes, and SKillous, he has done it. He breaks through the Roaches, breaks through the Queens. Again, a very decisive blow here from SKillous, as he will just snowball into a win from here. And just forcing back the army, getting to the mineral line. GG gets called, and SKillous ties up the series 1-1. We are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Very decisive play there by SKillous, just committing into the all-in. And alas, SHIN, it took him a little bit too long to realize what was going on. I wasn't quite able to set up back at home. With that, was overwhelmed. GG. GG, well played. Again, very nice executed there by SKillous. And can he continue that reign of dominance here? Can he bring us all the way? Can he send it? As spawning in the top right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we have the South Korean Zerg player. The red Zerg, it is for Gaiman Gladiators, SHIN. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the blue Protoss player for Team Liquid, tying up the series 1-1, forcing the ace match. It is SKillous. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in so far. Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener out of SHIN. And again, SKillous having a much more aggressive routes last game. Initially, if you remember, it was a standard opener. But it led into the initial Archon drop harass, and into just a massive mortal count, into a 3-base all-in, no fourth in sight, no further tech, no further upgrades. It was just all or nothing from SKillous, and he did catch SHIN with his pants down. SHIN was massive up an army, but just did not take a good enough fight. Things snowballed out of control from there. Now, it's one of those things where I feel like that build is something you do once in a series. I'm not too fond of seeing another kind of delayed Archon drop opener, but we'll see. We'll see what SKillous does decide to embrace. Oh. This is something you don't see too often at all in this matchup, not anymore. It is a 2-gate opener. 2-gate opener out of SKillous. What does this mean? This means that once the Cybercore is done, and we should be seeing a Cybercore as well, this leads into early aggression here, early adept aggression. Usually double adept into quadruple adept, potentially even more. Just a much more aggressive and assertive start here from SKillous. Back at home, SHIN, he pulls out a gas. He pulls out, hatch gas pull, link speed, into a third. So SHIN just settling in, getting his expansion. There it is, there's the double adept opener, as we did mention. So 2-gate opener into this double adept timing. We could see SKillous double down and go for a 3rd and 4th adept as well. That is on the table here for SKillous. First steps, they make their way across the map, and we have a Stalker follow-up. Okay. SKillous is not rushing into the additional adepts. Stargate back at home. Stargate is on the way. SHIN will threaten the dive. Is deflected. Now is going to be deflected. SKillous getting into his first Oracle opener into a 3rd. There we go. 3rd base is on the way. And we're just gearing up for the mid game. Again, this is kind of what we expect out of EVPs. Like, we don't often see like early game aggression. I guess Young Yakov's match against Creator was more unorthodox, as we saw a lot of all-ins out of Young Yakov as well. But here between SHIN and SKillous, we're calming down, we're embracing the mid-game. Once again, do you see what I see? Robo with a Twilight Council. I mentioned before that I wasn't too fond of the idea of going for the same build 2 games in a row. I stand by that, but that's what we're getting. That is what we're getting. This does stream the same build here into a delayed Archon drop. As the Oracle does poke in across the map. Tech is now finishing up. Show us that Templar Archives. Yep, there it is. Templar Archives into High Templar, into Archon drop. So far it is the same build. SKillous does race back home to defend, gets his adepts in position just in time. Guy's getting a forge ready with +1. SKillous working on his upgrades, working on any greater or later move outs. And SHIN back at home just happily droning up. We have a 4th base on the way, Lair as well, getting into Roach production, extra gases. SHIN did throw down at least the safety Roach Warren, so he won't be caught with his pants down. Can gear up additional Roaches. Meanwhile, here comes that Archon drop. We're gonna hunt down tumors, workers. Again, not a bad start. Takes down most active tumors. Build up. Meanwhile, Oracle towards the main gets finally shut down. Nice defense here by SHIN. Hydrogen now on the way. So just like the previous game, SHIN, his goal here is initially Roaches, but they're more of a stepping stone into something more Hydra heavy. So from here, we're calming things down. Storm is on the way for SKillous, building up more Immortals, more Archons, and just like the last game, I think this is just going to be a 3-base all-in. Like, I'll be honest, it's feeling like a 3-base all-in where he just builds up and he moves out, and either he kills SHIN or he dies trying. We'll see how long it takes for SHIN to recognize that something is amiss. Breaks in, Archon jump towards the left. Busting into the mineral line, it does get one of the Roaches. them down. You see SHIN gearing up, investing into his Hydra upgrades, range. Just side defense on the way. Right, skills being active, getting ready for a split push. He's got a zealot run by towards the left. Main army towards the right. I'm gonna keep SHIN distracted. So he's moving forward. SHIN, he has to respond. Set up, and as SHIN responds, that means that there's now an opening here with the zealot run by. Can wreak havoc. It's going to be rotating. Storm does graze the end of the army. Does get caught out, and SKillous is going for the kill. He's going for the throats. Behind this, he's expanding. He's taking. Oh my god, the storms! Storms into the mineral line. 7 drones go down, but here we go. SHIN comes in with a surround, collapses on the main army. The warp in, part of it does complete, but the prism goes down. There's no escape. And SHIN collapses on the main army. He will clean everything up. The Archons, the Storm, the Immortals, the everything. As nothing does survive. Jesus, oh my god. A brutal cleanup. And from here, SHIN can now snowball out of control. Back at home, what is it to defend? A couple of vanilla Stalkers. I mean, Stalkers. A High Templar that just morphed in. Immortals, Archons. SHIN is remaxed, and that was it. Like that was the moment for SKillous, was to break out then and there, outtrade his opponents and knock down bases. But that was not the case. As SHIN, once he does max out, he should soon be pushing in. He's still waiting for his upgrades. We have, of course, the Group Spines on the way. That is Lurker range. Likewise, the Lurker count is slowly building up. So they'll dive in between the bases, catching out some of those Immortals. The Storm. But SKillous, he's zoned away. He's zoned away from his own natural. Yeah, so the Locust way, the Lurkers, they just punish it and kind of move out or move in. As SKillous is trying to stabilize. Oof. Contamination here on the Robo. Robo gets depowered anyway. And again, SHIN, he has done it. He breaks through the defensive line, busts into the mineral line, takes down the production, takes down the Robo. Do you see SKillous attempting to come in from behind, but alas, he just doesn't really have much to work with. Just a handful of Immortals, a handful of High Templar. And with that, SHIN looks like he has done it. It's been an intense quarterfinals, let me tell you. Very back and forth. What I will say is that some of these games were a little bit shorter, a little bit more samey. Good moments here for SKillous, don't get me wrong, but SHIN, he's going to comfortably rotate over and he will take down this Northern expansion as well. And EMP is going to be going up. And again, SHIN, he just can't really engage here. He can't really do anything to save the space. He can't do anything. We have some storms coming in. That'll help. So he has to pull away. I'll have to pull away, start stepping forward, take some massive storms to the face. Oh my god. And GG gets called. It's just too much to handle. It does overwhelm. And SHIN, he will take the series at 2-1, advancing on to the semi-finals. GG. Whew. GG. Well, congratulations here to SHIN. Shout out to SKillous, who was able to hold his own and was able to force the ace match. Again, I'm not too fond of the idea of SKillous going for the same build 2 games in a row. It was a slight variation. Initially in game number 2, we saw that SKillous did commit to a more committed all-in with it. Here, In the Ace match, we saw that he was taking a bit of a lighter approach, still droning up at home, still taking, still expanding. So a bit of a different follow-up, but regardless, GG. GG, well played. SHIN will advance on to the semifinals, and we are getting ready here for those semis. It's going to be 2 best of 3s. We have Young Yako versus Rogue, and Classic versus SHIN. Oh boy. So we have our top 4 players. Honestly, this top 4 is a lineup that I wasn't really expecting. Coming into this, you know, when I think of the top players here in Korea, I think of herO, of course. I think of Byun. I think of Dark. Alas, herO went down earlier, just previously in the bracket, and likewise, so was Byun. Byun went down very early on as well. So yeah, really surprising kind of top 4 here, and a shout out to Young Yakov. Young Yakov has been improving a lot over the past couple of months, and now he's made it here to the semifinals. We'll see if he can cause a crazy upset and bring down Rogue. I want to believe it's possible. I do want to believe. Until then, we're going to be going on a short break. Again, I don't know if you can tell, but especially after we're in the middle of that game, I'm getting a little bit loopy. Like the fatigue was setting in. The fatigue 100% was definitely setting in towards the end there. So I do need a moment to wash my face, to get some water, get some snacks, try to re-energize before we jump into the semis. And big shout to Big Rick TV. Gracias, baby. Gracias. Thank you so much, Big Rick, for subscribing. Thank you so much. We do appreciate it. Gracias, baby. Gracias. Thank you so much for the support. And again, we are somewhat nearing the end of the broadcast. Somewhat. Like again, like it's still 3 matches remaining, both semis, then the grand finals, but we are getting there. Here. And again, we're going to be going on that short break. Take this moment, get some snacks, get some food, get some water. When we come back, we'll have both semis and then the grand finals thereafter. We are here to crown our OlimoLeague champion. It's been a long OlimoLeague, papi. 5.5 hour cast so far here for purely OlimoLeague, and we still got more to come. We still have more to come, papi. Let's go. We can make it. We can make it. So take this time, get some snacks, get some food, get some water, and we'll be back soon with some more StarCraft. See you soon. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to the semi-finals of OlimoLeague week number 234, your weekly dose of OlimoLeague action. It has been an intense day of StarCraft already. We had show matches, we had the group stage of a European tournament, and now we are here with OlimoLeague. Oh boy, and it's been an intense series or intense tournament already. Some top players have risen and have fallen here. We've lost players like herO has fallen by the wayside, herO, Cure, Bjorn, and many other top players have fallen by the wayside. But now we have our top four. Now we have our top four remaining players. We have Rogue, Young Yakov, SHIN, and Classic. Here we go. We have our top four, and we are here to determine who is this week's champion. Who is this week's OlimoLeague champion? We're here to find out. We're jumping into our first semifinals of the night, our first ZVZ of the night in Young Yakov versus Rogue. Let's go. Let us go. Also, before I get ahead of myself, a big shout out to Cyan in the chat. To Cyan, thank you so much. Obrigado. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session as well. Thank you. Thank you so much for the support. Hope you had a great time, and welcome everyone to OlimoLeague. Likewise as well, I have since gotten a bite to eat. I've gotten some water. I've been able to hydrate my hydras. I drained my disruptors. I massaged all of my marines, and now we are here to embrace the semis and the conclusion of the tournament. Let's go. As spawning in the top right hand corner of Frostline, we have the red Zerg player. It is Young Yakov. And spawning in the bottom left hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Here we go. Whew. Okay, we can calm things down. We can settle in. I am full of energy. I'm full of all the energy, Pappy. Let's go. Let's go. We can go all night long. Ah, beautiful. Ay. Jesus. 14, 15 hours casting. That's nothing. We'll be fine. We'll be fine. As for now, we are setting up. Hatchcats full, standard opener out of Young Yakov, likewise standard opener out of Rogue as well. So far so good. What I will say though is that we do typically see both these players embrace and be very chaotic and aggressive in the mid game of ZVZ. The openers so far are standard, but I'm sure the mid game is going to be anything but. So we'll keep an eye on the gas saturation. We'll keep an eye on whether or not our players take a third base, whether they skip their Bailey nest, whether they embrace early roaches. There is a lot to take into account in this ZVZ. But again, we do have a Zerg player at least confirmed for the finals. We drained we drained all the disruptors. Ah, let's go. We tucked in the Tempest. We cuddled the Colossus. We marinated the Marauders. We stretched the Roaches. And we... what else do we do? Aye. We pet all the probes. Now we can settle in. Beautiful, beautiful. For now, though, we do have our standard openers. Nothing too crazy, nothing out of the norm yet. Ling's going to be moving out for a bit of a scout. Likewise, we should soon be looking to expand as well. We've pulled out a gas, only 2 in the main. Likewise, only 2 here in the main as well. So we're working towards Ling Bane. No early gas income, no earlier gas income, I should emphasize. Third bases are being taken, and we are soon to enter the Ling Bane phase of ZVZ. Let's go. Should soon be entering Ling Bane. I'll do my best to keep up with the movements of the players and make sure I don't miss any major Bailey connections. Do my best. Speaking of, there we go. Bailey nest here for Young Yakov, Bailey nest for Rogue. As I did mention, everything so far has been looking very by the book. And we'll see if either player does make a plethora of Lings or if we just join off from here. Just don't milk the mules. Jesus. Ah, no. You're all animals, Pop. You're all animals. Aye. Contain your cat. No, you cuddle the carriers. You cuddle them. Oh my god. As so far we do have a wave of links on the way for both players. Both players still going to be joining up as well, so no major forms of aggression here from either player. We do see Young Yakov moving out for a moment. It does catch one Ling, but we'll see what he can get done across the map. As so far Rogue has his queens in position, the Lings as well. Safety Bailing's going to be on the way, and Rogue should be fine. He should be able to hold on. He should be able to deflect. Ooh, but do you see what I see? I see an earlier Roach Warren from the side of Young Yakov. Roach Warren gets placed, he backs off, he's droning up. Both players have a comparable economy. Rogue, his own Roach Warren, a couple seconds behind, but not too much longer. Just behind by a couple of seconds, so we're just settling in. Neither player has heavily invested into Ling Bane. This is really just defensive setups here of Ling Bane, which means we're just droning. We're droning, we're saturating, which means we are both heading into the Roach v Roach phase of ZVZ. I'll be honest, I'm a little bit surprised that we are very seamlessly kind of entering this phase of the game, but we are loading into Frostline. I should have mentioned this before, but Frostline is one of the larger maps in the map pool, very long rush distance by ground, so we do see both players just not going to risk being too aggressive or too assertive here. We're getting into Roach versus Roach instead. First Eva Chamber for the side of Rogue for +1. Meanwhile, Young Yakov, ooh, there we go, Eva Chamber on the way as well. Getting to our Eva Chambers, soon to be taking up as well in towards Lairs, in towards Roach Speed, into extra gases. So far, both players macroing up. Speaking of Lair, there it is, Lair out of, or Lair's on the way from Young Yakov. Getting into his Lair tech, Rogue should not be too far behind, as both players are embracing more Roach production. The longer this goes on, oh, Rogue, the longer this goes on without a Lair, it's an all-in. Here we go, Rogue, he is massing purely Roaches. This looks like a hatch tech all-in, pure Roach Ling Bane out of Rogue. Meanwhile, Young Yakov is being assertive, but Young Yakov, he's droning. He's droning up behind this. He's also investing into tech, investing into upgrades, +1 melee on the way, Lair is on the way as well. Young Yakov is moving up, but again, he's still droning, and because Young Yakov is droning, Rogue can overwhelm. Rogue, he can overwhelm. You can see Young Yakov, he feigned aggression. He's going to be backing off from here. Little does he know that Rogue is going for an all-in. Rogue is all-inning, and Young Yakov, he will soon realize what's going on. He's going for the Spire. I mean, +1 melee does coincide with Spire play, so he's trying to rush into Mutas. Rogue is looking to try to end the game before Mutas hit the field. Rogue doesn't even know what Young Yakov's up to. All he knows, though, is that Rogue is most likely being greedy. As Young Yakov most likely being greedy. As Young Yakov is going up to 3 base saturation, taking his gases, and here comes Rogue, sending everything across the map. How many Roaches? 26. Sorry, 33 against the 15 Roaches of his opponents. Oh my god. Young Yakov barely has an army. He barely has an army. He's been caught with his pants down. He was caught droning. He was caught teching. He needs an army more than anything here and now. But alas, Rogue, he is here to knock down that front door and to cripple Young Yakov before he can embrace the Mutas. Roaches, they file in. They zone Young Yakov away. They're making their way in towards that natural. Spine Coolers are in production. They're about to finish up. But they might just be too late. Yeah, as Roaches, they bust into the natural. Spine Coolers are being denied. No transfuse. Third base going to be falling as well. And Rogue, he is doing it. He is breaking through. Again, the Mutas, the Spire is still on the way. Lings, they flood into reinforce. The third base has been broken, and so is the natural. The natural has also been compromised. As boys are being pulled, more workers are going to be falling. 6 Mutas are on the way. But Rogue, this is critical damage. And Mutas, they're great and all, but they won't be able to clean this up. Not in time. As Rogue knocks down the Roach Warren. From here, he can just bust into the natural itself. Doesn't have to waste his time at the third. Takes down the Painliness as well. Lings, they flood in. Mutas, they reveal themselves. But again, it's going to take so long. It's going to take so long for the Mutas to really do anything to this army. Boys are being pulled. Spine Crawler goes down. All the tech has fallen, and GG gets called. Rogue takes game number 1. Whew. GG, well played. Rogue does take a lead in the series, and again, it just came down to the fact that Rogue, he went for a hatch-based all-in. He just droned up to, was it 60? Was it, I wouldn't say less than 60 workers, but just under 3 base saturation. He cut worker production. He just embraced nothing but Roach. Nothing but Roach, Ling Bane, mainly just Roach Ling. And unfortunately for Young Yakov, he had no idea. He had no idea what was going on. Young Yakov, he did not scout. He did not scout the main. He did not scout the natural. Young Yakov, he teched up. He took gases, got into upgrades with his Evo chamber, took the Lair, went into a Spire, droned up even further. Everything that is not making roaches. GG, well played. Gets caught with his pants down, and now we are jumping into game number 2. Let's go. Jumping into game 2. Again, it's one of those things that is typically plaguing the European Zerg players, and they often do talk about it and complain about it. They're like, mate, these Korean Zergs, they're animals. They just cut workers whenever they want, and they just kill you. And it's like, yes, you're not wrong. It does happen quite often when involving players like Dark, Rogue, Shin, Solar. They're all animals, Pappy. I mean, that's ZVZ for you. And here we go. We're jumping into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of King's Cove. We have the red Zerg player down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back. It is Young Jakob. And spawning in the top left-hand corner. Oh my god, let's go. 13-12. He's going for the 13-12 and spawning in the top left-hand corner. We have the South Korean Zerg player leading series 1-0. But can he survive the aggression of his opponents? Representing Team Falcons, it is Rogue. This is crazy, by the way, especially on a map like King's Cove. A very large map in the map pool, longer rush distance by ground. Bold move for Young Jakob to go for an aggressive build like this. Again, 13-12 into an expand. Interesting. Now with this, we should be able to rush into link speed to go for a link flood across the map. The expansion alongside this is really throwing me off though. I'm curious how this all comes together here. Usually you would actually skip the hatchery and go for a faster baneliness, and this will be fast link speed into a bane bust, but we'll see if Young Jakob pulls out, and he is. Okay, we have confirmation, he pulls out. What does that mean? Only link speed, no bane bust. So this is a macro variation of 13-12 or even 12-11 if I think it was a 13-12 if I recall correctly, but this is a more macro variation, again, because of the faster expansion, no baneliness, so it's only link speed, only link flood here from Young Jakob. He does skirt around the edge. What does this mean? This means he avoids the scouting overlord. He avoids the overlord, and ideally avoids the second overlord as well, as he moves out across the map, and Rogue is going for a standard hatch gas pool. Standard hatch gas pool. Rogue, he does not scout, by the way. It is not realized what's going on. Eventually he will, but I mean, because of the earlier hatch timing, it is more difficult to really confirm what's going on. So I actually really like this build here by Young Jakob, and he's making nothing but links. Young Jakob, you can see here, he's on 10 drones. He has not made a worker in quite at all this game. He has not droned whatsoever. Which means I'm pretty sure this was a 12-11. But regardless, is now going to be flooding out with his lings. He will soon pull the trigger, and we'll see if he can catch Rogue with his pants down. As he will soon move out. Link speed finishing up in 10 seconds. We are 10 seconds away. As lings, they do rock up on the queen. They get the surround. Oh, they try to. There we go. The first queen gets surrounded. The boys are being pulled. Second queen gets surrounded instead. But so far, oh, the lings are deflected. So far, Rogue, he's holding. Oh. He's holding on. Remember, the longer this goes on, the worse it is for Young Jakob. The lings, they flood into the main. They avoid the queens. But last there are more drones to defend. The boys are being pulled off the mineral line. No, they get caught out. Lings do get caught for a moment there. Likewise, Young Jakob trying to catch reinforcements. More boys being pulled. They come in for this round. They do protect the queens. And Rogue, he's holding. He's completely shutting this down. Ay, ay, ay. Too many losses too quickly here. And Young Jakob, he does not get a single queen. He gets on top of the base, that is true, but Rogue, he has 10 more lings in production. He's just buying time for the lings. The hatchery is under fire. Has taken a lot of damage. Lings almost get surrounded, but yeah, now Rogue can fight. Now Rogue can just fight this head on. Young Jakob almost gets the surround. Almost. Lings, they bypass the queens. They bust into the main. Oh, good. But that's a lot of queens. 3 queens, they hold their own. Boys are being pulled. 1 drone goes down. How many in total? 2. Only 2 drone kills. That's crazy. Only 3 drones going down, and Rogue, he holds. GG gets called. Rogue shuts down the aggression, shuts down Young Jakob, and Rogue will be the first to make it to the grand finals. GG. Whew. GG, well played. Rogue, he will survive. He will take it. Again, time was working against Young Jakob. He was completely 100% all in. and unfortunately he was unable to get the queens. The queens, as they build up over time, of course they have transfuse, they add of course range DPS to the defense as well, and alas, he was unable to snipe any of them. And we saw it wasn't just about saving the queens, but shout out to Rogue for his worker micro. He multiple times was able to pull the boys in time specifically to protect the queens, to hold position micro or to surround the queens as well, to protect them, to keep them from being surrounded, and to maintain that position. So very impressive defense there out of Rogue, considering it was a standard opener. It was hatch gas pull out of Rogue, and it was a very late scout as well. Remember, Rogue, he missed the lings with the Overlord, so that was the best case scenario for young Yako. That was the best case scenario. Despite that, Rogue defense. Crazy. Crazy. GG, well played. Rogue does advance on to the grand finals, and the question becomes, who will face off against Rogue in those finals? Up next, we have a ZVP between SHIN and Classic. Let's go. Let us go. So we're getting into our next game, and once again, game 1 is going to be on Frostline. We go. And spawning in the top right hand corner, of Frostline, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the red Protoss. He took down herO to make it this far in the tournament. Representing himself, currently teamless, it is Classic. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the blue Zerg, representing Gaiman Gladiators. It is SHIN. See in the chat, it's super scary when pros shrug off cheeses as if they were nothing. True, it's one of those things where I should also emphasize this. Fun fact, technically, in ZVZ, with a hatch gas pool, you can defend against anything. Doesn't matter if it's a 13-12, if it's a 12-11, if it's a 12 pool. Technically, with good enough information, with a good enough response and good enough micro, you technically can defend against everything. Some things are more difficult than others, and it is sometimes difficult to pull off that perfect defense. We have seen players fall at times to something like a 12 pool or a 13-12 or even a 12-11, but it's still very, very rare for that to occur. And I mean, that was just crazy defense at a Rogue. It's crazy, that'd be crazy. With that, GG well played. Now we can settle into our next series. Is going to be a gate expand here out of Classic. So far, standard opener. Likewise, SHIN going hatch gas pool. We of course did just wrap up SHIN versus SKillous earlier, and SHIN, he didn't really have much deviation when it came to his openers. We saw some aggression in the mid game out of SHIN when it comes to his own kind of Ling Roach Ravager or Ling Hydra Lurker play. We saw quite a bit of shit in the mid game, but we didn't really see much early game aggression here, and so far so good. Just hatch gas pool. What I will say though, speaking of the early game, this is a very fast third. Very fast third base here by SHIN. Because of this, you can see only one queen. The second queen is delayed. This is because of how quickly SHIN decided to take the third. So bold move here by SHIN. This does delay queen production, does mean that he's a little bit more vulnerable early on. Meanwhile, Classic opening up with a robo. We're both crazy. Okay, so SHIN is cutting corners and is being greedy, taking a fast third. Meanwhile, Classic is being aggressive, opening up with a robo. Now this can go into a couple of different ways. If this was like maybe a year ago or maybe 2 years ago, I'd be like, robo opener, this feels like a disruptor drop. Like if you recall, I mean, in the NA region, you have Estrella going for something like Colossus drop openers, which is crazy, going into a Bay into Colossus. Something that's more standard and more common is a Bay into Disruptors, into a Disruptor drop. But otherwise, this could be the beginning of a 2-base all-in, referring to something like a Soul Train, like a Sentry Immortal base all-in. Speaking of, Sentry is denied. Immortals 2-base all-in. I'm like, this kind of looks like a Soul Train. It's a Soul Train, but let's go. So yeah, it's just straight up 2-base all-in here out of Classic. A crazy move, throwing down extra gateways. So, oh my god, a massive gateway explosion. 5 gate setup, soon to be 6 gateways on 2 bases. 2 bases can afford 6 gates. Immortal production well underway, and he will soon pull the trigger with a purely Sentry Stalker army. Let's go. He's getting up to 7 gates. He's crazy. 7 gates. That's a lot of gateways. Prism's on the way. Immortal's building up. And one way or another, either Classic kills Shin or he dies trying. Back at home. Classic, has he scouted? No scout, by the way. No scout whatsoever by Classic. No probe scout. He has no idea how greedy or how standard Shin is opened up. He has no idea what's going on. Likewise, Shin is in the dark. The Stalker opener does deny the scouts. So Shin, he's trying to piece together what's going on. The Stalker is very suspect. It's a very suspect way to open, but it is not unheard of to open up Stalker into Stargate. Meanwhile, safety Roach Warren. Safety Roach Warren gets placed. Thankfully for Shin, he does have Roach production available here to defend. But here comes the all-in. Here comes the all-in. As Classic, he does pull the trigger. He's going for a slow lot all-in. Yo, it's been a couple of years. The last time I saw this was 2022. 2022 PAX Australia, by the way. And Classic did popularize this that year as well. Sorry, I say Classic. It was Haas. Haas, he was the player that came up with this build. It's an Immortal slow lot all in. And you may be thinking, slow lots, does that really work? This early on, I mean, mate, you don't need them to be speedy boys. The army's gonna come to you. And here we go, the Lings, they do dive in. Double spore, the Queens go for the Prism. The Prism goes down. Massive pick off, no more Prism, no more reinforcements. And now we can just kite these Zealots. He just has to pull back and buy time here. 22 Lings in production, the Roaches as well. Oh, the Zealots are getting some of the Roaches though. They camp the production, 1 Queen goes down. Roach is gonna be going down as well. The Immortal gets low. The boys are being pulled. Spine Crawler does finish. Almost takes down the Stalker. The Immortal is barely going to survive. And Shin, has he done it? Has he barely done it? Ling reinforcements, they come in. They take down the Immortal. Immortal goes down and Classic is running out of steam. He's running out of steam. Does take down a lot of Queens. But barely does not have enough. We have reinforcements on the way. War Prism was rebuilt. No Roaches. The Queen count is low. Low Queen counts, no Roaches, purely Ling, 6 Roaches are on the way. Classic, can he pull this off with the follow-up? Can he still pull this off? Again, that's a lot of slow lots. They're waddling in. Yeah, the waddle is upon us. And it's a very intimidating waddle as well. As they make their way towards the natural. Roaches are going to do what they can. Prism once again notify. Lings are coming from behind. And Classic, he is going to be able to take down at least the Spine Crawler. There's no Transfuse, another massive warp in. He's done it. Classic, he is going to be able to break through, takes down all the Roaches, takes down all the Queens, they get locked down. And it's 2022 all over again, Pappy. Aye, aye, aye. Someone at Chappy. If you know, you know. As they'll say, break in towards the natural. And there's almost nothing left. There's almost nothing left. GG gets called, and Classic, he will take the game and take a lead in the series 1-0. GG. Whew. GG, well played, very impressive stuff there at a Classic. If you have never seen an Immortal slow lot all in before, this I believe started in, I want to say it was 2022, maybe it was 2021. I might be blurring kind of the edges of my mind when it comes to when it was first revealed, but it was first revealed by Haas back in EPT, China, Hong Kong, Taiwan. I believe, no, China had its own region. It was Taiwan, Hong Kong. That's it, Taiwan, Hong Kong, EPT. Haas, he did reveal this, and players did latch onto it. Players like Classic latched onto it, and among other players as well. It is a very niche all-in, definitely, but it hits really fast. That's the power of this. I remember, this was active back in the era of Cosmic Sapphire. If you remember when that was in the ladder map pool, Cosmic Sapphire, a couple of years ago. And it hits so damn fast because you're not waiting for any upgrades. You just need gateways. You just need gateways, no gases at the natural, 1 or 2 Immortals. And I'll always remember casting Chappy versus Pez at PAX Australia. For those who don't know, we did hold a PAX Australia in Melbourne. This was back in, again, 2020, around 2020. I casted that with Pig. And the first series of the night before, we had gone for Korean fried chicken, and there was a lot of banter going on between the players, between Pez and Chappy. Chappy's the Zerg player, Pez is the Protoss player. There was a lot of banter. Chappy was so confident. He's like, mate, you got me in the first round, mate. It's not even going to be close, mate. What's going on? Like, he was so cocky. And this is what happened. Pez, he slow all in Chappy to death. It was it's crazy. Good times, good times. Anyway, with that, Classic does take lead in the series, and now we're getting into game number 2. Let's go. Let us go. 2022, 2023. Yeah. That's it. And here we go. We're getting into game number 2 and spawning in the bottom left-hand corner. Bottom left-hand corner of Ultra Love. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing GuMiho Gladiators down in the series. We'll see if he can bounce back and force the ace match. It is SHIN. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself, leading the series 1-0. One more game is all he needs to make it to the grand finals. It is Classic. And that's how the Chappy diss tracks were born. Yo, I love Chappy, okay? Like, Chappy, we need to protect his smile. Like, Chappy, he's a pure soul. He's innocent at heart. He doesn't deserve it. He doesn't deserve to be slow lot all in to death. We love you, Chappy. We love you. Yeah. As we are going to be settling in and embracing our second game. Here we go. So from here, we do have our initial hatch gas pull, standard opener out of SHIN. SHIN forces like the unnatural natural, as Classic was able to delay, able to deny. Meanwhile, back in the main base, Classic going to be likewise going for his own standard opener. Just gate expand into Cybercore. Everything looking normal so far, but clearly Classic is willing to spice it up and cheese it up as well. If you're out there, by the way, yeah, that 7 gates slow lot all in, that's pretty good. You know, it's pretty good to whip out on the ladder every now and then. So that it's, yeah. Have fun. Have fun, buddy. Have fun. Never done. I have never done it myself, but I have died to it many a time. Especially back in the day. I haven't played against it in a long time, but yeah, it's disgusting. Sass. I think the last time I played against it was last year. But with that, gonna be settling in. SHIN should be looking to expand, take his third base, drone up, saturate, and keep up with the Adept harass. Speaking of, first Adept is gonna be moving out across the map, and we'll see what Classic can get done. Ooh, Classic, wait, he's got some places to be, Pappy. Oh my god, Classic, what's going on? Game 1, River Opener, Game 2, Twilight Council. Now, with this Twilight Council opener, we could go a couple of different ways. This is a Twilight Council before the Natural's even done. This is earlier than we ever expect this to be. This is so fast. I don't really charge. Are we going for like a charge all in? We're pulling out of gas somewhat here, so it looks like glaives. Yeah. Okay, 2 and 2 should be glaives, but it is gonna hit faster than normal here. Robo now on the way. Yeah, we don't actually have money for it. I was about to say, like, again, this Twilight Council was really fast, and we actually can't do anything with it, so not the most efficient of builds here at a Classic, but that's why, like, I feel uneasy. I feel very uneasy as to what I'm seeing right now, because this is not efficient, but we're getting there. Gateway's being thrown down. Classic about to have some resources here for an upgrade. There it is. Now glaives are on the way. So because the Twilight Council was so fast, I was like, yo, is this some crazy weird build? It's not, it's just mistimed, but we're getting there. It's fine. It's not the cleanest of executions here, but it's 4-gate blink. 4-gate blink here out of Classic. Adept is going to be caught out. Not bad. The Link Speed kicks in. Nice round. Yeah, very nice round here. SHIN does shut down the Adept. Back at home, droning up, settling in. Lings, they move out across the map, and We'll see how SHIN can piece it all together. Once again, Stalker. Once again, we do have an initial Stalker here that is once again very suspect. We should be seeing a safe response here by SHIN going into his own Roach Warren. We'll see if we can get there. See if he can get there. Here we go. Adepts are moving out. Now, this is not an all-in. I should emphasize this as well. 4-Gate Glaives is a macro build. It is designed to cripple. It's designed to cripple the economy of your opponent, and then you expand. Then you take a third base, or you get into a mortal production behind this to get ready for the Roach counterattack, get into a bay for disruptors. There are different variations on how you follow this up, but this is not designed to kill. It can. Don't get me wrong. It can kill, but it's not meant to. As Adepts, they get across the map. Classic poking in between the bases. Lings are amassing. Roach Warren's on the way. A little bit of a later Roach Warren here from SHIN. And SHIN, he cancels. Sorry, Classic cancels the Shade. He goes for the third. Queen goes down. Massive pickoff. Gets a Queen. Busts into the mineral line. Lings are trying to keep up. So far, denied mining here. Add to the third. Oh, and Classic coming in from behind. Back at home, Immortal production has begun. He's getting ready for the Roach counterattack. He's getting ready for the Roaches. Adepts, they bust into the main. Drones are going down. Oh, this is getting a bit out of hand. 4 drone kills so far. Things, they do get us around. Adepts, they don't quite commit to the Shade. Oh no, the Prism! Oh my god, Prism goes down. Massive pickoff. The Prism does fall. Adepts, they get the third. Oh my god, the third base goes down. That should not have happened. Lings, they come in for a surround. The Glaive Adepts, they wreak havoc. They are going to be cleaned up eventually. But the trays, the efficiency, Papi. Oh my god, that is going to be 36 Lings for 10 Adepts. The Prism did go down, but they killed the third base. That is worth it for Classic. He's racing back home. Speaking of back at home, Classic just trying to buy time. He has 1 Immortal, soon to be 2. 2 Immortals should be fine. Now from here, Classic can expand. All he has to do is just extend, chill out, establish his expansion, establish his base, his third. And SHIN, he's not droning. SHIN, he's not droning up. He is making more Lings, more Roaches. SHIN, he knows how far behind he is. He knows that he is dead in the water. What is the only way out of this? Counter all-in. It's going to be a counter 2-base all-in here out of SHIN. Just mass Ling Roach Ravager. Nothing but Ling Roach Ravager here out of SHIN. And we'll see if he can pull this off, because he's going to be pushing into force fields. 3 Immortals. 3rd Immortals on the way. Ay, ay, ay. That's a lot of Immortals. Here we go. As so far, it's going to be poking in. 4 more gates on the way. Again, SHIN, he has not been droning, he's not been saturating. There we go. Never mind. SHIN actually going back into droning. Oh, he's not really, he's not really feeling too confident about this move out. He's squeezing out a couple of drones, but at the same time also squeezing out more Lings and Roaches. Very middle of the road here for SHIN. It's either we commit to the all-in or we drone, and he's trying to do both. He's trying to settle into both. Meanwhile, Classic's been building up. And here we go. Classic is moving out with a terrifying army. He's got 4 Immortals. He's got Mass Sentry. Does Force Field. Locks down the Lings. Likewise, Lings, they bust into the third. I mean, Classic does. It's a 2-base all-in. It was 4-gate Glaives into a 2-base all-in follow-up here. Classic, he's committed. Again, he's got a mass amount of sentries. Very Soul Train-esque. I mean, they have plenty of force fields to work with. SHIN going to try and hold on. He does have some Ravagers to help deal with this. But remember, he was also droning. He was also droning up. Queen's getting called out. Roaches, they do fall as well. The Immortals doing so much in the back line. The force fields are brutal. And the Biles, they're not enough. They're not good enough here. Lings, they flood in, but they're on their own. The Biles, decent dodges. They do graze the army. But the Immortals, they wreak havoc. GG gets called. There's just not enough Zerg here to hold on. And Classic will take the series at 2-0. Advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Yo, we had some very long, very intense round of 32, round of 16, quarterfinal matches. The semifinals, they've been fast. These are some quick semifinals here, both the upper and lower semifinals. With that, we have our finalists. It is gonna be Classic versus Rogue. Classic versus Rogue into those grand finals. Let's go. So we are setting up and settling in. Now, as a reminder, it is going to be a best of five grand finals, not a best of 3. Yo, the Korean players, they want me to sleep today. Ah, they're so kind. They're so kind, Papi. Beautiful, beautiful. As we are setting up. And there it is. We have our top 2 finalists here. Our top 2 players. We have Classic and Rogue. Again, a duo that we don't really see too often, I'll be honest. Again, Classic, he was the player that did not get herO out of the tournament. Of course, Dark did not compete here tonight, so there was no Dark as a competitor. Likewise, a lot of the Terrans did fall earlier. Cure knocked out Byun. Likewise, herO was able to take down Cure. GuMiho got knocked out by Rogue. And now we've made it here to our top 2 to Rogue and Classic. Let's go. Game number 1 is going to be on King's Cove. It is going to be on King's Cove. Let's jump in. Here we go. Yo, which means we might not even break into like 16-hour cast. We might not get there. Let's go. But now that we're settling in and spawning in the top left-hand corner of King's Cove, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Blue Protoss. Just took down SHIN to make it to the finals. We'll see if he can do the same to his next Zerg opponent. It is Classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Red Zerg, representing Team Falcons. Just took down young Yakov to make it to the finals. It is Rogue. And once we wrap up the events, once we wrap up the finals, we will be going over the bracket to catch up and have a little bit of greater context as to everything that did transpire. Again, I've been avoiding the bracket this entire time, and soon we will be able to embrace it. Soon TM, baby, soon TM. As so far, we do have our standard opener, Hatch Gas Pool. Hatch Gas Pool out of Rogue. Likewise, Classic just going for a Gate Expand. Now, Classic just had a very intense and very aggressive semifinals. Back-to-back, just aggression and all-ins out of Classic. We'll see how he does approach this grand final. So we'll see how he does approach Rogue. I'm sure he'll get there, but on a large map like King's Cove, I'm not really fond of aggressive builds. So I would imagine we're going to be opening up standard initially. I would imagine. Likewise, behind this, we do have a Classic going for his own probe scouts, being as annoying as possible, is going to be dying some mining time here in the mineral line. Does deny mining time. From here, we can settle it. And settle in. Really, we're going to be keeping an eye on the initial takeoff choice from Classic. Based on the pylon placement, I would assume Stargate, but I mean, based on what we've seen, so there we go, okay. I was like, based on what we've seen so far, I don't know if I can say that with any confidence anymore, probably. Not with Classic, but there it is, Stargate opener out of our Protoss player. Meanwhile, Rogue going for the third. Or soon to be going for the third. There we go. So standard play so far. We can calm things down after a crazy semifinals from both the upper and lower semis. We can embrace a standard game. Hatch Gas Pool into a third. Gate Expand into Stargate, into Oracle, into third base, into the mid game as well, into a more macro game. Let's go. Let us go. settling in. We are going to be settling in. So just once again, just making sure the door was open. Just staring at the room. As oh my god, okay, so I assume never mind. What I just said, never mind. I assumed it was going to be an Oracle opener, but no, Void Ray. It's going to be a Void Ray opener instead. At a classic, the goal here is to hunt down Overlords, hunt down the Overlords, and of course take the third. But from here, the tech is going to be hidden. So the question becomes, what does he throw down? Does he throw down a second Stargate, a Fleet Peak, and a Twilight Council, Oracle into a third, into a standard game state? Our eyes are on Classic. What I will say, though, coming into the series now, is in Game 1, if we open Void Ray, I would love to see a Void Ray opener in Game 2 as well, and have him deviate from whatever build he does embrace here, just to keep Rogue guessing. But now Rogue does go for a safety Roach Warren. Yeah, 4-minute Roach Warren out of Rogue. Very safe play here from the Zerg. Is going to finish up in time for Glaive Adept Harass and Glaive Adept Aggression, in case that were the case. That were to be the case. Oh, and there it is! There it is! Void Ray opener into Sky Toss. Fleet Beacon is on the way, and Classic, he is rushing into, I would imagine, Tempest. You can also go into Carrier Rush. That is also viable, but I feel like we see Tempest more often than not from the side of Classic. And here we go. He is spicing up. Yep, 2 double Stargates, Mass Tempest. Let's go. Now, this, I believe, should be the classic variation where I say Mass Tempest. Whether he goes Tempest or Carrier should only be up to 4 at most, and then switch into Ground Toss. And the goal would be switching to Ground Toss. Meanwhile, Void Ray gets across the map. Oh my god! The Void Ray does overextend. Not too worth it here for Classic as the Void Ray goes down. Oracle does bust into the mineral line, gets 3 drone kills, which is a little bit better, but still not ideal here from Classic. Did overextend, takes a lot of hits. Oh my god, takes a lot of damage. Has to get the hell out of here, and there it is, a Carrier. Okay, so it's going to be a Carrier Rush. Now, we can go one of 2 ways with this. And again, typically, especially at the pro level, you don't over-invest into this Sky Toss army. You would make 2 or up to 4 Carriers, and then go in towards Charge, in towards Blink instead. And the goal would be to hopefully force an overreaction. To force an overreaction from the Zerg player into a Spire, into a plethora of Corruptor, and then they're stuck with a subpar army against a ground-based composition instead. Yeah, there it is. Twilight Council and Forge. Twilight Council Forge, that should be for +1 and Charge. So Classic is already getting ready for that next step. He's starting with the Sky Toss and then hard switching into Ground Toss instead. For those that remember, Classic did popularize this build, was it 2 years ago at this point, in GSL. It was either last year November or the year before that November. Like, again, the years are kind of blurring together a little bit to me, but I think it was last year November in GSL where Classic did popularize. It was in the map pool of, oh my god, I'm forgetting the names. Not Data C. Jesus. You know the map I'm talking about. Wait, am I thinking of Data C? Jesus. The map that has a mineral wall cutting. Alkione, that's it. Alkione. Jesus. I'm so bad at remembering map names. It's awful. But did it on Alkione. That's it. So far, Classic being active. Behind this, we have 2, soon to be 4 Carriers. Meanwhile, there it is, +1 Blink Stalker into Temple Archives, towards Storm, towards Archon production. Again, it is going for that Ground Toss switch. Meanwhile, as we're settling in, big shout to NeatPete8 in the chat. Papi God, thank you so much. I apologize for missing your resubscription earlier, but thank you so much for subscribing for 13 months, over a year of support. Thank you so much, Papi. Thank you so much. Do appreciate it. Gracias. As here we go, the carries are revealed and the carries are moving out. Now, shout out to Rogue. Rogue, his response is not with a Spire, but it is instead with an Infestation Bit and rushing into Neural instead. Bold move. As the carries move out, Ling, Roach move in, and the ground army is not ready here for Classic. He has to recall back home. The carries a recall back home. 6 probes going to be going down. Very nice damage here by Rogue. Gets 6, gets 12, gets 11, 12 workers falling. Eventually this is going to be cleaned up, but this is very nice damage here from Rogue. Just buying time for the rest of his army, buying time for Hydras and for Infestors. Infestors are building up. Bearing in mind as well that we haven't actually seen it at the pro level, but Microbial Shroud has been buffed. Actually, yeah, I just realized I don't think I've seen it at all. Even in the PTR. Maybe once? No, not even. Not even. But Microbial Shroud, now it does actually... It like sticks onto the Hydras. It's like a sticky like smudge, if you will. It sticks onto them for like a couple of seconds. So now Hydras can be more mobile. If they move out of the Shroud will follow them. The Shroud will follow them for like a couple of seconds. Which means now you can actually spit against storms, and it's okay. It's okay. The problem though is because of the NG overcharge. Look at how many storms there are. You can like maybe dodge like 1 or 2 storms, but mate, we got so many storms available here. Speaking of, storm pops up. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal storm on the Hydras. There's a second storm. There's a Microbial Shroud. Another storm. Another storm going to be popping up, and yeah, the army's going to crumble. Aye. The Hydras, they do melt. You can see the Shroud trying to follow them as well. But alas, Classic is snowballing out of control. He shuts down the main army. But I appreciate it. Hey, I believe that was the first time in like half a year that I've seen Microbial Shroud in the pro level. Dude, let's see. I appreciate it. There we go. It's been a while. As a Classic, he shuts down the main army. Behind this, gearing up, getting into immortal production, charge, +2, +1 air attack, and more carriers on the way. And yeah, Classic is just securing himself. Looking good, looking strong. Alcyone, I'd rather pronounce it correctly. So, thank you, but no. As we are setting up, Spore is going to be repositioning. We have the Spire on the way, Lurker Den as well. Getting into Corruptor production, getting into Lurker production as well. And the game is going to slow down. For the most part, Classic does have the big advantage. I mean, Classic, this is where the supply does not lie. Classic is almost maxed. He's almost maxed out. He will soon push. And we'll see if Rogue can buy time until he can embrace more Corruptors and more of an anti-Protoss army with Lurkers as well. The scary thing here is because Rogue was so committed with that earlier move outs with Neural and with the initial Microbial Shroud, it means that the Hive upgrades are late. I'm referring specifically to Lurker upgrades. Lurker upgrades are delayed. You know, Vipers are just now on the way. Rogue needs time. He needs so much time right now. Thankfully, Classic is giving him that time. Never mind, I spoke too soon. And here we go. Classic is moving out now that the War Prism has arrived. Pushing onto creep, clearing everything up. And Rogue, he's up against the wall. Does fungal the army. Feedback's going to be going up. Another fungal. Meanwhile, the base is going to be going down. Vipers, they do have energy. They're coming in with the yoinks. Going for the blinding clouds even. But once again, the feedbacks are brutal. Rogue, he will lose the expansion, but he is buying time. Throwing down another wall of Spore Crawlers. Classic instead, he rotates. He's up to how many carriers? 6. Jesus. 2 more Stargates on the way. At the same time, Ling run by across the map, but there is a Warpin available. And Classic will defend. So he will defend back at home. Nice burrow here from Rogue. Classic does leave the Zealot in position. Classic rotating around. Meanwhile, the Lurker count is getting higher and higher. Massive wall of Spores on the way. But the Spores aren't ready. Yeah, Storm's going to be going up here on the Lurkers. Decent abductions. They do catch out 2 of the carriers. 3 of the carriers. And 3 carriers going down. The Spores add a lot more DPS. Classic's not done. At the same time, Ling Runby denies the expansion. Denies the stick. Just moving in. Once again, brutal Storm Shield on the Lurkers. Classic unable to break through. Once again, Ling's being as annoying as possible. Classic unable to gain ground, he backs up. does back off from here, and Rogue holds. Rogue, he holds on. Ooh, it took a wall of spore crawlers and a wall of lurkers, but he does hold the line. And from here, he can take up into towards corruptors. I mean, we have +2 air attack on the way. Carrier production, Tempest production well underway as well. This classic will secure a sig. He's embracing those upgrades, building up more Tempest. Refining his army. And coming into this, I do favor Classic here just because Rogue has invested so heavily into lurkers. I mean, look at the army here. 13, soon to be 18 lurkers. What else is there when it comes to anti-air? It's mainly Spore and Hydra. It's mainly Spore, Hydra. As we saw, the Spores that were doing well for themselves initially, but that will change with the arrival of Tempest. Not just Tempest, but Tectonic Destabilize is also on the way. And that does boost the damage that Tempest do to buildings. Specifically, that helps against breaking these Spore lines. So these Spore crawlers are going to be less impactful, less effective against the new army of Classic. An army that's better designed to break through that kind of line. We're still trying to hold on. Classic waiting for his upgrades. He's up to how many Tempests? He's so far, only 2. We have 2 more Tempests on the way. But the Tempest count is quite low. Thankfully for Rogue. Tempest count is low, so he can still buy time. Embracing more upgrades. Building up his bank. Wings, they will delay the expansion. Classic rotating over. We got more Lings moving out to harass. Base is revealed. Classic is maxed out. He needs to trade or race back home. Is there a recall? There is. Workers, they come in. It looks like the base is going to go down. Yeah, there's no saving it. Yeah, it's too late for Classic to respond. And Rogue can just keep pushing. He can't afford to lose another base, though. Lurkers are breaking through. We have a recall back home. The mothership recalls. Okay. I don't think that was necessarily the move. Going for a second recall. Using both recalls here. Oof. So no more recalls available. That is a scary prospect. As Rogue is gearing up for more Ling run-bys. And again, Rogue is just buying more time. Second Spire's on the way, getting to +3 air attack, into a greater Spire, into just all the 3/3s. And Classic, he misses window. He misses timing. He had potential, but alas, it's not quite there anymore. I mean, he still has a maxed out army, still terrifying. But Rogue is catching up. Ling Riders just keep coming, they just keep rolling in. The Classic's main army is very immobile, and because he just double recalled, I mean, he has even less mobility. Nidus into the main. This is Rogue's win condition, is to Nidus into the main base and into the production. Classic, very slow to respond. We'll shut this down. Scrutinize the expansion over and over again. Just keeps going. Add this into the main. Classic does attempt to expand. God, it's such a slow warp in as well. Yeah, brutally slow warp in. The lurkers, they bust on out. Again, Classic still trying to race back home. And the production's under fire. And Classic is just being pulled apart. But there is no Nidus, which means there's no way out of this. Uh-oh. Yeah, there's no way out here. So many lurkers going to be going down. And suddenly, this is a better trade for Classic. Jesus. Takes on what? 12 lurkers. 25 in total. Down to only 6. Now Classic can respond. I mean, sure, he killed 2 Stargates, but I don't think that matters too much here. Well, Nidus Worm not going to finish here in the natural. Also, don't be suspicious. Totally zealots. That's Classic. So far, he's defending. He's holding on. In the head-on fight, I do still favor Classic. The reason why a Nidus in the main can end the game is because even though Classic has a bank, if the Zerg player herO can get on top of the production and clean it up, then the bank won't matter, right? It won't matter. The army won't be rebuilt. herO can snowball from there. Well, Classic being active. There we go, the corruptor count looking quite healthy. 29 corruptors. And once he cleans up the Sky Tilts, or if he cleans up the Sky Tilts, he will have the opportunity to go into a Broodlord switch. The lurker count is quite low now, it's only 6 lurkers. But the Greater Spire is done. Letting run by towards the left. They do get into the mineral line. Once again, Classic not in position. Once again, there was an opening here. No site defense. And Rogue is going for the expansion. And he will get it. And the base goes down. Meanwhile, Rogue is hunting for those Tempest. Looking for any kind of opening. Any way in. Oh, going for the yoink. And gets one, gets 2. 2 carriers go down. Takes a storm to the face. Well worth it for Rogue. Nice pickup. More carriers building up. Likewise, when it comes to remaxes, I mean, the same is applicable in the opposite way, where if Classic, if he is able to take a strong fight and then push in towards the natural and push in towards the tech in the main, then likewise, he can also try to end the game then and there. Especially as the production just trickles in. But whenever Classic tries to be active, he's forced back home. Just time and time again with these Ling Rumbys and counterattacks, Classic just has not been able to be too assertive here for the past, I want to say, like 10 minutes. Is keeping up with the lurkers, Ling Rumby on the right. Nidus goes down. Finally moving out. Nidus does finish in between the bases. Rogue is about to finish up 3-3. It's all about that patience. Just being as careful as possible. Looking for that opportune moment. He's diving in once again, looking for another abduction. Going for the recall. And Mothership recalls across the map. Goes to the expansion. can always recall back home. Okay, Corruptor's coming in. Nice feedback. 0 on the Infestors. Lurkers, they do far. They do get in position. Mothership can't be abducted. Lane's going for a massive counterattack. And it looks like we're setting up for a recall. Yeah, there's a recall back home. So with that move, Classic, he did kill an expansion, and he will bleed out a couple of Archons, but he does lose his own. So trading a base for a base. And he tried to move out, but he's forced back home. Remember, recall's now on cooldown. Once again, Classic, he has to respond. He turns everything back around. Jesus, 18 Banelings on the way. And really, those are the moves that we're waiting for Classic to pull off. It's just, he can always just double recall, right? He can get across the map, recall back home, recall across the map, recall back, just... is how you want to approach things. Banelings, they get shut down. Nice storms. See Rogue rotating. There we go. We have 10 Broodlords on the way. Never mind. We had 10 Broodlords on the way. Rogue does cancel. That does burn through some resources, by the way, doing that. So Rogue has to be careful. There we go. 8 Broodlords in production. That's 21 Corruptors. Now that Rogue has Broodlords, now he has more pushing power. He can actually start to threaten some of these bases in a more assertive way and try to force an engage on his terms. So we'll see what Rogue does go for. Meanwhile, we do have a Lurker drops towards the natural. And they're making their way towards that natural base. Once again, Classic with not the most well split army, but he's got some storms. Has some storms ready. 14 links going down. Drop alerts in towards the natural. Getting run by as well. We'll see how quickly Classic can storm. Yo, the Archon, sorry, the Immortal drop. Okay. Drop into the main. Banelings, they crash into side defense. Lurkers, they're going for the production. Nida Storm as well. They force a recall. And these Lurkers are all going to go down. No detection? No detection! Okay, there we go. Revelation. Revelation should be coming in. There we go. Cleaning everything up. At the same time, Rogue rotating towards the right-hand side. Side defense was not rebuilt. It was not repowered. Hopefully Classic realizes this. We do need to repower these gateways and shield batteries. As Rogue throws away his Lurkers, we're going to be rebuilding here with more Broodlords instead. More Broodlords, more Corruptors. Wing drop into the natural. Army's out of position. Nice run as well. Come in with those lurkers. And I don't know if you noticed, because of the lurker dive into the main, Rogue has burned through most of his gas. He did make the Brood Lords, but yeah, the gas bank that he once had isn't really there anymore. Coming in from behind, he wants to go for the dive. Doesn't quite get it. But yeah, he had like 1 remax in him, so he can't really afford losing this army. Rogue has to be careful here. Brood Lords, they knock down the expansion. But like, Rogue does not have enough gas to make this many Brood Lords again. At least not right now. So he has to be careful. Classic pulling back. Oh no, the changelings. Changelings, they do cause a bit of a traffic jam here in between the bases. Hopefully Classic does notice eventually. There we go. Does break out. There we go. Rogue setting up another drop. Prism into the main. That does get the spawning pool. Doesn't quite get much else. As Classic pushes in, the drop lords are set up. Here come the Brood Lords. Fungal in the main army. Classic pulling away. Chain Fungal. Chain Fungal's coming in. Decent storm. Slow zone as well. I know the Storm Corruptors, they want to go for the dive, and I feel like we have to recall. Oh, it might just be too late. Yeah, he has to go for the fight, has to commit. Massive power bombs. Power bombs going off. There's a recall back home, and Classic will lose almost everything. A massive plummet in supply. Is forced back. With that, Classic, he lost 4 carriers. He lost 6 Immortals, 5 Archons, all the High Templar. That Classic has a bank to remax, but he's remaxing on Void Ray. Oh my god. Okay. Going mass Void Ray. Tempest are being shut down. Nice catch here from Rogue. He's snowballing out of control again. He's not allowing Classic to rebuild. Not giving him time. Void Rays are coming out, but it's too little too late. The entire army crumbles. Brood Lords, they break on through. And Rogue, he's going for the kill. And again, it's a 10k bank, but what is the production? There's like, what, a handful of gateways? 8. Only 8 gates. What are you going to remax with that? 8 gateways and 7 stargates. Lings at the right-hand side. Rogue pushing in, getting on top of the production. Rovers are falling. And he's just pulling Classic apart. And this is what we spoke about, how sure you can have a bank, but if you can't actually reproduce in time, it's not going to matter. It's not going to matter here. As Void Rays, they go down one after the other. I mean, there are a lot of Void Rays coming in, but it looks like these 3/3 Corruptors, yeah, they can hold their own. Down to 4 Void Rays left. It's going to be close. The Void Rays, they do clean up the Corruptors. Now they can go for the Brood Lords. But Lings are killing everything else. Lings are destroying everything else. We have 27 Corruptors on the way. And Brood Lords, they do shut down the Void Rays. I mean, again, the Void Ray response wasn't a bad one, but I just wasn't able to remax in time. As everything's just crumbling here. At this point, we may just see I was gonna say a tap out by elimination, but GG gets called, and Rogue takes game number 1. Whew. GG. GG, well played. Again, unfortunately, Classic was caught out on the map. Classic lost everything in one fell swoop, and immediately rogue counterattacked. Immediately he counterattacked, never allowed Classic to spend his 10k bank. Classic had so many resources available to him, 10k minerals, 10k gas, but he could not spend it, could not rebuild. GG. GG, well played. Rogue takes a lead in the series. Does take lead. Shout out to Dave Testa in the chat. Papi, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo estás? Bienvenidos. Thank you so much for subscribing for 21 months. That's a lot of months, Papi. That's a lot of months. Good to see you. You're back. Oh, you're back. Welcome. Welcome back, Papi. Welcome back. You're back to Twitch. Let's go. So here we go. We are settling in. So just catching up with the chat. What a sad ending. So died with 8k worth of resources. Technically, he died with, I want to say, what, like 18k? It's a lot of money. A lot of money. Here we go. And now we're getting into game number 2. Now we do continue the finals here, we do continue the series, and spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Ultra Love, we do have our South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, down in the series, but we'll see if he can bounce back again. That was an intense and grueling game number 1, and hopefully he still has it in him to keep on going here in game 2. It is a classic. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons, leading the series 1-0. It is Rogue. Here we go. So we are going to be settling in. So far, Rogue going to be opening up. Hatch gas pool, once again forsake the unnatural natural, and welcome one and all to a much smaller map in the map pool. We can take a break from King's Cove. We do embrace Ultra Love instead. I mean, there's a bit of a give and take here. On the one hand, this map is smaller, that is true, but the map is also very defendable, one of the most actually in the map pool, just because of the choke points. We have a lot of choke points here towards the third base, towards the fourth base as well. You can knock down the towers, and there are just so many choke points and points of elevation where it is not uncommon to end up in a split map scenario. We've seen a lot of late game here on Ultra Love. At the same time, the rush distance by ground is shorter, so because of that, even though it can be much more defendable, we could still try to embrace something more aggressive here. And based on what we've seen from Classic in the past, I mean, clearly he is not afraid to embrace the crazy all-in. So we'll keep an eye on Classic, see what he goes for. As a reminder, last game, Classic did open up a double Stargate into a fleet beacon, into a carrier rush, so clearly not necessarily playing standard. Not necessarily. Here we go. So now we are going to be settling in. Do have our pilot on the way. Looks like a Stargate opener out of Classic. And we're just happily joining up. There we go. Stargate opener. Stargate into, I mean, I was going to say Stargate into Oracle, but if you remember, last game was Stargate into Void Ray, which led into the Hidden Fleet Beacon. As I mentioned at the time, I do like the idea, especially if you do open them once with a Stargate open into Void Ray. I would like to see that again, just to try to keep the Zerg player guessing, keep them in the dark, and kind of play even mind games here with his opponents, make it look like the same opener and go for something very different instead. We'll see. We'll see if Classic does open Void Ray for a second time. Now is going to be settling in. Berg happily joining up, getting his third base, working towards link speed, pulling out of gas. Everything's looking normal so far. And at this time, Oracle opener, not a Void Ray. So it looks like something much more standard. Oracle into a third base, into triple Oracle. Everything looking much more of the norm from the side of Classic. For the first time here today, actually. As a reminder, Classic, he was an animal earlier against SHIN. Meanwhile, Lings, they slip into the main, they get a free scouts, and they do get eyes on the opener, the Stargate, and the Oracle as well. So Rogue, he sees everything he needs to. He's fully aware of what's going on. And he's setting up. He even confirms the second Oracle as well. So the first one does head on out. And we'll see what Classic can get done. For the time being, he's hunting down Overlords. He's establishing his third base. He's opening up triple Oracle. 2 Oracles initially to harass. The third one can be rallied back at home to defend, or just across the map as well. And we'll see what Classic can get done. It's going to be on Rogue to minimize losses, to defend, to keep up with the Oracles. 430 Roach Warren. Decent timing here with the Roach Warren. Relatively safe. Queens are ready. Queens, they zone away. And so far, Rogue holds. He's going to be holding on. Behind this, Classic going Twilight Council into Forge or +1. I would imagine Blink. We'll see if he does deviate into Charge instead. Shading into the natural, not quite. As he pulling back. There we go, +1 and Blink on the way. He's on the way. And we'll see if Classic ever does take his gases here at the third, as we do have quite a gateway explosion ahead of us. Getting up to 5 gates. Where Station strap into the main, not bad! Oh, does catch a decent chunk of drones. So far, 3 workers and a queen. Not bad at all. Does threaten on the stasis trap. A little bit too ambitious with that one, though. He's going to be forced back. And back at home, Classic is getting a 5th and 6th gateway. Establishing his third, taking extra gases, and taking out towards the robo. Ooh, as another stasis goes off. And decent damage. Likewise, picking off 2 workers. Ooh, almost 3. 2 workers going down. Rogue behind this, taking up into Ling Hydra. Hydra Den is done. We are just gearing up. Meanwhile, we mentioned the 6-gate setup here from Classic. He does have map control at least. He can apply pressure, he can move out. Behind this, Classic should be expanding, and he does attempt to, but Rogue gets eyes on this, does delay. Ooh, Classic going old school. You don't often see this anymore. Much more common to see like a Storm follow-up, but this is going to be a second Robo and a Bay into, I would imagine, double Colossus production. Into Disruptors. But again, that's a little bit older school here in ZVP, where it's a current meta. Hatchery's going to be going down. Lost Transfuse. But the base will fall nonetheless. Massive pickoff. Classic will snipe the expansion. Behind this, second Forge. Double upgrades. Rogue's still building up. Interestingly enough, Rogue, instead of prioritizing on expanding and droning up, I mean, he is taking it back up 4th, but he's taking up a little bit faster. Infestation bits at Lurker Den. Rogue, his goal here is to rush into Hive Tech and Lurker production. That is the goal for the Zerg. Just rushing into Lurkers. Meanwhile, the Colossus are on the horizon for Classic. And against Ling Hydra, he can do quite well against this. Lings, they come in for the surround. They will force a cancel. Oh. Yeah, massive pickoff here. Cancellation on the 4th base. Classic, he races back home. Despite having all these Stalkers, Classic, he hasn't really achieved much of anything with this army. He did deny the 4th at one time, but outside of that, has been trying to push, has been trying to push out. But time and time again, he has to race back home. Lings, they flood in towards the 3rd. They take down the cannon. Oracles, they turn back around. As we do see Classic getting into a 3rd and 4th Colossus. That's a lot of Colossi. Let's go. Getting up to 4 Colossus. And we'll soon move out. We'll soon move out unless Rogue, he already has Lurkers though. Lurkers are morphing in. Hive is almost done. Vipers are going to be so important here in the defense. Needs a little bit more time for that Viper production. It's almost there. Assets will being active. Changeling does get eyes on the main army. This Rogue, he attempts to run by. And again, even though he's not doing much damage, he's keeping Classic busy. Just time and time again, just keeping him busy here. Pin back at home. Classic, he is soon to max, soon to move out across the map. He has that death ball of an army. And can Rogue hold on? How many Lurkers? 11. 11 Lurkers so far. Classic looking for another way in. Knocks down the 5th base. Base was full. Hive is done. Any Vipers? Not quite, not yet. Things they do get into the mineral line. Classic, he races back home. Doesn't take long at all though to just rotate back and forth. Between the space and the front lines. Another link run by. Oh, we'll take a stasis to the face. But still slips in. Buying more time. And Rogue, he is going to be able to max out. I'm still a little bit concerned here by the lack of Vipers. Still 0 Vipers for Rogue. I mean, with them, he could have his way with this army. Whether it's the Colossus or the Immortals or anything, really. 9 drones going down. The base goes down once again. That's a kill, not a cancel. Rogue, he's in trouble. The Lurkers are ready. Lurkers are ready in time. Spire now on the way for Rogue. Classic turns back around. We're coming in from behind. Classic is somewhat in position though. He's ready for this. But he's stuck at home. Classic tries to rotate, walking into more Lurkers. Lurkers are ready. Lurker shots going up. Still looking for another way in. Nice events here against the Zealots. Oh my god, Classic pushing into Lurkers, not like this. Not with the Ground Army. Not into the Concave. Rogue does that trade, is pushing forward, he's gaining ground. Oh my god. Yeah, brutal losses here for Classic. Trying to brute force his way in. Oh, he takes so much damage, more Immortals going to be going down. Not a worthwhile trade. It's pushing into the Lunkers back. Meanwhile, Zarmai does take down the expansion. Lunkers once again burrowing. And it looks like Classic will eventually break out. Yeah, we'll clean this up. Wasn't the prettiest of trades, but does clean up the Lurker army nonetheless. Zealots, meanwhile, they get across. Now they bust into the natural. GG gets called. There's just not enough of them to defend. And Classic, he will barely tie up the series. GG. GG, well played. He was able to clean up all those Lurkers, get across the map as well. And again, as I mentioned, a little bit surprising. Even though we had a Hive, Rogue never made a Viper. He never teched into Viper production. He had a line of lurkers, which is good, and I mean, it works even better if the Protoss moves into the concave of lurkers. But if they don't, I mean, then how do you make use of that kind of army here? Typically with abductions, typically with Vipers. Alas, it was something that Rogue completely did avoid, and with that, Classic was able to have a bit of a stronger time against that. GG. GG well played. With that, we tie things up 1-1, and we are getting into game number 3. As a reminder, best of 5. Best of 5 finals here. Plenty more games ahead of us. Plenty more games to come. So getting into ley lines. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of lane lines, we have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons, being forced into a tied-up series. We'll see if we can bounce back. It is Rogue. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the red Protoss player. Ooh, tying up the series 1-1, making a series out of this. It is Classic. Here we go. We go. Also, this is a little bit off topic, but we are attempting to organize a show match between Trigger and Estrella, which I do look forward to, by the way, an end of year show match here on the CranKy Ducklings. And I just tabbed over to my Discord, and Trigger was asking Estrella like, "Hey, when is a good time to play our match?" And Estrella's like, "When the time is right." Say, oh, okay. Thanks for that, Estrella. God damn it. Shaking my head. As we're settling into our game 3, and again, we have seen quite a bit out of these two players. I mean, last game was a much more standard setup here, which is again why I thought it was a little bit peculiar of Rogue to take up into lurkers, but not quite take further than that. Wasn't able to make full use of his hive, but now we're settling into ley lines. Ley lines, it has, of course, a very similar rush distance by ground compared to Ultra Love. Is defensive as well, not as defensive as Ultra Love, but still we have a relatively defendable and fortifiable 3rd and 4th base, and we'll see what kind of game we do end up in. Very helpful, man. Very helpful. Yes, yes. The stars must be aligned. Yes, exactly, exactly. He will consult the sky, and he will let us know what he sees. He'll let us know when to ride. For now, Stargate Opener. It is going to be a Stargate Opener here by Classic. Once again, Game 1 we saw a Void Ray, Game 2 we saw an Oracle. What do you have for us here in Game 3? About to find out. About to find out. Likewise, Rogue getting into his Hatchcast pool, into his 3rd. Standard opener so far to Rogue. In general, Rogue is quite fond of rushing into Lurker Tech here in this matchup. We saw it quite similarly in Game 1. We saw it here in Game 2 as well. See where Classic does take this. Stargate just now finishing, and there it is, Void Ray first. Okay, we saw this in the first game, and again, as just reiterate myself, I do actually really enjoy seeing this multiple times in the series, just because it does kind of put a little bit of a seed, it plants that seed of doubt in the mind of your opponent as to what is going on. Is it going to be once again another carrier rush? For those that weren't here in Game 1, I mean, Game 1 was brutal. It was like half an hour long, Jesus. But it all started with a Void Ray opener into double Stargate Fleet Beacon carrier. That's how the game did begin. So again, I'm sure that's going to be in the back of Rogue's mind. Not saying that Classic is going to do that here again in this series. He could, but I doubt he will. But again, anything is possible. Link Scout does slip in, does get eyes on the Stargate, gets eyes on the follow-up Oracle, and should eventually be chased down. Overlord does fall. 3rd base being taken. Ling is cleaned up, and now the question becomes, where do we go from here? Do we go for a Fleet Beacon, a Stargate, a Twilight Council, a Forge? Where are you taking us? So Fire going for the second Oracle. Void Ray moves out to hunt down additional Overlords as well. Does find one. He's making a beeline over. And we do have that follow-up here. The Nexus is halfway done. We should be seeing a Twilight Council in the Forge. Yep, there we go. Twilight Council in the Forge. Standard follow-up. It's going to be +1 and Blink most likely here from Classic. Alash just keeping his opponent in the dark, going for the Stasis Trap. This time Rogue, he does respect it. He does pull away. Does hold on. Likewise, Safety Roach Warren here by Rogue. Going for the Safety Roach Warren. Depth Safe in the shade. Our Rogue is keeping up. Happily droning, taking it to the lair. Do have a gateway explosion from Classic, but it's just 6 gates. So 6 gate setup. Once again, will soon be active. We saw that last game, Classic attempted to be active with the Stalkers, but it was forced back home time and time again, so he couldn't really gain much value with it. Here, he should be having a bit of an easier time being active on the map. And should soon move out. Oh. We're getting there. Oracle's going to be forced back. So far, no major losses, no major damage in the mineral lines. Rogue going to +1 range. That tells us that Rogue may actually embrace a more Roach Ravager heavy composition. We'll see if he goes straight for the Hydra Den. So here we go. Classic is moving out. Behind this, Classic is taking his gases, and he's taking up. He's taking up into a Robo and a Templar Archives. Working towards Storm, Archons, Immortal Production. Classic does poke in. And he should deny the expansion. Yeah, Rogue going for a Ling counterattack instead. Fourth base is cancelled. Lings, they hit the third. And Classic, he's gonna race back home. Nice hold position micro here, saving the cannon. Barely does save it. Cannon does survive. See someone asking in the chat. Rerun? No. This is a live cast. Well, this is a live class of replays, as a heads up. We don't actually host reruns on the channel. Not something that we do. This Classic is being active. Storm on the way. Classic once again gonna deny the fourth for the second time. Not bad. Yeah, it does blink in, does go for the dive. Oh, he does. Oh, that's a kill. That's gonna be a kill, not a cancel. Massive pickup. Lings, they do hit the mineral line. They get into the third. But also in position to defend. Stasis goes off. Oh my god. Classic can keep pushing. From here, he's gonna rotate. Rogue does take a fourth towards the north. Likewise, we do see Classic keeping up with the Lings. Does keep up. Behind this, embracing the splash damage of choice. Storm is now done. Yeah, Storm, he has High Templar. He's building up his army. Rogue is taking towards Hive. Meanwhile, Classic rushing into Sky Toss. Okay, you have my attention. Fleet Beams on the way, Stargate's on the way. We'll see if he can get there. Meanwhile, Rogue, he's pushing out here and now. How many storms? Checking the units count. 4 High Templar. 4 High Templar, 4 storms. Well, soon to be 4 storms. Needs a little bit more time. There's the NG overcharge. First storm is placed. Soon have 3 more. Yeah, just zoning Rogue back. As Classic does defend, Rogue rotates over towards the center base. Dragging Classic out of position. Classic otherwise distracted. Rogue pushing in towards the mineral line. Oh! Storm's going to be coming in. Not quite. But the base goes down. Regardless, Classic's attention is being just pulled apart left and right. Nice storm on the Hydras. Classic, he will lose the base. He'll lose the expansion. Lings A bust into the mineral line. Probe's going to be going down. Classic just getting pulled apart. There are some Zelts across the map, but they're not really getting much done. And RoGuE defends. We'll catch the Prism. Prism goes down. Lings, they collapse on the High Templar. They get what they get to. Oh my god. Massive pickups. 2 High Templar and the Immortal. Not quite the Immortal to survive. But 2 High Templar. Which means how many storms are left? 2. Only 2 storms remaining. Soon to be 4. The High Templar count is very low. And more High Templar morphing in. And RoGuE is already remaxed. He's already remaxed at this point. And before Classic can even afford any Sky Toss, I mean, he has the Fleet Beacon, but he can't afford anything. He's stuck on 3 bases. Classic, he is broke. Needs an expansion. Lings, they dive in. Once again into the mineral line. There are some storms available, but I mean, she's storming Roach Ravager. RoGuE he can take some storms to the face. Oh my god. For the most part, some of the storms are brutal. Regardless, RoGuE is just forcing back the army. The expansion is getting low. A crazy blinker at a Classic. And the expansion does go down. RoGuE behind us just rallying across the map. Doing what he can. And Classic is 2 base all in. At this point, he's just completely 2 base all in. It's all or nothing. Looking at his army, I mean, he's got 4 Immortals, he's got 4 High Templar, he has some storms available. The army, it's not looking too bad, it's just there's not much support. There's not much support here. RoGuE is going to rotate over. We'll take a storm to the face. We'll take a couple of storms to the face. But he still has a massive supply lead at this point. It's not lying. It's not lying here. I mean, that is a high Immortal count, true, against Roach Ravager. But if RoGuE is reinforced with Lings. Queen's coming in as well. Spores, they come in from behind. They waddle in. Sending back the War Prism. As the War Prism takes a lot of hits. Reinforcements trickling in. Not the cleanest of trades here from RoGuE, but GG gets called as Classic. He runs out of steam and RoGuE takes a 2-1 lead. Whew. GG. GG, well played. It does take a lead here again. Classic definitely had his moments in this game, but the non-stop run-bys and non-stop counterattacks, we've seen that time and time again, even in some of the previous games where Classic would try to gain some momentum, but it would be forced back time again and be stuck at home, and he'd miss his timings. Would miss his timings as a result. RoGuE would snowball from there. And with that, GG. GG, well played. RoGuE does have a 2-1 lead, and RoGuE now needs 1 more game to close things out and to take the entire series and become our champion. Meanwhile, the pressure is now on the Protoss, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Frostline. We have the South Korean Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing Team Falcons, 1 game away from becoming this week's OlimoLeague champion. It is RoGuE. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing himself down in the series. He has to fight back here and now to force the ace match. It is Classic. We go. Yo, shout out to Kubels in the chat for the insights. I appreciate it. Beautiful. I think RoGuE wins, or maybe Classic wins, unless it was a draw. But it's one of those 3 options for sure. I think I agree with you, Kubels. I think I agree. Drive a hard bargain. Never gamble against you, Pat. Because we are settling in. So far, Hatch Gas Pool, standard opener once again here out of Rogue. Meanwhile, my eyes are going to be on Classic. Again, typically it's been Classic that's been deviating. And when it comes to the last game as well, I should emphasize that Classic, as he was taking a 4th base, if you remember, he was taking towards Sky Toss with the Fleet Beacon, but he never got to embrace that kind of composition. He never got to embrace a proper 4-base economy. He was just pulled apart left and right. That is something that Rogue has been flexing the entire series here, is his counterattacks, his multi-pronged aggression, and his ability to just pull Classic apart time and time again. And this is something that Classic needs to adapt to. He needs to adapt to this, either investing into additional static defense or just getting a little bit more used to leaving units in position to defend. Otherwise, ready for these run-bys and counterattacks, as it has been hurting him so much in this series already. But now though, we'll see. We'll see how we do embrace Frostline. Frostline, of course, is one of the larger maps in the map pool, very large map. Likewise, long resistance by ground as well. The bases are very isolated, bases are really spread out. And I'll be honest, I can see a world where Rogue can really excel on this map. It can be so awkward and so difficult to rotate and defend your 3rd and your 4th. They're just so spread out, and again, there are just multiple ways into these expansions as well. So not the most easiest to really defend here. And Classic, he's opening up aggressively. Let's go. What do we see? Twilight Council. Beautiful. Is going to be a Twilight Council opener here out of Classic. And he does pull out of gas. He pulls out of gas. What will this be? Glaive Adepts. It's going to be Glaive Adepts here from Classic. If it was DTs, he would stay in gas instead. That is the big tell for what this should be. So 4-gate Glaives should be seeing extra gateways and the Robo alongside this. Here we go. The Robo has been placed. And Classic will soon settle in with those upgrades. But that's going to be forced back. So far, we have a 3-gate setup. Should soon be seeing a 4th. There it is. 4 gateways here for Classic. And Glaive Adepts, of course. As we did mention, again, he pulled out. He pulled out of gas. So this does, or as a reminder, this is not supposed to be an all-in. We have seen, or we did see Classic previously against SHIN open up 4-gate Glaives into a 2-base all-in with a Mass Immortal, at least as the follow-up. That is true. There is that as a possibility when it comes to a follow-up. But the build itself is designed to just get economic damage and give the Protoss player a lead. Meanwhile, back at home, Rogue, he is settling in. Throwing down the safety spore in the main. Droning on up. Evo Chamber opener is concerning to me. This tells us that, yep, fast plus on melee. Well, you know what that means? No Roach Warren and no Baneling Nest. Not yet. There is potential for a Baneling Nest response, but I'm very concerned for Rogue. There we go. Thankfully, Drone Scout, or Overlord Scout, does scout into the main. He confirms everything. He sees the Robo, he sees the gateways and the Twilight Council researching. What does he need? At this point, because it's making nothing but lings, we need at least a Baneling Nest. Ideally a Roach Warren, but it might be too late for that. Might be too late for a Roach Warren. There it is. Baneling Nest is on the way, but is that too late as well? Because here comes a mass amount of Glaive Adepts. And again, only pure Link Queen to defend. Rogue is in trouble. He is in quite a bit of trouble here. So far, trying to keep up. Adepts, they cancel the Shade and make their way towards the 3rd. Denying mining time. Mining time is denied. Going for the Queen. Queen is going to go down. And Lings, they can't fully engage. Prism is denied entry into the main. Classic being forced back. The Hatchery taking a lot of hits. Lings have to engage. And the Lings are going to melt here against the Glaive Adepts. Adepts, they trade well. Meanwhile, 4 Adepts, they shade into the mineral line. And drones are going down in both locations. GG gets called as Classic pulls Rogue apart. And we are going to the ace match. Whew. GG. Again, 4-gate Glaives, that was not meant to end the game, but the stars aligned. What were we missing? No Roach Warren, and fast plus on melee. Blindly, Rogue, he was getting ready for Ling Hydra. He was intentionally skipping Roaches and skipping Banelings. As a result, he got caught with his pants down. Got caught completely with his pants down. By the time he realized what was happening, it was too late. It was too late. He did throw down the Roach, he did throw down the Baneling Nest, but it never finished. It never came into play, and Classic snowballed out of control. did snowball out of control. Again, just punishing the greed of Rogue. And with that, we find ourselves in the ace match. We're going the distance, we're going all the way, and one way or another, the series ends here and now on El Dorado. Crazy. Oh my god, the final map of the tournament. As a reminder, this is a loser's pick, of course. And now we're forced to play on El Dorado. Beautiful. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of El Dorado, we have the South Korean Protoss player, the Red Protoss, tying up the series 2-2, forcing the ace match. He has momentum on his side. Can he keep this going? It is a classic. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the blue Zerg player from South Korea representing Team Falcons. It is Rogue. Here we go. We are going to be settling in. See someone asking in the chats, when are these from? If you're referring to the games that we are casting here today, from a couple of hours ago, from earlier today. Basically, when we were casting the Fiber Cup, that was when the OlimoLeague was being held. Of course, we were busy casting on other tournaments, and now we're here to embrace those replays. And now we're here to crown our champion. Let's go. Let us go. And again, welcome one and all to El Dorado. El Dorado, fun fact, a very short rush distance by air, short rush distance by ground as well, if we do expand towards each other and take these southern bases and southern locations. As a result, we actually have seen a lot of players embrace fast sky toss on this map, going Stargate and Void Ray into Tempest or into Carrier. Even MaxPax has embraced that build in this matchup on El Dorado. So I'm curious if Classic reverts to that style. Again, I do favor that on El Dorado, but we'll see. We'll see if he does embrace it. Meanwhile, back at home, Hatch, gas pool, standard opener here by Rogue, settling in. So I am the house, never bet against me. He is the house now. So now he's going to be joining up, saturating his bases. Three, 7. Oh, and also we have confirmation, just double checking, because we finally made it to the finals, finally made it here to the ace match as well. Here today, how many hours of StarCraft did we cast so far? 14.5 hours. Let's go, we made it. Just shy of 15 hours, Bobby. Just shy of 15. Yo, I am gonna pass the hell out after this cast. Gonna pass the hell out, and then we'll wake up, and then we'll do it all again. Let's go, Bobby. Let's go. I'll be honest though, I thought it was gonna go longer. Big shout out to the players for the semifinals. If you were here for the semis ended real quick. That was both semifinals. They were like 15-minute series. Like it was really, really short games. Big shout out to the players. I thought it was gonna be over, mate. I thought it was, oh no, it's gonna be the end of light. Stargate opener, Stargate into Void Ray does make sense. As I mentioned before, this map we have seen a rise in popularity of Stargate play into Fast Fleet Beacon. I'm curious if that is the plan here for Classic once he hunts down the Overlord. We'll see what he does after the Void Ray. I mean, it's a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, we've seen a lot of Skytoss rushes here on this map. At the same time, it's been played out and it's a little bit obvious, so like, do we want to embrace that? I'm sure Rogue has faced off against it before. I'm sure he's experienced with it. We'll see. As the Overlord does fall. Classic taking his third, and we are waiting for our tech of choice. What is the follow-up going to be? Twilight Council, Fleet Beacon, Stargate, Forge. And there it is, Twilight Council into Robo. Early Twilight Council as well. Okay. This could be a couple different things. This looks like a delayed Archon drop. It looks like delayed Archon drop. So Twilight Council into a Templar Archives, into a War Prism, into Archon drop across the map. That's what this looks like. That's what this feels like. We'll see if we get there. We'll see if we do go for the delayed Archon drop. As Lings, they do hit the natural, knocking down the Adept. Oh, they do slip. No, they slip in. Oh, they do slip into the main. They do get eyes on the Gateway Explosion. We're pulling out of gas. Okay, you have my attention. Charge. This is going to be a charge all in, but he saw the gateways and he saw the lack of gas as well. So this time a little bit less certain of. Like Classic, is he just going to commit anyway? I mean, this is just a 2-base all in. It's an 8k, by the way. It's an 8k 2-base all in. No gases at the natural, and he pulls out a gas in the main. Yeah, no gas in the main base either. 0 gas income. One way or another, this game is about to end. Either he kills Rogue or he dies trying, but what's important here is that Rogue, for the most part, he saw everything he needed to. He saw everything he needed to. He saw the Gateway Explosion, saw the lack of gases, saw the workers pulling out of gas as well. He should know. Stasis goes up. The Spine Cooler is on the way. I mean, this tells us that he's aware of what's going on. I'm a little bit concerned here trying to defend against this without Banelings. So it's going to be Ling Roach defense. No Banelings to speak of. Bear that in mind. We'll see if Rogue can pull this off. As Classic, he's sending everything across the map. Charge is not done yet, but it's on the horizon here. At the same time, Lings, they go for a counterattack. They force a recall. Oracle recalls back home, but the mineral line is going to be eviscerated. Oh, like every worker going to be going down. Lings, they do wreak havoc. Good use of these Lings. Oh, they got 5 probes. Just the 5. Classic rotating into the main. Zealots, they do hit the natural. Going for the 3rd. And the 3rd base has to be evacuated. Roaches, they pull away. Meanwhile, drop into the main. Wait, did the Prism go down? The Prism went down to the main. Oh, big slip up here. Classic, he rallied in over the Spore. Prism goes down, Rogue defends. Rogue, he holds on, he shuts down the Roaches one after the other. He defends his bases across the map. Lings, they busted in, they got 4 probe kills. And Rogue, he's perfectly fine. Is perfectly safe and sound. He will lose extra drones. But these should be sustainable losses here. Should be able to replace. Should be able to keep up. 10 drone kills here into the natural. 10 workers go down, but Rogue, he's still up in economy, and here comes the counterattack. The Roaches, they break free. They move out across the map. Classic back at home. He is in trouble. He does have immortal production. No shield battery at the 3rd base. No shield battery here at the natural either. No shield battery, period. He does have the Void Ray. Does have the Void Ray. Roaches, they poke in. They back the hell up. They respect the Void Ray. And Rogue is going to be taking up instead. Okay. So Rogue, it looks like he's going to back off. He's going to drone, taking his gases, and he is going into Muta play. Interesting. I mean, bold move here by Rogue. Taking into Mutas. Oracle gets turned away. Zealots, they bust in towards the 3rd. They head towards the 3rd base expansion. It's going to go down. Nice knife. Not bad. Despite the Roaches here, the base is going to fall. There was a clutch transfuse, but the last of the base still goes down. We do have the recall back home. And likewise, Oracles wreak havoc out to the natural. Rogue out of position. 11, 12 drone kills. Not just 12 workers, 13, and a full scout. He gets eyes on the Spire. He knows what's going on. He's fully aware. Blink is on the way. Should be seeing side defense in the bases. Rogue, I mean, he has no more surprise factor here. Trying to push in. Lings, they do slip into the main. Wall is wide open. Classic doing his best hero impression. As Lings, they flood into the main base. Classic turning back around. Likewise, Oracles do fall across the map. Muta production has begun. And likewise, so the Phoenixes. Phoenixes are building up. So far, Classic is able to keep up with his opponent. He does snipe the expansion. Rogue is stuck on a 2-base economy. Can barely afford Muta play. And we'll see what he can get done. On the one hand, he got scouted, true, and Classic is fortifying himself, but there is a chance. There is a chance that maybe the Mutazek can get into a mineral line, maybe the Phoenixes are out of position, he can still wreak some havoc here. Potentially. Don't go into the main though, because the main is where the Phoenixes are waiting. Or the Stalkers at least as well. Speaking of, Phoenixes, they run into the Mutas. Oh! Yeah, they do spot them. The Mutas, they are going to be zoned away. You can see he's trying to bait out those Phoenixes. No chance to use. Keeping the Mutas alive. Classic backs off. Second Stargate on the way. Additional cannons. You know, herO rotates towards the north. Still being active. Classic now realizes that his opponent is committing to mass muta into +1 air attack. The Void Ray holds it, so Jesus. Void Ray so tanky. Classic, he holds. Does hold on. Likewise shuts down the mutas. Oh! As it looks like he will be able to catch one of those Phoenixes. This is going down. Fleet beacons on the way. I would imagine that's going to be for Phoenix range. Or just for the mothership. This Classic now is establishing his gold. And again, that was a big investment here for Rogue. Going into these 13 mutas, and they have not paid for themselves. Now, thankfully, they're still alive. They're still alive. They're still active. There's still potential for damage. And they do pick up another Phoenix. So they are gaining some value at least. But still less than ideal. There we go. Phoenix range on the way. We are settling in. At this point, Rogue, he's done making mutas. He's going straight into Lingbane Roach Ravager, trying to switch into a ground-focused army. If Classic overmakes Phoenixes, and at this point I think he has. Classic, he's got 9 Phoenixes to the 13 mutas here of Rogue. Doesn't need too many. I mean, they can help somewhat. They can at least lift the Ravagers, true. Lift Banelings. Hey, even our down Overlords as well. As both armies are building up, looking to max out. As the mutas are going to be bullied back. Bailing speed is not yet done, finishing up in a couple of seconds. Rogue trying to collapse on the army. Bailing Rumba here towards the mineral line. Up! And Classic does wall off in time. Whew. Where's main army diving in? Phoenixes, they respond. Bailings once again, they're making their way towards the mineral lines. And it looks like they will make their way in. Likewise, mutas are going to be cleaned up. Roach Ravager busting on through. And does Rogue have enough? I mean, Phoenixes now, they can lift everything else up. Going for the Ravagers. Immortals are exposed. Points are being pulled. And Classic, he should be able to hold on. Yeah, he will. Jesus. Lifting every single Roach. Lings wreaking havoc. 7 probe kills, not bad. Likewise, Lings, they go for the 4th. Or the 5th even. And they will force a cancel. They will force a cancel. Oh, God. Oh my goodness, just in time. Base is denied. And the Ling Rumbites, they don't stop. Do not stop. In the end, the Classic does take a supply lead. It was able to reset the Roach Ravager count, to reset the Mutas as well. And now the Phoenixes are not done. They go for the Queens. And catching out Queens one after the other. Bailey's rolling in. Delayed reaction by Class. Oh my god, delayed reaction. Probes go down. Likewise, probes towards the gold as well. Classic as economy going to be in shambles. So the base is going to fall as well. Massive pickup. Phoenix is raced back home. And what's important here is that Rogue does have a better economy. He's up in drones. It's the army though. It's the army where he's lacking. And the Phoenixes are still not done. They can hunt down more overlords. Rogue is taking up, but we're trying to work towards Hydras. He's getting there. Rogue needs more time. As Classic moves out. Letting Roach counterattack. No Bailings this time, not yet. Oh my god. And Classic just sits over the Spore. Doesn't even care. Takes down 15 drones. Team workers going down. Lings, they hit the gold once again. This time, Classic is ready for it. Likewise, he does keep a couple of Archons in position back at home. At the third. He's holding on. Meanwhile, big shout to the Soul Flats in the chat. God, thank you so much for the gifted bits. Thank you so much for the 200 bits in the chat. We do appreciate it. Do appreciate the support. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much. It's thanks to what that we get in the channel that we're able to host our events, fund our tournaments, and do this as often as we do as well. So thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Do appreciate it. As so far, Classic is looking solid in this final game. Gee, how many immortals does he have? Oh my god! He has what? 10 immortals, 6 Archons, 9 Phoenixes. You know what he's ready to do? He's getting ready to A move. Let's go. Oh my god. He's crazy. I mean, that's a death blow of a ground army. And I mean, how do you stop this? I mean, typically, usually at this kind of game state, we'd have lurkers, but remember, the tech was late. Remember, Rogue, he was committed earlier with Ling Roach Ravager, with Mutas even before that. He only just now got into Hydras. These don't even have full upgrades. They only have range. They don't have any speed. And of course, there's no Hive, there's no lurker tech. Just purely Lingbane Hydra. And Rogue is going to have a hard time holding on against this. Classic does push forward. Rogue setting up the surround. And is it going to be good enough? Nice spread here from Classic. Phoenixes, they dive in, they shut down the Hydras. Archon's moving forward. Zelta coming from behind, and Rogue, his army's crumbling. Yeah, Rogue down to a handful of Hydras. GG gets caught as Classic snowballs out of control, and Classic will take the series 3-2, becoming this week's OlimoLeague champion. GG. GG, well played. Oh my god, went the distance, went all the way to the ace match. But alas, a Classic does snowball out of control. Again, a lot of this came down to the aggression, the failed aggression of Rogue. Likewise, the maneuver to go into Mutas of all things, but unfortunately got scattered. The Mutas got shut down. They had potential for damage, but again, it all got seen here earlier on by Classic and was able to completely clean it up. And with that, GG. GG, well played. Whew. Classic will take it, and now we can take a moment to catch up on the bracket itself. Oh boy. Again, we have been avoiding the bracket the entire night. We can finally embrace it. And let's have a look at the run of our players here and how we even got to the finals. Let's go. Okay, from the top, from the very top, we had... What I appreciate here is some European representation. As a fun fact, OlimoLeague is not a solely Korean event. It is at a more Korean-specific time zone, but actually it was moved further back to be a little bit more, to cater more towards the European players. So we did have some European representation. Of course, we did have Trigger. Trigger, of course, he is staying in Korea. We did cast Trigger versus Classic. It was an intense PvP at the start of the night. Likewise, SKillous had a deep run as well. SKillous was able to pop off, taking down Zhao. We casted that series, was able to take down Azura, and of course did go to the ace match, but did fall at the hands of SHIN in the quarterfinals. Likewise, we did have Classic popping off, of course, was able to bring down Trigger. I mean, that was his hardest opponent yet. Oh my god, it was crazy. Took down herO, went all the way to the ace match as well. This was a very intense, very chaotic PvP, but Classic to take it, and of course did have his finals run. But also we have, of course, we did cast Beyond versus Cure, casted Cure versus herO. Intense matches did unfold. Rogue versus Homeowner went to the ace match. Let's go once again. Went to the ace. We were able to feature Young Yakov. Something that I should emphasize once again, though, is that Percival is back. Percival, he did essentially retire for quite some time. He was gone from the game, but Percival recently came back like 2 weeks ago. Like a week ago, Percival did return. It's great to see Percival back. He has been very active playing in online tournaments like this, tournaments like KSL, Sparkling Tuna Cup as well. Percival has been active once again. I don't know what it is. It's possible that maybe because it's the holidays, it's the end of the year, maybe he has more free time, maybe he intends to commit once again. We'll see. So it happens with Percival. Mana versus Creator went to the ace match. Big shout out to Mana. Mana has been popping off in PvP, looking very strong, very powerful. Young Yakov, the most unlikeliest of heroes. Young Yakov, he made it all the way to the semis. Had a very intense ZVZ with Rogue is what I will say. Very short ZVZ, but a fun one nonetheless. And of course, we had more of our regulars here. Trap, GuMiho, Rogue, Lunacy, all facing off, all duking it out. With that, GG, well played. Oh my god, almost 8 hours, almost an 8-hour cast for OlimoLeague. But for those who do not know, we actually turned the stream off and then back on when we finished up our previous cast. So it was 4 hours of Fire Grow Cup. It was 3 hours of the MC show match. That's 7 hours in total. Plus this, just under 15 hours of casting. Let's go. We made it. I didn't even finish my cup of coffee, by the way. For 15-hour cast, I drank like half of this cup. I drank like half, yeah, like half the cup of coffee. We made it. The hardest part was the quarterfinals. The quarterfinals, the end, the tail end of the quarterfinals. Yo, I was running out of energy, Poppy, running out. But then we had the break before the semis, and we were good to go. We can keep going. We just find something else to cast, Pappy. Just don't stop. Regardless, GG, well played. Just catching up in the chat. All right, I'll post in the chat. My apologies. If you guys want to have a look yourselves at the brackets, I got you covered. Bam. Beautiful. Enjoy passing out. I'm a little bit afraid that now I'm too energetic. But if you enjoyed the broadcast and if you want some more Cranky Duckling action, this might even be your first time tuning in. One big shout out to Eba, as Eba did raid us earlier. Technically, Rotterdam did raid Eba earlier as well. So I hope you all enjoyed the Basilisk Big Brain bounce, which did take place. Leading into Eba's stream, leading into our stream. If you're maybe tuning in for the first time, here on the Cranky Ducklings, we cast on a daily basis every single day, multiple times a day. For example, today we casted 3 tournaments back to back. The content continues. But again, we take pride in at least the quantity of the casting that we do. Maybe not always the quality, but the quantity is there, Pappy. We're live more than any other channel out there when it comes to StarCraft. Again, we've been casting full-time StarCraft since 2020. Since the COVID era of StarCraft, casting full-time StarCraft on a daily basis here on the Cranky Ducklings. If you haven't seen us before, you haven't tuned in, I mean, we've been on other channels at times. We've been, the B stream for EPT, we were the B stream for Home Story Cup, we were the B stream for IM Katowice, B stream for everything, almost everything, I should say. So yeah, we've definitely been around. I've been having the luxury, or have had the luxury, of cast offline events as well with some of the other Australian talent. We are here in Australia, by the way. It is 3 p.m. Yo, we started casting last night at 8 p.m. Now it's 3 p.m. the next day. Let's go. Jesus Christ. Just another day here on the Cranky Ducklings. But our next broadcast is going to be in a couple of hours. Let me just double check the calendar here. Double check. If you are unsatiated, our next broadcast is going to be in 8 hours time. In 8 hours time, we're going to be live with the Masters Coliseum Group B, day number 1. If you're curious, what is the Masters Coliseum? It is the next big major event here. It is an online tournament, and all the top players are involved. Players like herO, Rainer, SHIN, Rogue, Maru, Clem, Oliveira, herO, MaxPax, the best of the best are all in Masters Coliseum. We wrapped up Group A last week, and Group B is tonight. Tonight is going to be Group B. We're going to be featuring MaxPax, Rainer, Rogue, and SKillous. Rogue, of course, hot off second place here in OlimoLeague, so best of luck to Rogue. MaxPax and Rainer have been, of course, leveling up. They've been, of course, biding their time and getting ready here for the group stage. Best of luck here with their performances, and SKillous as well. SKillous has been on fire. I mentioned before, how did SKillous qualify for Masters Coliseum? Well, he took down players like Solar. He denied Solar his chance at making it into this main event. SKillous did deny him. We were, of course, fortunate to cover and cast his matches during the qualifiers. And yeah, SKillous, he popped off. He popped off in PvZ, and there's a lot of Zerg players in his group as well. So again, tonight is going to be Group B, MaxPax, Rainer, Rogue, and SKillous. Tomorrow as well, it is a 2-day, each group is 2 days. Each group is 2 days, Saturday and Sunday. So we do have the group stage here tonight. Likewise, after the Masters Coliseum group stage, we're going to be live with the Fire Cup Group B. If you're curious, what is the Fire Cup? We casted Group A earlier today before OlimoLeague. It is a European-focused online tournament. It is a monthly. It is a monthly tournament. It is mainly focused on the CIS region, and we do feature the top players from that region. We actually casted one of them in OlimoLeague. Young Yakov. Young Yakov is going to be a part of that. Young Yakov, Wayne, Nicorette, Milky Cow, Rostock, UD Soldier. So the best of the best in the CIS region are going to be facing off against each other tonight after Masters Coliseum. So back-to-back broadcasts. Same can be said after that as well. So again, if you're interested, if you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the casting, if you enjoy the StarCraft, consider following us either here on Twitch or on the other platforms instead. Exclamation mark socials in the chat. We have Twitter, we have Facebook, we have Instagram, we have YouTube, we have Discord, we have Mastodon, Blue Sky, all things CranKy Ducklings. We're live everywhere as well. We're live on TikTok, we're live on Facebook, we're live on YouTube. Speaking of YouTube, if you didn't tune in live, if you want to tune into some of the VODs, YouTube is the place to be. VODs are uploaded on a daily basis, and of course, because we're streaming on both platforms at once, though the VODs are already there under the live tab. So the VODs are there if you're interested. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for tuning in. I'm gonna go pass out. I'm gonna get as much sleep as I can so I'm not dead for the next cast. Let's go. Let's go. Also, a bit of a PSA, we will be having our first days off in a long time in a couple of days. Usually we don't take any days off here on the CranKy Ducklings, but we do have 2 days off over Christmas. We're gonna be taking off Christmas Eve and Christmas Day. So those are gonna be our 2 days off for the year. Let's go. Kappa. Gonna be taking those days off, so there won't be casting here on the channel for those days. We will be casting on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, but for Christmas Eve and Christmas Day, gonna be taking that off, spending some time with some family, with la familia, papi. So take care, everyone. Happy holidays. If we don't see you later tonight for Masters Coliseum, hope you have a great weekend and a great end of year. Otherwise, thank you for watching. Thank you for watching. Thank you for the support. Do appreciate it. Shout out to Crank, of course. Shout out to Ollie for hosting the event. Shout out to Chijik for sponsoring OlimoLeague as well. Any other shout outs in the chat? Just trying to catch up. Man. Protoss won. Yeah, Protoss, they always win. What do you mean? Ay. But yeah, with that, thanks for watching. We'll see you guys. We'll see you guys tomorrow, or we'll see you guys later tonight, depending on where you are in the world. We'll see you later. Also, I did tease it a little bit, but we are getting some end of year, New Year's show matches ready. One of those, I just teased it, is Trigger versus Estrella. So we are setting up a show match between Trigger and Estrella, and some other unnamed players as well. So we are getting that ready for the end of the year as a bit of a Duckling celebration to celebrate the beginning of 2025. So stay tuned for that news soon, TM. Otherwise, gracias, hasta luego, Cuídate, papi. Cuídate. See you guys next time we see you. Until then, yeah, take care. Take care, everyone. Until next time. Ciao, papi. Ciao. Until next time.